preference postulate. Time preference, our supposed preference for immediate consumption, is crucial to the discounted utility model developed by Paul Samuelson in the 1930s that lies at the foundation of most mainstream economic theory today. It is also crucial to many modern refutations of Keynes. Moreover, in the lone mathematical economics paper I discovered addressing demurrage-based currencies, the time preference postulate was the key variable in constructing a specious demonstration that such currency harms the public welfare. 38. The Keynesian logic I have deployed minimizes time preference. Keynes did not dismiss it altogether, but he observed that human beings naturally tend to spend a smaller proportion of their income as their income rises. It seems quite obvious that if you are starving, you will spend all your income immediately on food. If you have enough money to meet all your urgent needs, you may spend some of the surplus on books, perhaps, or entertainment. When those desires have been fulfilled, maybe you'll buy a Rolls-Royce. But the greater your wealth, the less urgency there is to spend it. Keynes believed therefore that people have a propensity to save without needing an incentive, interest, to defer consumption. Indeed, he thought that this propensity to save can be destructive when it leads to concentration of wealth. That is why he was sympathetic to low or even negative interest rates. In reading some of the literature from the late 1930s and 1940s, I was struck by the intensity and thinly disguised emotionality of the criticism directed at Keynes by establishment economists. 39 This sort of contumely is typical of any debate when the orthodox establishment intuits that a new theory challenges the core defining precepts of its field. Keynes's theory presents at least two very deep challenges. First, his idea of a natural tendency to save essentially claims that money itself is subject to diminishing marginal utility. The more I have of it, the less useful each additional dollar is to me. 40 This seems obvious to me, but it is apparently not so obvious to classical economists, who make a linear equation between money and the utility of the individual and society. In fact, they define it that way and state the base assumption that human beings seek to maximize self-interest by maximizing money. If we reject the linear equation of money and utility, i.e., the good, we also reject the dearly held ideology that we can maximize the common good by maximizing economic growth. We deny as well the utilitarian argument for wealth maximizing capitalism, opening the door to ideas that emphasize equitable distribution of wealth instead. Mathematically, if money is subject to diminishing marginal utility, the optimal distribution of money is, as equitably as possible. Offering a justification for the redistribution of wealth away from the rich, Keynesian thought is, quite naturally, anathema for the ideologues of the rich. But Keynes's view of liquidity preference implies an even deeper challenge than that. Consider again the opposite view, exemplified by the classical economists and Austrian school advocates, that people are by nature profligate. As the 19th century economist N.W. Senior put it, to abstain from the enjoyment which is in our power, or to seek distant rather than immediate results, are among the most painful exertions of the human will. 41 Here is a more recent example, by a follower of Ludwig von Mises. No supply of loanable funds could exist without previous savings, that is, without abstention from some possible consumption of present goods, an excess of current production over current consumption. There would be no interest or time preference rate. Or rather, the interest rate would be infinitely high, which, anywhere outside of the Garden of Eden, would be tantamount to leading a merely animal existence, that is, of eking out a primitive subsistence by facing reality with nothing but one's bare hands and only a desire for instant gratification. 42. Interest, then, is a reward for thrift, for self-restraint. In this view we find an echo of some of the deep, hidden ideologies underlying our civilization, for example, that human progress both spiritual and material comes through winning a war against nature, natural forces on the outside, and desire, pleasure, and the animal drives on the inside. Abstemiousness becomes a high virtue. Without it, this ideology goes, we would be no better than animals. We would not have ascended into a separate and better human realm, removed from nature. Karl Marx put it thus. The cult of money has its asceticism, its self-denial, its self-sacrifice, economy and frugality, contempt for mundane, temporal, and fleeting pleasures, the chase after the eternal treasure. Hence the connection between English Puritanism, or also Dutch Protestantism, and money-making. Point 43. This mentality pervades our culture. You must delay gratification. You must restrain your desires with the thought of future rewards. Pain now is gain later. Do your homework for the grade. Go to work for the salary. Do the workout to be healthy. Go on a diet to be thin. Devote your life to something that pays well, even if it isn't your passion, so that you can have an enjoyable retirement. In all of these things we apply a regime of threat and incentive designed to overcome our laziness, our selfishness. Interest becomes a motivator in the war against the self, the overcoming of our wanton improvidence. But is this really human nature? Is it really our nature to consume and overconsume without thought for other people, other beings, or our own future? No. The ancient Greeks, not given to overly charitable views of human nature, had it right. As Aristophanes said, in all things bread, wine, sex, and so on there is satiety. Our needs are limited, and when we have fulfilled them, we turn to other things and are moved to generosity. But of money, there is no satiety. It is not the propensity to consume that bears no limit, to the contrary, limitless desire arises with money. After attaining a surfeit of consumables, people covet money itself, not what it can buy, and this desire has no limit. Neoclassical economics, and the Austrian school, has it backward, and Gesell and Keynes were right to seek to strip money of at least some of its unique features that make desire for it limitless. Keynes was aware, indeed he explicitly stated, that the dominance of liquidity preference over time preference was a foundational assumption of his theory, a psychological law, as he called it. Of course, for some people, food addicts, sex addicts, alcohol addicts, there is indeed no satiety in those things Aristophanes listed. Does this prove that human beings are greedy after all? Actually, the example of addiction illuminates what is wrong with money. Addiction happens when we use something as a substitute for what we really want or need: food, for example, as a substitute for connection, sex as a substitute for emotional intimacy, and so on. Money as universal end becomes a substitute for many other things, including those very things that the money economy has destroyed: community, connection to place, connection to nature, leisure, and more. When we speak of the liquidity of money, we mean simply that we can readily exchange it for anything else we want. Now, in a money economy, we can actually exchange any commodity for any other commodity, just not so readily, via the medium of exchange, money. Why then should we prefer money to other commodities? Excepting cases in which we have a need that must be met swiftly, which indeed justify keeping on hand modest amounts of the medium of exchange, the only reason to prefer money is that it does not suffer loss in storage. The imperishability of money makes it not only a universal means, but a universal end as well. By making money impermanent, we preserve it as means but not as end, and in so doing inspire a conception of wealth radically different from anything we have known. More for me is more for you. With the introduction of free money, money has been reduced to the rank of umbrellas. Friends and acquaintances assist each other mutually as a matter of course with loans of money. No one keeps, or can keep, reserves of money, since money is under compulsion to circulate. But just because no one can form reserves of money, no reserves are needed. For the circulation of money is regular and uninterrupted. Silvio Gesell. The equivalents in modern economics of universal means and universal end are medium of exchange and store of value. One way to understand the effect of negative interest is that it splits these two functions. This is a profound shift. Most economists consider medium of exchange and store of value to be defining functions of money. But combining these two functions into a single object begs trouble, because a medium of exchange needs to circulate to be useful, while a store of value is kept, stored, away from circulation. This contradiction has, for centuries or more, created a tension between the wealth of the individual and the wealth of society. The tension between the wealth of the individual and the wealth of society reflects the atomistic conception of the self that has risen to dominance in our time. A money system that resolves this tension therefore promises profound consequences for human consciousness. In Chapter 1 I wrote, whereas money today embodies the principle more for me is less for you, in a gift economy, more for you is also more for me, because those who have give to those who need. Gifts cement the mystical realization of participation in something greater than oneself, which is yet not separate from oneself. The axioms of rational self-interest change because the self has expanded to include something of the other. Can we imbue money with the same property as the gift? In an economy based on free money, wealth means something quite different from what it means today and in fact takes on much the same character that it had in primitive, gift-based societies. In hunter-gatherer societies, which were generally nomadic, possessions were a literal burden. The carry cost that everything except money bears today was quite real. In sedentary agricultural societies as well, possessions such as cattle and stores of grain, while sought after, did not give the same degree of security as being embedded in a rich web of social relationships of giving and receiving. Grain can rot and cattle can die, but if you have been generous with your wealth to the community, you have little to fear. Negative interest money reintroduces the economic mindset of a hunter-gatherer. In today's system, it is much better to have $1,000 than it is for 10 people to owe you $100. In a negative interest system, unless you need to spend the money right now, the opposite is true. Since money decays with time, if I have money I'm not using, I am happy to lend it to you, just as if I had more bread than I could eat. If I need some in the future, I can call in my obligations or create new ones with anyone within my network who has more money than he or she immediately needs. Similarly, when a primitive hunter killed a large animal, he or she would give away most of the meat according to kinship status, personal affection, and need. As with decaying money, it was much better to have lots of people owe you one than it was to have a big pile of rotting meat, or even of dry jerky that had to be transported or secured. Why would you even want to, when your community is as generous to you as you are to it? Security came from sharing. The good luck of your neighbor was your own good luck as well. If you came across an unexpected large source of wealth, you threw a huge party. As a member of the Piraha tribe explained it when questioned about food storage, I store meat in the belly of my brother 44 or consider the concept of wealth explored in this exchange between anthropologist Richard Lee and a Kung man, Ksoma. I asked, Ksoma, what makes a man a//kai if he has many bags of //kai in his hut? Holding //kai does not make you a//kai, replied Ksoma. It is when someone makes many goods travel around that we might call him //kai. What Ksoma seemed to be saying was that it wasn't the number of your goods that constituted your wealth, it was the number of your friends. The wealthy person was measured by the frequency of his or her transactions and not by the inventory of goods on hand. 45. Wealth in a negative interest system evolves into something akin to the model of the Pacific Northwest or Melanesia, in which a leader acts as a shunting station for goods flowing reciprocally between his own and other like groups of society. 46 Status was not associated with the accumulation of money or possessions, but rather with a huge responsibility for generosity. Can you imagine a society where the greatest prestige, power, and leadership accord to those with the greatest inclination and capacity to give? Such was the situation in archaic societies. Status came through generosity, and generosity created gratitude and obligation. To be a lord or king, you had to hold sumptuous feasts and give lavish gifts to peers and underlings. We have an especially clear example of this in the Nibelungenlied, the great German saga of the High Middle Ages that draws on source material from much earlier. When Kriemhild, widow of the great hero Siegfried, starts lavishly giving away the hoard she inherited from him, the king feels so threatened that he has her murdered and the treasure dumped into the Rhine. I looked for it when I was in Germany but couldn't find it. The king's authority was sustained by gifts, and that authority was undermined when someone else started giving greater gifts than he. The zero-interest loans in a free money economy are analogous to the gifts of yore. While such loans may appear to violate the gift principle that the reciprocal gift not be specified in advance, they are gifts, gifts not of money but of the use of money. In ancient times, the obligations and expectations generated by gifts were socially determined. The same is true here. The social determination takes the form of contracts, agreements, laws, and so forth. Underlying these specific forms, the dynamic is equivalent: those who have more than they need give it to others. It is just that simple, an expression of the innate generosity of the human being I described in Chapter 1. All that is needed is a money system that encourages, rather than deters, that generosity. No miraculous change in human nature is necessary. As I describe it in The Ascent of Humanity. In an interest-based system, security comes from accumulating money. In a demurrage system it comes from having productive channels through which to direct it. It comes from being a nexus of the flow of wealth and not a point for its accumulation. In other words, it puts the focus on relationships, not on having. The demurrage system therefore accords with a different sense of self, affirmed not by defining more and more of the world within the confines of me and mine, but by developing and deepening relationships with others. In other words, it encourages reciprocation, sharing, and the rapid circulation of wealth. Sometimes people ask whether negative interest currency, like inflation, wouldn't stimulate even greater consumption. In economics terms, this would happen only if the demurrage rate were too high, leading to a preference of goods over money as a store of value. 47 The two should be equal. But let's investigate this issue a bit more deeply. When I describe a currency of abundance, people protest, but we do live in a world of scarcity. Natural resources are finite, and we have used them nearly all up. The problem is that we have treated them as if they were unlimited. Accordingly, one might think that an attitude and currency of abundance is the last thing we need. In answer to this concern, consider first whether our currency of scarcity has actually limited our consumption of scarce resources. It has not. The scarcity of money has aggravated their conversion into money. It is an attitude of scarcity, not of abundance, that has led to the depletion of our natural commons. Competition and the accumulation of more than one needs are the natural response to a perceived scarcity of resources. The obscene overconsumption and waste of our society arise from our poverty, the deficit of being that afflicts the discrete and separate self, the scarcity of money in an interest-based system, the poverty of relationship that comes from the severance of our ties to community and to nature, the relentless pressure to do anything, anything at all, to make a living. In contrast, the natural response to an atmosphere of abundance is generosity and sharing. This includes sharing within the human realm and beyond it as well. Whence our frenetic race to convert nature into commodities that don't even meet real needs, if not from insecurity? Think about it. Is it from an attitude of scarcity or abundance that someone buys 50 pairs of shoes? Is it the secure person or the insecure person who buys a third sports car and a 10,000 square foot house? Whence this urge to own, to dominate, to control? It comes from a lonely, destitute self in a hostile, ungiving world. Negative interest money embodies the spiritual teachings of abundance, interconnectedness, and impermanence. These teachings, however, present a truth that is in conflict with the world we have created through our beliefs, in particular that set of beliefs that composes the story of money. It is time to get used to a new world, in which we no longer try to get rich by keeping, by hoarding, by having. It is a world in which we are rich by giving. The New Age prosperity programming teachers I criticized in Chapter 6 are actually announcing an important truth: we do indeed need to take on an attitude of abundance and to create a world that embodies it. My dear reader, think about it. Is it really who you are to say, "I will lend you money but only if you give me even more in return"? When we need money to live, is that not a formula for slavery? As David Graeber describes, The African slave trade sourced its human cargo not primarily from captives of war, but from debt pawns in African societies. 48 Significantly, the forgiveness of debts for which Solon was famous was prompted in part by the indebted servitude of a growing proportion of the population. Today, young people feel enslaved to their college loans, householders to their mortgages, and entire third world nations to their foreign debt. Interest is a dilute form of slavery. And since the condition of slavery demeans the slaveholder as much as the slave, in our hearts we want none of it. If you lend money to someone, does it really feel right to hold that obligation over her head, forever and ever? Does it feel right, if she can't pay now, to say, too bad? You will have to pay even more later, more and more and more. A zero interest or negative interest loan bears with it a certain freedom. It lacks that thread of lifelong debt peonage. 49 Negative interest corresponds to a natural instinct. If I loan money to a friend, and she doesn't pay me back, eventually I want to say, forget about it, I don't want to hold this over your head forever. I don't want to hold on to old things, old debts. A negative interest money system reinforces this salutary tendency, native to all of us, to let go, release the past, and move on. Chapter 13. Steady State and Degrowth Economics. Infinite growth of material consumption in a finite world is an impossibility. E. F. Schumacher. Sustainability Reconsidered. The last two chapters have outlined an economy that is sustainable. It incorporates the ecological limits of the planet, and it thrives without a structural need for endless growth in consumption. But is sustainability to be our highest aspiration? I have long been impatient with sustainability, as if that were an end in itself. Isn't it more important to think about what we want to sustain, and therefore what we want to create? Many beautiful, necessary things are not sustainable, pregnancy, for example. I am heartened by the recent shift of thinking away from sustainability and toward regeneration and transition. What we are transitioning to will be far more sustainable than our current way of life, but that is not the ultimate goal, just as the ultimate goal of life is not merely to stay alive. A core concept of sacred economics is that it is an extension of ecology rather than an exception to it. So we have to ask, is nature fundamentally stable, sustainable, or harmonious? Does it have the characteristics that we want in a society? Some people dismiss the idea that nature is harmonious or balanced, emphasizing instead its cruel, competitive, and wasteful aspects. This position has deep ideological implications, for it justifies the program of ascent, to dominate and master nature through science and technology. Usually, people sympathetic to this program also carry a Hobbesian view of primitive society and human nature and see civilization with its various methods of social control to be a great improvement over brutal, primitive times. This is part of the story of ascent to rise above our animal nature into an exclusively human realm. The view of nature as a vast competitive arena, a Darwinian struggle for survival among discrete competing organisms, reverberates throughout economic theory. In biology, this paradigm has come under increasing challenge, but its economic translation still reigns supreme among most professional economists and policymakers. Just as Darwinian selfish genes are supposed to maximize their reproductive self-interest, so does Adam Smith's economic man seek to maximize economic self-interest. This is a core assumption of economics instrumental in formulating the laws of supply and demand. In the last 3 decades, a momentous paradigm shift has overtaken biology that emphasizes cooperation, symbiosis, and homeostatic maintenance of wholes larger than the individual organism. Furthermore, the very notion of genetic integrity has come under question as new discoveries demonstrate the importance of gene sharing across organism and species boundaries. The downfall of the paradigm of competing separate selves in biology corresponds to similar developments in psychology, sociology, and yes, economics. Competition and the survival of the fittest can no longer be axiomatic in any field. That is not to say that competition is unimportant, or that nature is unchanging. Unsustainable processes do happen in nature, and they are not aberrations. They too serve a purpose, to propel systems from one phase to another. At a recent conference, someone objected to my view of the law of return by observing that natural systems sometimes do produce large amounts of waste products that no other organism can utilize and that poison the environment for all. He was perhaps thinking of the Precambrian oxygen catastrophe, when photosynthesizing organisms emerged and poisoned the atmosphere with their waste product, oxygen. In the classic view, this malfunction of nature would have meant the end of life on Earth if it weren't for the extremely fortunate emergence of aerobic organisms that could remove oxygen from the atmosphere. This wasn't nature's harmony, it was a highly unlikely chance mutation. The conclusion is that we cannot rely on nature's harmony, that we are always poised precariously on the brink of catastrophe and therefore must exercise technological control over nature, over the body, and over human nature. This is the ideology of ascent, which is congruent to the economic ideology of growth and inimical to the ideal of a steady-state economy. My questioner didn't go this far. His point was basically, don't appeal to natural law to justify a zero-growth economy. I would like to embed the catastrophe phenomenon in a larger context. It is true that positive feedback loops such as the Precambrian oxygen catastrophe exist in nature. They come at special moments, though moments of metamorphosis. It is, for example, a positive feedback cascade of self-reinforcing, self-augmenting hormones that triggers the childbirth process. Childbirth labor is unsustainable. It would kill the mother if it continued too long, but once its goal is accomplished, the mother returns to homeostasis. Positive feedback phases take an organism or ecosystem from an old steady-state phase to a new one. We can look at money in exactly this way. Money, along with technology, is one of the key hormones of the human meta-organism that is propelling us on an unsustainable course toward a new estate. Technology builds on past technology and creates problems that necessitate yet more technology. Capital builds on past capital and is created through interest-bearing debt that requires exponentially more capital to be created in the future. Unsustainable, yes, but unnatural only if we try to sustain it past its time. Positive feedback processes always hit limits. Earth's contractions intensify only up to a point, then a baby is born. What we see with alarm as an exponential growth curve is actually part of a phase transition curve. Transition to steady state, bump or crash. Current economic policy still embodies the curve in Figure 2. Although many people today recognize that continued exponential growth threatens the basis of life on Earth, this realization hasn't yet infiltrated into mainstream economic discourse, which still focuses on growth. The fear of the pessimists is that the continuation of the heretofore exponential curve can be no other than Figure 3, a catastrophic crash back to the baseline. This is essentially the prediction of collapsist thinkers in the anti-civilization, peak oil, and climate extinction movements. They sometimes compare our present condition to the demographics of animals like locusts, who have a massive population explosion that pushes their numbers far above the land's carrying capacity, followed by a population crash. We too, they say, are living far above the Earth's carrying capacity, and so a population implosion is inevitable. Cataclysmic end of the world narratives such as Christian Armageddon, Y2K, 2012 prophecies, climate-caused near-term extinction, and coming soon, asteroid impact narratives have a certain emotional appeal, an appeal I must confess to have felt at times myself. Part of me wants out. I am not alone in this. Many of us are tired of the modern world, with its violence, alienation, poverty, and deadness, and we despair of ever changing it. A world-changing event that does it for us is appealing, whether it is some miracle technology come to save us, or Jesus come to save us, or UFOs, or even some geological, social, or economic cataclysm. Many collapsist thinkers are also drawn to what might follow collapse, a lower tech, communal society connected to nature, spirit, and the old ways. Furthermore, the prospect of economic or environmental collapse gratifies that vindictive part of us that wants to say, "I told you so." The part that wants to see the wicked punished. Unfortunately, collapse scenarios involve immense suffering, billions of casualties, along with the erasure of the entire edifice of civilization, the good along with the bad. That would be okay if indeed technology and culture were a mistake, but I think that like those of all beings, our gifts have a purpose we have yet to discover. We are emerging now from childhood, and the crises we have created offer the first opportunity to apply our gifts to their true purpose. In a subtle way, to reject our gifts wholesale is just as much a mindset of separation as to exalt them above the rest of nature. Both are a kind of anthropocentric exceptionalism. Can we not reunite with nature as a mature species? With that in mind, I offer two more curves that equally fit the data points we have up until now. Figure 4 shows a curve that is quite common in nature, a time of rapid growth that eventually slows and approaches a steady state. This curve could map the growth of an adolescent human, the total biomass of vegetation regrowing on barren land, or the population of bacteria newly introduced into a petri dish with a constant food supply. Figure 5 represents another common pattern, a peak above long-term sustainable levels followed by a gradual decline toward a steady state. Phases of rapid growth driven by competition, followed by a phased transition into a steady state, are common in nature. Think of an immature ecosystem with weeds and saplings racing for sunlight. This is but a phase of a larger process that culminates in a symbiotic, complex, nonlinear, and stable forest. Immersed in an economy and ideology corresponding to the immature ecosystem, we have seen its headlong competition as nature's way. Perhaps humanity too is maturing, self-organizing into mutualistic wholes in which competition and growth are no longer primary. As a matter of fact, recent demographic statistics seem to show a rapid deceleration of growth. We could see either a leveling off of population as it approaches an asymptote at about 8 or 9 billion people, figure 4, or a peak at about that level followed by a decline toward a steady state of a couple billion, figure 5. Interpreting these curves in economic terms, either the monetization of life will slow down and stop, i.e., economic growth will gradually slow until we reach a steady state, zero-growth economy, or it will contract a bit first before stabilizing at a lower level, lower GDP per capita, than today. Figure 4 shows the first scenario, Figure 5 the second. In both cases, population and economy, I foresee the latter. Demographic statistics support this conjecture. As a country approaches full industrialization, its birth rate slows in most cases to below the replacement rate. This implies a gentle, natural decline in population, not a catastrophic mass die-off. I think that on a healing planet, both GDP and population will peak within the next 3 decades, level off, and then contract by a few percent per decade until they reach a sustainable level. 1 The trend has started already. According to United Nations data, the world's fertility rate has dropped from 3.24 live births per woman in 1990 to 2.67 in 2000 to 2.49 in 2015. The CIA World Factbook gives a figure of 2.42 for 2020. Over the past half-century, fertility rates in the most highly industrialized countries have dropped dramatically, in most cases to well under the replacement level of 2.1. We can expect the rest of the world to follow. Interestingly, the inverse correlation between a nation's Human Development Index, HDI, a measure of well-being that avoids many of the flaws of GDP, and its fertility rate has, in the last few years, reversed at the upper extreme of HDI. In other words, the fertility rate is showing signs of recovery to near replacement levels when economic development nears completion. 2. I don't intend these statistics to be anything more than suggestive of a possibility. I'm not going to attempt to predict the future, but I think that the ravages of separation, such as the conversion of health capital into money, will result in drastically reduced fertility and increased mortality over the next half-century. The world population circa 2100 may be moderately smaller than it is today. In economy, we will reclaim much of the moneized, privatized realm for the commons and the gift. Much that is commodity today will no longer be commodity as new, cooperative economic forms spring up to meet local needs. The severity of the bump in Figure 5 depends on how far we overshoot the sustainable baseline. I believe that we missed our chance for an effortless, Figure 4, transition in the 1960s, which really represented the natural zenith of the age of separation. And we caught a glimpse of it, too. We caught a glimpse of a more beautiful world, so close. The hippies saw it and lived it for a few shining moments, but the old stories were too strong. Instead of the hippies pulling us all into a new world, we dragged them back into ours. The longer the age of separation persists, the more traumatic the transition will be, and the farther and more abrupt the drop to a sustainable baseline. In the limit case, it approaches the calamity of Figure 3. That is why it is so important to protect whatever we can of the remainder of the commons, to limit growth and preserve real wealth to sustain life after the bump, to hasten the crash and mitigate its severity. Even today, 50 squandered years after the Great Awakening of the 1960s, it is still not too late for a soft landing. Shrinking money, growing wealth. Today, economic recession is the bogeyman of policymakers, who quite understandably associate it with unemployment, poverty, and social unrest. I have explained already how a negative interest system allows credit to circulate even in a shrinking economy, thereby avoiding polarization of wealth and a deflationary spiral. Even so, many people would be aghast at a call for negative economic growth. Wouldn't that, by definition, mean that society were made poorer? Wouldn't that, by definition, mean a decline in the volume of goods and services available for the public benefit? Not necessarily. By definition, negative economic growth means a decline in goods and services that are exchanged for money. If they are provided through some other, non-monetary, mechanism, then the statistical economy can shrink even as the real economy, what people make and do for each other, grows richer. I will not mince words. In this book I am calling for economic degrowth, a shrinking of the economy, a recession that will last decades or centuries. Obviously, the word recession has negative connotations today, though it really just means a time of receding. I am most emphatically not saying that we must make some sacrifices to our quality of life for the good of the planet. Rather, we need but reduce the role of money. If our future includes a diversification in the modes of human sharing, then economic growth no longer has the same meaning it has today. We don't need to become more altruistic and self-sacrificing, foregoing our own benefit for the good of others. How tightly we hold to the equation of money and self-interest. But it shall be so no longer. Let me illustrate by way of some examples how we can all become richer through the shrinkage of the money realm. Today already there is a vast software industry that operates using very little money. I wrote this book on OpenOffice, a software package available for a voluntary donation that was written mostly by a community of unpaid programmers. One might say that those programmers are paid not in money, but in the esteem of their fellows, a kind of social currency. I prefer to see their productivity as a gift economy, which naturally generates respect and gratitude among community members. Either way, this mode of production does not show up in GDP statistics. We could easily have a shrinking economy that offers more and more, better and better, products like these. And the more there are, the less we need money, the less we need money, the more leisure time we have, the more leisure time we have, the more we can afford to make our own offerings to the gift economy. For many categories of goods, marginal costs of production are now practically zero. This is true of nearly all digital products, such as software, music, movies, and so forth. Considerable costs may be involved in the production of the first unit, but after that, the cost per unit is essentially zero. The industry has tried therefore to create an artificial scarcity through copyright protection, digital rights management schemes, and so forth. It is quite irrational that the only way we have of rewarding the creators of digital content is to give it to fewer people than could benefit from it. Every person could have access to every movie, song, and software program in existence, and it would cost the producers no more than it does today. Non-scarce goods should not be subject to payment in scarce currency. Indeed, Many producers of non-scarce goods have given up trying to maintain their artificial scarcity and try to make money instead by asking for voluntary payments, selling advertising, or charging for technical support, training, or in the case of music, live concerts. Time, attention, space in a concert venue, and so on are all scarce resources, and they fit much more easily into the money realm. Nonetheless, the net result is economic degrowth, as one writer puts it. Their basic idea, which is great as far as it goes, is to use free content to piggyback monetized auxiliary services, Linux distros offering tech support and customization, music companies selling certified authentic copies available at a convenient location, fish selling concert tickets, etc. One thing they fail to adequately address, though, is that the total amount of cash available from such auxiliary services is less than what proprietary content brought in. Encarta sales didn't bring in money equivalent to the exchange value it destroyed for Britannica et al. And Wikipedia destroyed billions in net monetized value for both hard copy encyclopedias and Encarta. 3. If this trend continues, we will indeed see a perfect example of greater wealth accompanied by a smaller, money, economy. Digital goods are an extreme example of a more general phenomenon. Many other products are trending toward near zero marginal costs. The actual marginal production cost of most pharmaceutical medicines is but pennies per pill. Even bulk industrial commodities such as screws cost much less than in the past, not only in terms of money and human labor but even, sometimes, in terms of energy input. This is because of the accumulation of decades or centuries of innovation. It is another aspect of our divine bequest in this case of culture rather than nature from which all human beings equally deserve to benefit. The evolution toward sacred economy is of a whole with a more general civilizational transformation. Parallel changes are happening in medicine, education, agriculture, government, science, and every other institution of our culture. Changes in each realm reinforce changes in the rest. So it is with the economic effects of the shift toward natural medicine. A mere century or two ago, only a very few people paid for medical care, which was provided through an informal network of folk healers, herbal doctors, and, for most common maladies, grandmothers and neighbors. Herbal knowledge was widely dispersed and usually applied without payment. Even if it were fully professionalized, the profit potential of herbal medicine, and most other forms of natural medicine, is far lower than that of high-tech medicine. Compared to the complex, high-tech processes that go into pharmaceutical medicine, herbal medicine is cheap to produce. Many of the best medicinal plants are near ubiquitous weeds. A shift toward herbal medicine, homeopathic medicine, and the myriad mind-body modalities blossoming today promises economic degrowth, yet it entails no reduction in our quality of life. 4. Another area for economic degrowth is architecture and urban design. In addition to disconnecting us from community, nature, and place, the expansive, alienating suburbs of the last two generations demand enormous consumption of resources. Now, though, planners and builders are rediscovering the virtues of high-density urban design, smaller dwellings, mass transit-friendly layouts, and multi-use developments that don't require so much driving. All of these changes cause economic shrinkage. Fewer goods such as roads, gasoline, lumber, and so on are needed. With more vibrant public spaces, people also have less need to live in huge private spaces. People living in community depend less on externally produced entertainment and have more occasion to share and to assist each other. All of that means a decrease in money-mediated activity. Disintermediation and the P2P revolution. Another source of economic shrinkage is the disintermediation that the Internet has made possible. Disintermediation refers to the elimination of intermediaries, agents, brokers, middlemen, and so forth. Consider the example of Craigslist, which according to one estimate has destroyed $10 billion of annual revenue from classified ads, replacing it with only $100 million of its own revenues. 5 For a while, it looked like social networking would replace many of the traditional functions of advertising and marketing. Instead, advertising and marketing have taken over social media. However, the early days of social media demonstrated the possibility of returning the social function we might call finding out about cool things to a less monetized realm. The value of a social network such as Facebook is generated by its users through their sharing of stories, photos, life details, and so forth. Those running the platform exploit this value by selling advertising. Some of that revenue goes toward the necessary work of maintaining the platform, but a lot is siphoned off as profit. This is a form of enclosure of the commons. Perhaps natural monopolies such as Facebook and Amazon should become public utilities in the same manner and for the same reasons that made telecommunications, electricity, water, and gas distribution into public or highly regulated private utilities in the 20th century. Would you be sad to see advertising disappear from social media? I didn't think so. Economic degrowth need not entail real impoverishment. The Internet allows some functions to return to the realm of gift, or to be performed at much reduced cost. This has happened with news distribution via the blogosphere, to publishing in general, and to the functions once served by travel agents, stockbrokers, and intermediaries of all kinds. All of these factors contribute to economic deflation. There are two trends at play here, one old and the other new. The old trend is efficiency. Digital technology performs existing economic functions more efficiently, cutting into growth. The new trend, of which disintermediation and open source software are both part, is the peer-to-peer, P2P, revolution. Hierarchical and centralized structures of distribution, circulation, and production required a lot of money and human effort to administer. Moreover, their very nature isolated people from each other within narrow specialties, making gift exchange impossible. Disintermediation is even affecting the credit system and subverting banks' traditional role as financial intermediaries connecting investors and borrowers. Corporations bypass banks by obtaining financing directly from money markets, while P2P lending and crowdfunding websites allow people to borrow and raise capital directly from each other. Commercial credit clearing rings, mutual factoring systems, and commercial barter networks, which I will discuss later, are other ways that information technology is reducing the role of centralized intermediary institutions. All of these developments reduce GDP by lowering spending on financial services. Because these ever-cheaper information economy services are a factor of production in nearly every other sector, degrowth here is contagious. The commonest profit model on the Internet is to run ads, essentially limiting the size of the entire digital economy to what level of advertising the physical economy can support. But the Internet cannibalizes even itself. Websites that offer free product reviews and price comparison searches render the very advertising that supports them obsolete. What is happening is that the business model that has worked for all human history, find something people do for themselves or each other in a gift economy, take it away from them, and then sell it back, is being reversed. The Internet is allowing people once again to do things for themselves and each other without paying for it. Eric Reasons comments. Maybe the reason we're having such a hard time finding out ways to monetize various Internet services like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, is that they can't be monetized. Or at least not at replacement rates to the industries and services that they're supplanting. This is exactly what the print media is finding out the hard way as it tries to shift to an online model. Point 6. In its early days, the Internet was a participatory gift economy, a P2P network in which there was no consistent distinction between a producer and a consumer. When we share news, product recommendations, songs, and so forth with our online networks, we do not charge anyone for our information services. That's gift economy. The content of most websites is free as well. Reasons concludes, a tad optimistically. We're told to believe in our future in a knowledge-based economy, but nobody has really figured out how to make real money of it. Of those who are making money off of it, Craigslist, Google, they are making pennies per dollar in the old markets that they've upset or practically eliminated with their innovation. This isn't because we haven't found the right monetization scheme yet. It is because innovation is leading to efficiency and not growth, and that is exerting deflationary pressure on bloated industries. Moreover, it is largely being done by us, the end user, in our free time, because we want to create and share, not just consume. 7. Since this book's first edition where these passages appeared, it no longer seems true that no one has figured out how to make money on the internet. Yet reasons' point still stands. Amazon's gargantuan revenues pale in comparison to those of the brick-and-mortar infrastructure it replaced, whose ranks of cashiers and clerks far outnumbered the workers in Amazon's robotized warehouses. Google's cloud storage, while profitable, cannot match the billions of hard disks it replaced. Advertising revenue is limited by the underlying economy, while digital content like songs and movies is much cheaper to distribute than film reels and records, and must be kept artificially scarce to be saleable at all. The threat of overcapacity and underemployment has bedeviled capitalism for centuries, suggesting that we don't need to work as hard as we do to support human life. Indeed, an age of leisure has been imminent ever since the first industrial machines came into use, machines that could do the work of 1,000 men. Yet the implied promise, that soon we would all have to work only 1,000th as hard, shows no signs of manifesting. And here I am promising it again. Will this vision likewise prove to be a mirage? Not necessarily. Technological improvements in efficiency do not guarantee greater leisure. The key is degrowth, not efficiency. It seems counterintuitive, that degrowth economic recession will be what ushers in true affluence for the many. In a growth economy, the labor that could be freed up through technological progress is devoted instead to producing more and more stuff. If in 1870 it took 10 labor hours to produce the necessities of life for a household, and today it takes 1 labor hour to produce the same quantity of things, then our system conspires to make us consume as much as 10 households did in 1870. We hear talk about the American consumer, the engine of global economic growth. Implicit is a vision of wealth identified with endlessly accelerating consumption. A new computer every month, a new car every year, a bigger house every 5 years, new, more, bigger, better. It seems insane, but it is economically necessary in our present system because deflation dynamics lurk close at hand, awaiting the day when consumption lags behind productivity growth. The system I have described offers an alternative to this future of bigger, better, and more, followed by catastrophic collapse. Negative interest allows productive investment to continue, and money to circulate, even when the marginal return on capital is 0 or less, while a commons-backed currency frees work to go toward non-consumptive purposes. Next I will describe a third thread in the tapestry, the social dividend, which frees the purchasing power of workers from the need for full employment in the money economy. Chapter 14. The social dividend. Most men would feel insulted if it were proposed to employ them in throwing stones over a wall, and then in throwing them back, merely that they might earn their wages. But many are no more worthily employed now. Henry David Thoreau. Clearly the most unfortunate people are those who must do the same thing over and over again, every minute, or perhaps 20 to the minute. They deserve the shortest hours and the highest pay. John Kenneth Galbraith. The paradox of leisure. In large part, the history of technology is the history of labor-saving devices. A diesel backhoe can do the work of 500 men with shovels. A bulldozer can do the work of 500 lumberjacks with axes. A computer can do the work of 500 old-time accountants with pens and paper. After centuries of technological advances, why do we find ourselves working just as much as ever? Why do most people on Earth still live in a daily experience of scarcity? For centuries, futurists have predicted an imminent age of leisure. Why has it never happened? The reason is that, at every opportunity, we have chosen to produce more rather than to work less. We have been helpless to choose otherwise. Under the current system, growth in leisure is impossible without some kind of wealth redistribution. Imagine what would happen if, all of a sudden, a magical technology were found that could double the productivity of every worker. Now the same amount of goods is available with half the labor. If, as in a steady state or degrowth economy, demand does not increase, then half the workers are now superfluous. To stay competitive, firms must fire half their workers, make them part-time, or pay them less. Aggregate wages will fall by half since no one will pay workers more than the revenues they are generating for the employer. The laid-off workers no longer have the money to buy the products, even though they are about 50% cheaper. In the end, despite more goods being available with less effort, the money to buy those goods doesn't get to the people who could use them. Leisure has increased all right, it is called unemployment and the results are catastrophic, a rapid concentration of wealth, deflation, bankruptcies, and so on as described in Chapter 6. The ensuing socio-economic calamity can be averted in two ways, wealth redistribution or growth. To accomplish the former, we could simply take money away from the employed and give it to the unemployed, subsidize firms in keeping superfluous employees, or pay everyone a social wage regardless of whether they work or not. These redistributive policies diminish the relative wealth and power of the holders of money. The other solution, in the above scenario, would be to double demand so as to keep everyone employed. Since, generally speaking, the rich are in control of things and don't want their wealth to be redistributed, the traditional solution to the problem of overproduction and underemployment is to somehow generate economic growth, which means increasing demand for new goods and services. One way to do that is through exports. Obviously, this solution cannot work for the planet as a whole. Another way to increase demand is, as I have abundantly described, to colonize the non-monetary realm to make people buy what was once free. Finally, we can simply destroy excess production through war and waste. All of these measures keep everyone hard at work when natural demand has been sated. The ideology of growth, the story of ascent, says that natural demand can never be sated, that it is infinitely, upwardly, elastic. It assumes an endless supply of new markets, new needs, and new desires. But as I have observed, the only object of desire that knows no satiety is money. The assumption of limitless needs and therefore limitless demand drives the insanity we see today and the economic logic that justifies it. Point 1. In the past we always had a choice of what to do with gains in efficiency, work less or consume more. Compelled by a growth-dependent money system, we consistently chose the latter. Instead of working less hard to meet existing needs more easily, we have constantly created new needs to meet or, more often, transferred needs from the gift into the money realm or sought to fulfill qualitative needs with quantities of things. Such has driven our ascent, the development of our gifts of hand and mind. Though the cost to nature, culture, spirit, and humanity has been high, this development is not without its rightful purpose. Today, as the natural and cultural commonwealth is exhausted, the context of our choice work less or consume more is changing. The age of ascent is winding to a close, and we seek to apply the gifts we have developed toward their true purpose in a new relationship to Earth. The age of growth is over. John Maynard Keynes expressed a premonition of this epochal shift in the economic consequences of the peace. On the one hand, the laboring classes accepted a situation in which they could call their own very little of the cake that they and nature and the capitalists were cooperating to produce. And on the other hand, the capitalist classes were allowed to call the best part of the cake theirs and were theoretically free to consume it, on the tacit underlying condition that they consumed very little of it in practice. The duty of saving became 9/10 of virtue and the growth of the cake the object of true religion. There grew round the non-consumption of the cake all those instincts of Puritanism which in other ages has withdrawn itself from the world and has neglected the arts of production as well as those of enjoyment. And so the cake increased, but to what end was not clearly contemplated. Individuals would be exhorted not so much to abstain as to defer, and to cultivate the pleasures of security and anticipation. Saving was for old age or for your children, but this was only in theory. The virtue of the cake was that it was never to be consumed, neither by you nor by your children after you. Point 2. On the collective level, not consuming the cake means choosing growth over leisure. More efficient production technology allows us either to work less or to work just as hard and produce more stuff. Our economic system requires and embodies the latter choice. But despite today's association of Keynesian economics with fiscal stimulus, Keynes himself never saw stimulus as a permanent solution. As a society, we have been artificially stimulating demand now for 80 years, through military spending, highway construction, and subsidies for accelerating extraction, construction, consumption, and imperialism. Attempting to sustain economic growth and keep the marginal efficiency of capital ahead of interest, we have trapped ourselves in a pattern of more and more production, whether we need it or not. Adapting to this trap, economic theory, with its assumption of infinite wants, says we will always need it, always need to produce more and more, if not in one industry then in another. I have described this process differently, as a depletion of first one realm and then another of natural, social, cultural, and spiritual capital. Keynes did not state it so explicitly, living as he did in the ideological context of ascent, but he clearly intuited it. His use of the past tense in the above passage suggests, at least to me, that one day it would be time to eat the cake, to choose less work over more stuff. A positive risk-free interest rate is the economic aspect of the exhortation Keynes described to cultivate the pleasures of security and anticipation, or, in my language, to mortgage the present moment to the future, to choose security, or a semblance thereof, over freedom. You see, the economic logic I have described has a personal dimension as well. For the past age, we have had an incentive to choose work over leisure, even when we didn't need the money, because interest promises that our money will be able to buy even more leisure in the future. By abstaining from pleasure and leisure and, all too often, from our best impulses, we might even attain the economic version of heaven, early retirement. But as often with religion, the promise of heaven only serves to keep us in chains. The time of our servitude, though, is over. The condition of the planet now urgently demands that we turn our attention away from growing the cake. The obsolescence of jobs. Ever since the dawn of the industrial era, we have borne an ever-present anxiety that we will be replaced by machines. And indeed this has come to pass for many, as machines take over functions once performed by humans. The only way to maintain full employment has been through growth, and yet here I am calling for an end to growth and an end to full, paid, employment as well. So, given that our age-old anxiety is upon us, let us examine what, exactly, it means for our labor to be replaced by a machine. To be taken over by a machine, the job one is doing must have been mechanical to begin with. As society as a whole became more mechanized, more and more jobs took on the machine's characteristics of uniformity, routine, and standardization. This was unavoidable when these jobs were to operate machines or otherwise plug into machine-dominated processes. Herein lies a much deeper source of our anxiety, not that we will be replaced by machines, but that we will become machines, that we will live and work like machines. The most famous anti-machine movement, the Luddites of the early 19th century, was aware of this. According to researcher Kirkpatrick Sale, theirs was not a blind, superstitious hatred of machinery, they thought machinery had its proper place. They were outraged not only by their loss of livelihood but by the shoddy products, numbing tedium, constant danger, and dehumanizing conditions of the factories. They were resisting the mechanization of labor. 3 The replacement of highly skilled, autonomous production with degrading, dangerous factory work is an affront to the human spirit. The goal of a compassionate economy, therefore, is not to provide jobs, as most liberal politicians seem to think. Once work has become mechanical, it is in a sense too late, and human work might as well be done by machines. I cannot help but remark on the inanity of economic programs that seek to make more jobs, as if we needed more goods and more services. Why do we want to create more jobs? It is so people have money to live. For that purpose, they might as well dig holes in the ground and fill them up again, as Keynes famously quipped. Present economic policies attempt just that. After the Great Recession, Furious efforts were made to reignite housing construction when there were 19 million vacant housing units in the United States, for wouldn't it be better to pay people to do nothing at all, and free up their creative energy to meet the urgent needs of the world? Clearly, we possess the means and face the necessity to grow less, to work less, and to turn our energies toward other things. It is time to redeem the age-old promise of industry, that technology will allow a dramatic reduction in the work week and usher in an age of leisure. Unfortunately, the term leisure carries connotations of frivolity and dissipation that are inconsistent with the urgent needs of the planet and its people as the age turns. There is a vast amount of important work to be done, work that is consistent with degrowth because it won't necessarily produce saleable product. There are forests to replant, sick people to care for, an entire planet to be healed. I think we are going to be very busy. We are going to work hard doing deeply meaningful things that no longer must fight upstream against the flow of money, the imperative of growth. Yet I also believe we will have more true leisure, the experience of the abundance of time, than we do today. The scarcity of time is one reason we overconsume, attempting to compensate for the loss of this most primal of all wealth. Time is life. To be truly rich is to have sovereignty over our own time. So far I have described a system that shifts financial incentives toward the preservation and expansion of the ecosystem and the rest of the commons, allowing money to flow to those who need it in the absence of growth. But there is an even more radical way to circumvent the principle of money shall go to those who will generate even more of it, upon which modern banking is based. Why not just give people money? Everyone. 5. This is the idea of a social dividend or social wage, advocated in the 1920s by Major Douglas, founder of the social credit movement. A related proposal, better known today, is universal basic income, UBI. The idea has both an economic and a moral rationale. Douglas, a British engineer, observed the same thing Marx did, that workers receive a shrinking share of revenues as industry becomes less labor-intensive and more capital-intensive, eventually leading to poverty, polarization of wealth, and economic depression due to falling demand. As a remedy, he proposed issuing fiat money in an amount sufficient for all citizens to purchase the products of their own labor, both as a direct payment per capita and as a rebate on purchases, a negative sales tax. This proposal is not as far outside the economic mainstream as you may think. The stimulus checks sent out to all U.S. households in 2008 were a dilute form of a social dividend and were intended to have precisely the effect Douglas envisioned, to bring money to those who will spend it and counter economic depression. 6. The COVID-19 relief payments in 2020 served a similar function. These were not welfare checks given only to the poor. They were stimulus checks given to nearly everyone. The leisure and redistribution alternative to growth gained new impetus when COVID-19 destroyed millions of jobs, many of which are expected never to return. It accelerated a long-standing trend toward automation and the superfluity of labor. The surplus labor could be turned toward social and ecological healing, or the enforced leisure of unemployment could be shared through programs like the German Kurzarbeit, or short work, program of the Great Recession, which subsidized shorter work weeks in order to forestall unemployment, in flagrant denial of the so-called lump of labor fallacy, see Note 1. Instead of laying off 20% of its workforce, a firm shortens everyone's work week by 20%. Most of each employee's pay cut is reimbursed to the employee by the government. Employees can keep their jobs, working 20% less with only a 4 or 8% pay cut. 7. The results were impressive. German unemployment stayed lower than expected through the recession, and the auto industry, where the policy was implemented most vigorously, did not lose a single full-time manufacturing job in the first half of 2009. 8. The Kurzarbeit program is akin to a social dividend on a limited scale, and bears a similar economic and humanitarian motivation. Since then, other countries have flirted with similar ideas, notably Switzerland, which voted down a UBI proposal, and Finland, which recently proposed a 4-day workweek. There is also a philosophical or moral rationale for a social dividend that I became aware of as a teenager when I read a story by Philip Jose Farmer titled Riders of the Purple Wage. Echoing Douglas, Farmer reasoned that industrial technology has given humanity access to such vast, nearly effortless wealth that it shouldn't be necessary for anyone to work very hard to receive the necessities of life. The easy affluence made possible by technology, and by the natural wealth of the earth, is the collective treasure of the entire human race. Merely by being born, each person is entitled to a share of it. Certainly no person has more right than any other to benefit from, say, the inventions of Robert Boyle or Thomas Edison, much less the vast cultural context that made their work possible. You or I have no less right to this cultural endowment than we have to the land or the genome. It comes to us as the gift of humanity as a whole. It is the gift of our ancestors, just as the land is the gift of earth, nature, or the Creator. Let us not be quick to accept the glib phrase I passed off above, the easy affluence made possible by technology. This phrase buys into the ideology of ascent, which as I have described is bound up with the ideology of endless economic growth. Somehow, despite centuries of labor-saving technologies, we have no more leisure than did hunter-gatherers, Neolithic villagers, or medieval peasants. The reason is the overproduction and overconsumption of those things that technology can produce and the underproduction and underconsumption of those things it cannot. Usually, those latter things are precisely those that defy the homogenizing, depersonalizing rule of money, all that is unique, intimate, and personal. I will return to this theme later. For now, simply observe that in the realm of those needs that do admit to quantification, our needs are easily met. We should not need to work very much to procure the physical necessities of life, food, clothing, and shelter. Certainly we should have to work no more than the average 20 hours per week that the Kalahari Aborigines spent on subsistence, in a harsh desert with Stone Age tools, in 1970. Certainly, we should feel no less secure, and no more anxious about making a living, than the high medieval peasants with their 150 saints' days off. The will to work. What insanity would rather have us build more unnecessary houses than, say, save sea turtle eggs from oil spills? It ultimately comes down to the depletion of the commons being profitable, and its restoration a matter of altruism. The proposals in this book reverse this dynamic. Internalization of costs redirects the flow of money, and the flow of human activity, away from consumption and toward the sacred. Negative interest money allows investment to go to uses that don't generate even more money than went in and ends the discounting of the future. However, these measures alone may not be enough because much of the work necessary for the healing of the world is fundamentally uneconomic. 9. The question, then, is how to create conditions that allow people to do important work that does not generate an economic return. As with redistribution of wealth, there are essentially two ways. One is the social dividend I have described, which exists today in dilute form as stimulus checks, tax credits, welfare payments, and so forth. This gives people the economic freedom to pursue activities that no one will hire them to do, because they won't generate income for an employer, and that produce nothing saleable. The second way to foster non-economic work is for the government, or other entity, to pay people to do the beautiful and necessary things that we have come to value. We saw a harbinger of this during the New Deal, when we hired millions of the unemployed not only to build infrastructure that would one day generate a positive economic return but also to do such things as compile and preserve folk music and create recreational areas. Extended further, this is essentially the vision of state socialism. However, central planning often misses important needs, invites totalitarian abuse of power, and fails to engage the creativity of individuals and grassroots organizations. With the social dividend, we are trusting that, unconstrained by economic necessity, people will naturally choose good and necessary work. These free, unconstrained choices, the outgrowth of unfettered desire, will help identify what work is sacred. At stake are two competing visions of human nature, and therefore two visions of how to run society. One says, free people from economic exigency, and they will do beautiful work. The other says, provide beautiful work, and use economic exigency to induce people to do it. The first trusts people's natural desire to create and their capacity to self-organize, the second puts the decision of how to allocate human labor into the hands of policymakers. I think that both will have a place for a long time to come, and that eventually, as political processes become more inclusive, grassroots, and self-organizing, the two will merge into one. One objection to universal basic income is that, as in the time of COVID-19, it accompanies the destruction of small businesses and traditional employment, and leaves people permanently dependent on the state, which can then condition you beyond good behavior, i.e., compliance. If you refuse your tracking microchip implant, don't pay your parking tickets, violate truancy laws, or fail to vaccinate your children, get your annual prostate exam, or who knows, mow your lawn, your monthly pittance might be withheld. It is much easier to control a dependent population than one with independent livelihoods. This objection underscores the necessity to make a social dividend unconditional. Furthermore, the destruction of small business is a problem regardless of whether people rely on a state subsidy or corporate wages. Either way, large institutions can easily control a public that depends on them. A second objection to a social dividend or universal basic income is that people would have no motivation to work. We think, if people weren't under some sort of pressure to work, they would do nothing at all. They need some sort of incentive. Why work if your basic needs are met without working? In this view, scarcity, even artificial scarcity, is a positive good because it counteracts the inborn laziness of the human being. This logic taps in once again to the logic of control, domination, and the war against the self. But is it really human nature to want to do nothing productive? Do we really need rewards to cajole us into labor and penalties to punish indolence? Or, put in another way, is it human nature to desire never to give, but only to take? I think not. Perhaps you can identify with my own experience, that some of the most painful times of my life were when I was unfulfilled in my work, when I was not applying my gifts toward a purpose I believed in. I remember quite well a meeting with a software company in Taiwan, where I worked as a translator and business consultant in my 20s. We were discussing some new technology, 3D sound, or something like that, and everyone in the room seemed avidly concerned about its implications for their product. I had a moment of incredulity. Wait a minute, you mean you people actually care about this? Because I don't care at all whether this or any other product has 3D sound. The next feeling was bleak despair because I realized I cared only because I was paid to care, and I couldn't imagine a realistic alternative to that. Do I ever get to do something that I care about for real? I thought. When do I get to live my life, not the one I'm paid to live? A fundamental premise of this book is that human beings naturally desire to give. We are born into gratitude, the knowledge we have received and the desire to give in turn. Far from nudging reluctant people to give unto others against their lazy impulses, today's economy pressures us to deny our innate generosity and channel our gifts instead toward the perpetuation of a system that serves almost no one. A sacred economy is one that liberates our desire to work, our desire to give. Everybody I know has so much to give, and most of them feel they cannot because there is no money in it. Yet that is not because their gifts are unwanted. There is much beautiful work to be done. Money as we know it fails to connect gifts and needs. Why does everyone have to work so hard just to survive when, whether thanks to technology or not, such needs could easily be met with a tiny fraction of human labor? It is because of the scarcity-inducing nature of money. The assumption that people do not want to work runs very deep in economics and taps into a yet deeper source, the story of the separate self. If more for you is less for me, if your well-being is irrelevant or inimical to my own, why should I desire to give anything to anyone? The selfish gene of biology, seeking to maximize its reproductive self-interest, is congruent to the rational actor of economics, seeking to maximize its financial self-interest. We supposedly don't want to do any work that contributes to the benefit of others unless there is something in it for us. We don't really desire to give, we must be forced to, paid to. Economics textbooks speak of the disutility of work, assuming that if not compensated with wages, people will naturally prefer to do what? Prefer to consume? Prefer to do nothing? To be entertained? The justification for a scarcity-based economic system is built into its premises, which include deep prejudices about human nature. This book assumes a different human nature, that we are fundamentally divine, creative, generous beings, that to give and to create are among our deepest desires. To embody this understanding in the money system, we must find ways to richly reward gifts to society, without those rewards becoming a form of pressure or slavery. Not only is the experience of scarcity an artifact of our money system, but the laziness we view as human nature is a valid response to the kind of work that system engenders. If you find yourself being lazy, procrastinating, doing slipshod work, showing up late, not concentrating, and so on, then perhaps the problem isn't your character after all, perhaps it is a soul's rebellion against work that you don't really want to do. It is a message that says, it is time to find your true work, that through which you can apply your gifts towards something meaningful. Ignore that message, and your unconscious will enforce it through depression, self-sabotage, illness, or accident, disabling you from living any more a life not aligned with your generosity. In a sacred economy, people will still work hard not because they have to, but because they want to. Have you ever wanted to give your time or labor to a good cause but refrained from doing so because you couldn't afford to? A social dividend frees gifts to flow toward needs and aligns our labor with our passion, our generosity, and our art. Many people will work at paying jobs anyway, either to supplement the social dividend, which would probably be at bare subsistence level, or because they like those jobs on their own merits. But it would be a choice, not a necessity. In the absence of the coercive mechanism of making a living, there would be little market for degrading or tedious jobs. To attract workers, employers will have to provide jobs that are meaningful and work conditions that respect human dignity. Many such jobs will exist because so much of the work financed by a commons-based money system will be by nature meaningful, because of financial incentives to conserve and restore. Tellingly, even without a social dividend, people do enormous amounts of uncompensated work anyway. The internet was built mostly by volunteer labor, from open source server software to free content. Entire organizations are staffed by hard-working volunteers. We do not need financial incentives to work, and in fact we do our best work when money is not an issue. 10 What would the world be like if people were supported in doing the beautiful things they must struggle against economic necessity to do today? Sacred economics envisions a world where people do things for love, not money. What would you be doing in such an economy? Would you be reclaiming a toxic waste dump? Being a big sister to troubled adolescents? Creating sanctuaries for victims of human trafficking? Reintroducing threatened species into the wild? Installing gardens in inner-city neighborhoods? Putting on public performances? Helping decommissioned veterans adjust to civilian life? What would you do, freed from slavery to money? What does your own life, your true life, look like? Underneath the substitute lives we are paid to live, there is a real life, your life. To be fully alive is to accept the guidance of the question, what am I here for? Most jobs today deny that feeling, since we are evidently not here to work on an assembly line or to push product or to do anything complicit in human impoverishment or ecological destruction. No one really wants to do such work, and someday, no one shall. Who shall remove the garbage? Is that a realistic pronouncement? Let me share with you a little rumination I wrote back in pre-COVID times. A slave world. I am writing at this moment in a large airport. Thousands of people work at jobs associated with this airport, and few of the jobs actually befit a human being. I traveled to the airport in a hotel shuttle. On the way I told the driver, a Peruvian immigrant, about the talk I had given this weekend and about my vision of a more beautiful world, and at one point, by way of illustration, I said, here you are driving back and forth to the airport all day. Surely you must have moments when you think, I was not put here on earth to do this. Yeah, that's for sure, he said. I can't help but think the same as I watch the cashier at the airport kiosk, typing in purchase items and handing out change and saying, thank you, sir. Have a nice day, and the man going from trash can to trash can, emptying them into his cart and changing the plastic bag, silent and sullen, wooden-faced. What kind of world have we created, that a human being spends all day doing such tasks? What have we become, that we are not outraged by it? The men and women at the ticket counters and gate counters have slightly more stimulating work that might take a few days or weeks to master, rather than a few hours, but still, their work falls far short of engaging the ability and creativity of a human being, although it might be satisfying for other reasons, like service to others, making people happy, meeting people, etc. The same goes for the flight attendants. Only the pilots, air traffic controllers, and mechanics do work that might reasonably occupy the learning capacities of the human mind for more than a few months. Strange it is to me, that the very worst, most brutal of all these jobs also receive the lowest pay. I understand the economics of it, but something in me rebels against that logic and wants the baggage handlers, drivers, and cashiers to be paid more, not less, than the pilots. Without these menial workers, this airport and this society would not run in its current form. My travel depends on their labor for which they are paid barely enough to survive. And why do they consent to such work? Certainly not because of any aspiration to spend their lives doing it. If you can ask one of them why they do it, they will tell you, if they are not too insulted to speak, I have to do it. I have to make a living, and this is the best work I could find. So my trip today is happening only because people are doing jobs they don't want to do, for the sake of their survival. That's what making a living means. A threat to survival is, essentially, a gun to the head. If I force you to labor for me under threat of death, then you are my slave. To the extent we live in a world that runs on the labor of many people doing jobs that are beneath human dignity, not just in airports of course, but in factories, sweatshops, plantations, and nearly everywhere else, we live in a slave world. Anything we obtain from the labor of slaves comes at an insupportable spiritual cost, a painful void or disintegrity deep within that makes us ashamed to look people in the eye. Can we bear to shrug this away and resign ourselves to living in a slave world? I want to be able to look every man and woman in the eye, knowing that I do not benefit from their indignity. I have a more selfish motive, too, for not wanting to live in a slave world. The products of slave labor embody the spirit that goes into them. Who but a conscript would produce the crappy, dispirited, toxic, ugly, cheap objects and buildings that surround us today? Who but a slave would be so resentful and unpleasant in providing services? 11 The vast majority of our goods and services are made by people who do so only for the money, who do their work only because they have to. I want to live in a world of beautiful things created by people who love what they do. Anyone indoctrinated with the prejudice that work is something objectionable will think me naive to propose a system where no one is forced to work. Who would grow the food? Remove the garbage? Sweep the streets? Work in the factories? I do not suggest that unpleasant work will be eliminated anytime soon, just that there will be less and less of it. Already, despite our politicians' best efforts to create more of it in the form of jobs, and despite our best efforts to keep consumption growing, there are fewer jobs available. But who shall remove the garbage? Must we resign ourselves to a society where the worst jobs are left to the least fortunate? Must we resign ourselves to a society in which some people must do work that is beneath them, coerced into it by money-based survival pressure? When we agree that some degrading jobs are necessary, and when we agree that we must have an economy that forces some people to do those jobs, or go homeless and hungry, then we are essentially agreeing to slavery, do it or die. So, is it possible to have a modern economy, with its fine division of labor, that doesn't necessitate careers as toilet scrubbers and garbage collectors? Let us consider the matter in some detail, applied to that epitome of degrading labor, garbage collection. Point 12. Why do we need garbage collectors in the first place? Why is there so much garbage to collect? It is because we consume so much throwaway junk, because we don't compost food scraps, and because we use so much packaging that is not reused or recycled. Throwaway products and packaging are possible because they are artificially cheap. Most of the costs of resource extraction and industrial processing to make the packaging are externalized, as is the cost of disposal in landfills and incinerators. When, as proposed in Chapter 10, these costs are internalized, throwaway production will become much less economical, and such things as refillable containers will gain an economic logic to reinforce their environmental logic. Similar considerations apply to composting food scraps, as home gardening will gain an economic motivation with the removal of hidden subsidies, for transport, water, chemicals, etc., for distant mega-agriculture. There is really no reason why we should produce so much trash. Point 13. The evolution of trash collection will be different in its details from the evolution of factory work, janitorial services, supermarket cashier work, or any of the often unpleasant and degrading occupations that make the world go round today. Each will be reduced or eliminated in a different way. Small, multi-crop farms eliminate much of the drudgery of stoop labor. Small inns, bed and breakfasts, and couch surfing reduce the need for professional hotel maids. Technology, mechanization, and robotics will continue to obviate assembly line labor. Incentives to produce fewer but more durable goods reduce manufacturing and increase maintenance and repair work, which is far less routine and more fulfilling. Industrial design will gain a new incentive to minimize tedium rather than cost, since jobs will be filled by desire rather than necessity. Few people will willingly work on an assembly line for 8 hours, pick endless rows of tomatoes, or clean toilets all day unless they feel they have no alternative. Universal basic income will give everyone an alternative, therefore, the economy will have to evolve to eliminate such roles. We won't need to eliminate them completely. Dishwashing, toilet cleaning, and stoop labor are tedious and degrading only if we do them too long. I have worked on my brother's small organic farm and with a small construction outfit. None of that work was oppressive, because we worked on a small scale doing a variety of tasks. Sure, there are tedious chores, such as digging 3 rows of potatoes or cutting slots into 200 struts, but these weren't multi-day ordeals, and were usually accompanied with banter or afforded an opportunity for reflection. A season or two collecting garbage a few hours a day, or washing dishes, flipping burgers, or cleaning hotel rooms, isn't so oppressive. Indeed, there are times in life when we want to rest into some routine labor. I have had such times myself, when routine physical labor was a balm to the spirit. The vast reduction in what goes by the name of work today is not going to leave us idle, to dissipate our time in vapid pleasures. I stated above that human needs are finite, but we do have certain needs that are in a sense infinite. The need for connection to nature, the need to love, play, and create, the need to know and be known, none can be satisfied by buying more things. We are attempting to satisfy our need for the infinite through an accumulation of more and more of the finite. It is like trying to build a tower to heaven. The non-monetary realm properly includes all that cannot be quantified. Today we live in an overabundance of the quantifiable and a paucity of the unquantifiable, huge but ugly buildings, copious but empty calories, ubiquitous but trashy entertainment. Do you not agree that a shrinking of the money realm would be a refreshing change? A finite need, calories, shelter, clothing, and so on, is a quantifiable need and thus fits naturally into the realm of commodity and therefore of money. We meet them easily, and indeed, thanks to technology, more and more easily. 14. It stands to reason that we should have to work less and less hard to meet our finite needs, and that a greater and greater proportion of human time and energy could be spent on the infinite: art, love, knowledge, science, beauty. Accordingly, it also stands to reason that a smaller and smaller proportion of human activity be in the money realm, the job realm. Up until now, we have instead sought to make the infinite finite, and thereby debased art, love, knowledge, science, and beauty all. We have sold them out. When commercial application guides science, we end up not with science but with its counterfeit, pseudoscience in service of profit. When art bows to money, we get art instead of art, a self-conscious self-caricature. Similar perversions result when knowledge is subordinated to power, when beauty is used to sell product, and when wealth tries to buy love or love is turned toward gaining wealth. But the age of the sellout is soon over. The long ascent of the Monetized realm is drawing to a close, and its role in our work and our lives is changing so as to upend long-held intuitions, fears, and limitations. Since the time of the ancient Greeks, money has been, increasingly, both a universal means and a universal end, the object of limitless desire. No longer. Its retreat is beginning, and we will devote more and more of our energy to those areas that money cannot reach. The growth of leisure, or, more accurately, the growth of labor done for love, goes hand in hand with the degrowth of the money economy. Humanity is entering its adulthood, a time when physical growth ends and we turn our attention to that which we want to give. Chapter 15. Local and Complementary Currency. A proper community, we should remember also, is a commonwealth, a place, a resource, an economy. It answers the needs, practical as well as social and spiritual, of its members, among them the need to need one another. The answer to the present alignment of political power with wealth is the restoration of the identity of community and economy. Wendell Berry. A sacred way of life connects us to the people and places around us. That means that a sacred economy must be in large part a local economy, in which we have multidimensional, personal relationships with the land and people who meet our needs, and whose needs we meet in turn. Otherwise, we suffer a divide between the social and the material, in which our social relationships lack substance, and in which our economic relationships are impersonal. It is inevitable, when we purchase generic services from distant strangers and standardized products from distant lands, that we feel a loss of connection, an alienation, and a sense that we, like the things we buy, are replaceable. To the extent that what we provide is standard and impersonal, we are replaceable. One of the effects of a homogeneous national or global currency is the homogenization of culture. As the money realm expands to include more and more of material and social life, our materials and relationships become standardized commodities, the same everywhere that money can reach. Nowhere is this more evident than in the United States, the landscape of the exit ramp, where the same stores, same restaurants, and same architecture dominate every locale. And everywhere we are the same employees and consumers, living in thrall to distant economic powers. Local distinctiveness, autonomy, and economic opportunity disappear. Business profits are sucked away to distant corporate headquarters and ultimately to Wall Street. Instead of vibrant, economically diverse communities with their own local character, we have a monoculture where every place is the same. The money system described so far in this book removes many of the barriers to local economic sovereignty and weakens the pressure toward globalization. Here are 3 ways. Much global trade is economic only because of hidden social and ecological subsidies, which would be eliminated by the internalization of costs. Commons-backed currency relocalizes economic power since many of the commons are local or bi-original in nature. Negative interest money removes the pressure to maintain growth through the conversion of the unique, local relationships and natural wealth of other lands into commodities. Ultimately, local difference stands in the way of commoditization and therefore of growth. However, because the habits and infrastructure of local economy have largely disappeared, additional measures are necessary to rebuild community-based, place-based economies. This chapter discusses one of these measures, the localization of money itself. I am not advocating the abandonment of global trade. While many things that should be local, such as food, have become global, there are many realms of collective human creativity that by their nature require a global coordination of labor. Moreover, economists' doctrines of efficiency of scale and comparative advantage, that some places and cultures are better suited to certain kinds of production, are not entirely without basis. Point 1. In general, though, sacred economics will induce the local sourcing of many commodities that are shipped across oceans and continents today. While the changes described thus far make globalization less economic, my affinity for local economy is not motivated primarily by economic logic, the maximization of some measurable quantum of well-being. It comes rather from a longing for community. The threads of community are of two types, gift and story, warp and woof. In short, a strong community weaves together social and economic ties. The people we depend on, and who depend on us, are the same people whom we know and who know us. It is just that simple. The same goes for the broader community of all beings, the land and its ecosystems. Lacking community, we suffer a painful deficit of being, for it is these multidimensional ties that define who we are and expand us beyond the miserable, lonely, separate ego, the bubble of psychology in a prison of flesh. We yearn to restore our lost connections, our lost being. Local economy reverses the millennia-long trend toward the homogenization of culture and connects us to the people and places we see every day. More than fulfilling the longing for community, it also benefits society and the environment. Not only does it entail less energy consumption, it also makes the social and ecological consequences of economic decisions harder to ignore. Today, indeed, it is quite easy to pretend that our economic decisions have no consequences. The things we use with little thought are part and parcel of sweatshop labor in Asia, oil spills in the Niger Delta, and the deforestation and mining of the Congo. But these effects are distant, impinging on our consciousness only as pixels on a screen, if at all. Quite naturally, we live as if they weren't happening. If the people who grow your food and make your stuff live in Haiti or China or Pakistan, then their well-being or suffering is invisible. If they live nearby, you can still exploit them perhaps, but you can't easily avoid knowing it. Local economy faces us with the consequences of our actions, tightening the circle of karma and fostering a sense of self that includes others. Local economy is therefore aligned with the deep spiritual shift of our time. The catch-22 of local currency. Local currency is often proposed as a way to revitalize local economies, insulate them from global market forces, and recreate community. There are at present thousands of them around the world, unofficial currencies issued by groups of ordinary citizens. In theory, local currency offers several economic benefits. It encourages people to shop at local businesses since only they are willing to accept and use local currency. It increases the local money supply, which increases demand and stimulates local production and employment. It keeps money within the community since it cannot be extracted to distant corporations. It allows individuals and businesses to bypass conventional credit channels and thus offers an alternative source of capital for which the interest, if any, will circulate back to the community. It facilitates the circulation of goods and services among people who may not have sufficient access to national currency but who may have time and skills to offer. Say you want to buy a hamburger and have local currency. You might buy it at a locally owned restaurant rather than McDonald's, even if the price is higher, because McDonald's won't accept the local currency. What does the hamburger joint do with the local currency then? Well, it can't buy beef from the national distribution chain with it, but maybe it could buy beef from a local farmer, or pay part of employees' wages with it. And what would the farmer or the employees do with it? Buy things from other local suppliers, including people who eat at the hamburger joint. This is how local currencies strengthen local economies. Unfortunately, the practical results of local currency initiatives have been disappointing. A common pattern is that the currency is launched with much enthusiasm and continues to circulate as long as the founders promote it. But eventually they get burned out, the novelty factor wears off, and people stop using it. According to one study, As of 2005, some 80% of all local currencies launched since 1991 were defunct. Point 2. Another common pattern is that local money accumulates in the hands of the few local retailers that are willing to accept it and who cannot find ways to spend it. Finally, even where local currencies have been relatively successful, they constitute an insignificant portion of total economic activity. Point 3. If we are to realize the theoretical advantages of local currencies, it is imperative that we acknowledge that they aren't working today and figure out why. After all, they did work quite well in the 19th and early 20th century. In the 19th, paper money consisted of banknotes issued by local banks and accepted only in the economic region where the banks were located. As recently as the 1930s, local currencies were so successful that central governments actively suppressed them. What has happened since then to make them, with a few notable exceptions, the plaything of social idealists? 4. Several factors are at work. The first is that the economy has become so delocalized that it is hard to keep local currency circulating. In the words of one shopkeeper in Germany, speaking of one of the more successful local currencies, the Chiemgauer, "We do accept it, but we don't know what to do with it." His acceptance was reluctant, understandable when few of his suppliers are local. Local currencies are viable only to the extent that producers are making goods and services that are consumed locally by people who themselves produce locally consumed goods and services. In the 1930s, economies were still highly local. People had goods and services to exchange but no money to use as a medium due to bank failures and hoarding. Today, the situation is quite different. Most people provide services that make sense only in a vast, often global, coordination of labor. Local currency cannot facilitate a supply and production chain that involves millions of people in thousands of places. However, whereas some products, such as electronics, are inherently global in the nature of their manufacture, many products could be produced locally but are nonetheless part of global production systems. This implies a considerable untapped potential for local currencies. Unfortunately, much of the infrastructure of local production and distribution has disappeared. Local currencies can be part of the rebuilding of that infrastructure, but by themselves they are not enough. If nothing else changes, they are consigned to a very marginal, usually subcritical role. As things stand, local money is not very useful to us because we import nearly everything we use from outside our region. Why would anyone be willing to accept local currency to begin with? One reason is idealism, but if we are to rely on idealism, then why not just apply that idealism to the existing currency and use it to buy local? Why bother with a complementary currency? What we want is to align our ideals with what is practical, not to bear them in opposition. Besides, the recent history of complementary currencies suggests that idealism is not enough, that they stagnate and disappear when that initial idealistic enthusiasm wears off. The question, then, is how local currencies might be aligned with economic self-interest. We have to see local currency within a larger economic context. If a region has its own currency, yet is so integrated into the global commodity economy that nearly all its production is sold abroad and most of its consumption is purchased from abroad, then it might as well not even bother with its own currency. Under such conditions, the currency must be freely convertible, since economic circulation goes to and from the global market, making it into little more than a proxy currency for the dominant global unit of account, presently the US dollar. Such a place is little more than a colony, and indeed that is what most places have become, especially in the United States, where towns have lost their local character and serve only as production and consumption centers for the global economy. For a region, city, or country to have a robust currency of its own, it must have a robust economy of its own as well. Key to building one is what economist Jane Jacobs called import replacement, the sourcing of components and services locally, and the development of the associated skills and infrastructure. Otherwise, a place is subject to the whims of global finance and dependent on commodity prices over which it has no control. In developing countries that still have strong local economic infrastructure, local currencies help to preserve that infrastructure and insulate them from global financial predation. But in highly developed economies dominated by a national or supranational currency, anyone seeking to establish a local currency faces something of a catch-22. Local currencies work only if there is a local system of locally circulating production for which it can mediate exchange. Yet for such a system to grow and withstand the pressures of the global commodity economy, it needs a protected local currency. Import replacement cannot happen if local producers must compete with unrestricted, cheap imports. That is why such an economy can manifest only as an intentional choice motivated by a new story of the people that generates shared vision, values, and goals. In other words, it will happen only through some form of democracy, popular action, and a government that responds to the will of its people rather than the will of international banks, investors, and the bond market. These forces are always ready to offer again the old story of the people: competition, growth, separation, conquest, and ascent. Several historical examples bear this point out. Compare the disastrous results in countries that have opened their markets to free trade in recent years with the earlier success of Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, who intentionally fostered local industries with import replacement, tariffs, and industrial planning, while limiting the convertibility of their currencies. I am most familiar with the case of Taiwan, having translated in the 1990s a multi-volume history of the development of its small and medium enterprises. 5 In the 1950s and 1960s, Taiwan placed stringent conditions on foreign investment. Foreign invested factories were required to purchase a high percentage of components locally, encouraging the development of domestic industry. In Japan, South Korea, and Singapore as well, formal and informal mechanisms gave domestic enterprises a privileged status. 6 At the same time, they imposed currency controls and restrictions on the repatriation of profits. Foreign investors could freely convert their currencies into yen, won, Taiwan dollars, and so on, but they couldn't convert it back again as freely. Today, these countries have a large middle class, world-class industrial plants, and tremendous overall wealth, despite starting in great poverty after World War II. Compare their policies with those of Mexico, which allowed foreign manufacturers to set up factories in the maquiladora zone, with no taxes, no limits on the expatriation of profits, and no requirement to source components in Mexico. Mexico and the many other countries offering such free trade zones merely provided low-cost labor and freedom from environmental restrictions, essentially selling off their natural and social capital without gaining much know-how or infrastructure in return. Instead of enriching their economies, they bled them. Then the factories moved to take advantage of even cheaper labor elsewhere. First GATT, then NAFTA, and the WTO and European Economic and Monetary Union destroyed in one country after another the protections that kept local economies from becoming helpless colonies of commodity export and consumption. The only beneficiaries were the elites, who are relatively independent of the local economy. Unlike the masses, they can import what they need and move away if conditions become too terrible. Monetary autonomy is a crucial part of political sovereignty. Ultimately, political sovereignty means very little if outside corporations can strip mine that society's natural and social capital, its resources, skills, and labor, and export them to global markets. After 2010, Brazil, Thailand, and other countries took measures to protect their economies from the flood of cheap US dollars that resulted from the Fed's quantitative easing program. Left unchecked, these dollars would allow foreigners to buy up domestic equities, mines, factories, utilities, and so on. These countries recognize that meaningful sovereignty must include monetary sovereignty. What is true for nations is also true for smaller regions. Compared to tweaking interest rates to below the zero lower bound, the proposal that local and regional governments issue their own currency may seem naively impractical. Actually, it is a very accessible solution that is constantly being suppressed. Although it is illegal for states to issue currency in the United States and many other countries, people find ways around laws when the necessity arises. The case of Argentina's financial crisis of 2001 to 2002 is most illuminating. When provincial governments completely ran out of money to pay employees and contractors, they paid them in low-denomination bearer bonds instead, 1 peso bonds, 5 peso bonds. Local businesses and citizens readily accepted these bonds, even though nobody really expected they would ever be redeemable for hard currency, because they could be used to pay provincial taxes and fees. Acceptance for payment of taxes enhanced the social perception of value, and as with all money, value and the perception of value are identical. The currencies, which were all denominated in a common unit of account, circulated far beyond their region of issue. They revived economic activity, which had ground to a halt since, after all, people still had the capacity to produce goods and services that other people needed, lacking only the means to make exchanges. This was possible only because Argentina is fundamentally a rich country that had not been completely converted into export commodity production. At the same time, Argentina's government repudiated its foreign debt, temporarily cutting it off from imports and increasing the need for local self-reliance. At that point the IMF stepped in with emergency loans to induce the country to keep its debts on the books. One of the ways local and complementary currencies are suppressed is through tax laws. Citizen-created currencies are unacceptable for payment of taxes, yet transactions made in these currencies are subject to income and sales taxes. That means that even if you used alternative currency exclusively, you would have to pay taxes in US dollars even though you earned none. 7. Taxing people in a currency they don't use is tyrannical. It was a cause of the American Revolution and a key instrument of colonialism. See the discussion of the Hut tax in Chapter 20. In places where local currencies have been effective, either they have received government support, or they have emerged in war zones and other extreme circumstances. In Argentina in 2001 to 2002 and the United States and Europe during the Depression, local governments actually issued currency themselves. Moreover, in those places and times, there was still a lot of local production, subsistence farming, local distribution and supply networks, and local social capital in general. Local currencies had a real chance there and, unsurprisingly, provoked the hostility of the central authorities. In the case of Argentina, the IMF demanded their abolition as a prerequisite for aid. Extreme circumstances may be upon us again, for the first time, in the developed world, since World War II. The economic effects of COVID-19 are at the present writing impossible to predict, but it is quite possible that the old order, with the US dollar as hegemon, will unravel. The ensuing vacuum and the accompanying social dislocation might offer space for new kinds of money. Meanwhile, the development of cryptographic technologies offers new ways to implement them. Time banking and mutual credit. Before discussing cryptocurrencies, let's first visit two conceptions of money that are fundamentally different from any national currency or major cryptocurrency in use today. Time banking. There is one resource that is always locally available and always needed to sustain and enrich life. That resource is human beings, their labor, energy, and time. Earlier I said that local currencies are viable only to the extent that producers are making goods and services that are consumed locally by people who, themselves, produce locally consumed goods and services. Well, we are always producers of our time, by the mere act of living, and there are many ways to give this time for the benefit of others. This is why I believe that time-based currencies, often called time banks, offer great promise without needing huge changes in economic infrastructure. When someone performs a service through a time bank, it credits his or her account by one-time dollar for each hour spent and debits the recipient's account by the same. Usually, there is some kind of electronic bulletin board with postings of offerings and needs. People who could otherwise not afford the services of a handyman, massage therapist, babysitter, and so on gain access to help from a person who might otherwise be unemployed. Time banks tend to flourish in places where people have a lot of time and not much money. It is especially appealing in realms requiring little specialization, in which the time of any person is in fact equally valuable. A prime example is the famous Furia Kipya currency in Japan, which credits people for time spent caring for the elderly. Time banking is also used extensively by service organizations in America and Britain. It can also apply to physical goods, typically by way of a dollar cost for materials and a time dollar cost for time. In our atomized society, the traditional ways of knowing who has what to offer have broken down. Time banks connect individuals who would otherwise be oblivious to the needs and gifts each can offer. As one time bank user puts it, everyone has a skill, some might surprise you. An elderly shut-in who doesn't drive can make beautiful wedding cakes. A woman in a wheelchair who needs her house painted used to train police dogs and now provides puppy training. The retired school teacher who needs her leaves raked has a kiln and is teaching ceramics. A common question when we meet each other is, what do you do? What do you need, or what can I do for you? 8. From An Introduction to Time Banking, Loretta B.'s post on www.getRichSlowly.org/blog/2008/03/1/3/in-introduction-to-time-banking. Beyond the meeting of immediate needs, you can see from this description the power of time banks to restore community. They generate the kind of economic and social resiliency that sustains life in times of turmoil. As money unravels, it is important to have alternative structures for the meeting of human needs. The fundamental idea behind time banks is deeply egalitarian, both because everyone's time is valued equally and because everyone starts out with the same amount of it. If there is one thing that we can be said to truly own, it is our time. Unlike any other possession, as long as we are alive, our time is inseparable from ourselves. Our choice of how to spend time is our choice of how to live life. And no matter how wealthy one is in terms of money, it is impossible to buy more time. Money might buy you life-saving surgery or otherwise enhance longevity, but it won't guarantee long life, nor can it purchase more than 24 hours of experience in each day. In this we are all equal. A money system that recognizes this equality is intuitively appealing. Of course, not everyone's time is equally valuable to others in all circumstances. A doctor's hour might not be as valuable as a chauffeur's. That is why typically, time dollars are used outside people's area of specialty as a true complementary currency. When time-based currency replaces monetary transactions, it is a great equalizing force in society. The danger is that time currency can also end up transferring formerly gift-based activity into the realm of the quantified. The future, perhaps, belongs to non-monetary, non-quantified ways of connecting gifts and needs. Still, at least for a long time to come, time banks have an important role to play in healing our fragmented local communities. Reclaiming the credit commons. Another way to foster local economic and monetary autonomy is through the credit system. When an economic community applies formal or informal mechanisms to limit the acquisition of credit and, consequently, the allocation of money, the local economy can maintain its independence just as if it had instituted currency controls. To illustrate this point, consider an innovation commonly mentioned in discussions of complementary currency, mutual credit systems, including commercial barter rings, credit clearing cooperatives, and local exchange trading systems, LETS. When a transaction takes place in a mutual credit system, the account of the buyer is debited and the account of the seller is credited by the agreed upon sales price whether or not the buyer has a positive account balance. For example, say I mow your lawn for an agreed price of 20 credits. If we both started at 0, now I have a balance of plus 20 and you have a balance of 20. Next, I buy bread from Thelma for 10 credits. Now my account is down to plus 10 and hers is also plus 10. This kind of system has many applications. The above scenario exemplifies a small-scale, locally based credit system often called LETS. Since its inception in 1983 by Michael Linton, hundreds of LETS systems have taken root around the world. Mutual credit is equally useful on the commercial level. Any network of businesses that fulfill the basic requirement that each produce something that one of the others needs can form a commercial barter exchange or credit clearing cooperative. Rather than issue commercial paper or seek short-term loans from banks, participating businesses create their own credit. In commercial barter exchanges, firms sell excess inventory and unused capacity for which there is no immediate cash market to others in the exchange for trade credits. The buyer conserves cash, and the seller builds up credits to use in future transactions. No idealist commitment to complementary currencies is necessary to motivate businesses to join. In fact, most exchanges levy a hefty fee for membership. Hundreds of commercial barter exchanges operate today, servicing hundreds of thousands of firms. Another innovation is mutual factoring, conceived by Martin Hassan Bramwell. Typically, businesses receive orders far in advance of receiving payment for those orders. To obtain the cash necessary to fulfill the order, they would ordinarily have to sell the account receivable at a discount to a third party, called a factor, such as a bank. Mutual factoring bypasses the banks and allows accounts receivable to be used as a liquid medium of exchange among participating businesses. The most famous commercial mutual credit system is undoubtedly the Swiss WIR, in operation since 1934, which boasts tens of thousands of members and trade volume of billions of Swiss francs, dwarfing the rest of the world's commercial barter rings combined. WIR transactions account for between 1 and 2% of Swiss GDP. 9 According to economist James Stoddard, both the WIR and other commercial barter exchanges exert a contracyclical effect, showing greater exchange activity during economic downturns, a fact he attributes to their ability to create credit. 10 This demonstrates the ability of complementary currency and credit systems to shield participants from macroeconomic fluctuations and sustain local economies. In any mutual credit system, members have access to credit without the involvement of a bank. Instead of paying money to use money, as in an interest-based credit system, credit is a free social good available to all who have earned the trust of the community. Essentially, today's credit system is an example of the privatization of the commons I discussed earlier in the book, in this case the credit commons, a community's general judgment of the creditworthiness of each of its members. Mutual credit systems reclaim this commons by issuing credit cooperatively rather than for private profit. Mutual credit is not so much a type of currency as a means of issuing that currency. In the dominant system, it is primarily banks that grant access to money by extending credit. In a mutual credit system, this power goes to the users themselves. The development of mutual credit systems is extremely significant, for credit essentially represents a society's choice of who gets access to money and how much of it. Mutual credit replaces the traditional functions of banks. People with a negative credit balance are under social pressure, and the pressure of their own conscience, to offer goods and services that will bring their account back into positive territory. But I'm sure you can see a potential problem with this system when applied on a large scale. What is to prevent one of the participants from running up a higher and higher negative balance, in essence receiving goods for nothing? The system needs a way to prevent this and eliminate participants who abuse it. Without negative balance limits, a mutual credit currency can be created in unlimited amounts simply by the will to make a transaction. This might seem like a good thing, but it won't work if that currency is used to exchange scarce goods. 11 Ultimately, money represents a social agreement on how to allocate labor and materials. Not everyone can have access to enough credit, say, to construct a billion-dollar semiconductor plant or buy the world's largest diamond. More sophisticated mutual credit systems have flexible credit limits based on responsible participation. Global Exchange Trading System, GETS, a proprietary credit clearing system, and Community Exchange System, CES, use complicated formulas in which credit limits rise with time according to how much or how well one has participated in the system. Those who have fulfilled their negative balance obligations in the past get a larger credit limit. This formula functions just like a conventional credit rating. The real world, however, does not always conform to a formula. Different kinds of businesses have different credit needs, and sometimes exceptional circumstances arise that merit a temporary increase in credit. Some mechanism is needed to set these limits and to grant or reject requests for credit. This might require research, familiarity with industries and markets, and knowledge of the borrower's reputation and circumstances. It could also encompass the social and ecological effects of the investment. Whatever entity performs this function, be it a traditional bank, cooperative, or P2P community, must have a good general understanding of business and must be willing to assume responsibility for its evaluations. New forms of P2P banking run up against the same general problem of determining creditworthiness over the anonymous gulf of cyberspace. One could imagine a system in which a database connects you, who have $5,000 you want to lend for 6 months, to a distant person who wants to borrow it for 6 months. You don't know her. How do you know she is creditworthy? Perhaps some user rating system a la eBay could provide a partial solution, but such systems are easily gamed. What you really need is a trustworthy institution that knows her better than you do to assure you of her creditworthiness. You lend your money to that institution, and that institution lends it to her. Sound familiar? It's called a bank. Banking, like money, has a sacred dimension. A banker is someone who finds beautiful uses for money. If I have more money than I can use, I can say, "Here, Ms. Banker, please find someone who can use this money well until I need it back." Decaying currency, described in Chapter 12, aligns this conception of banking with self-interest. It will continue to be a necessary function even when wealth no longer means to increase my personal wealth. Whether it is through social consensus, formulas, or the decisions of specialists, there must be some way to allocate credit. Banking functions, whether implicit or explicit, will always exist. Today, a banking cartel has monopolized these functions, profiting not only from its expertise in allocating credit toward its most remunerative use but also from its monopoly control over the former credit commons. Ultimately, a new banking system might arise from the ground up, starting with small mutual credit cooperatives that form exchange agreements with each other. Convertibility among different mutual credit systems is a hot topic in the field, with prototypes having been in development since at least 2010. The challenge is to strike a balance between convertibility, in order to allow long-distance trade, and insulation of the members' internal economy from outside predation or financial shocks. These are essentially the same issues that face small sovereign currencies today. Mutual credit systems reclaim the functions of banking for a local community, a business community, or a cooperative entity. They foster and protect the internal economy of their members, insulating it from external shocks and financial predation in the same way that local currencies do. Indeed, local currencies will never be able to expand beyond marginal status unless they have a credit mechanism that protects them from the speculative runs that numerous national currencies have suffered in the last 30 years. Local and regional credit clearing organizations can exercise capital control functions similar to those that wiser nations imposed when developing their economies through import substitution. The most famous mutual credit system, Switzerland's WIR, provides a rather extreme model for this principle. Once you buy into it, you are not permitted to cash out. On a local level, this would force foreign investors to source components locally. Less extreme but similar measures were applied by Taiwan, Japan, Singapore, and South Korea in the 1950s and 1960s, when they restricted foreign companies' repatriation of profits. One of the imports that local and regional governments can replace is credit itself. The above-mentioned Asian countries did this too, keeping the banking industry off limits to foreign banks through government policy and informal cultural barriers. On a regional or local level, and even without a local currency, governments can replace exogenous credit by operating their own public banks. Point 12 If we are to pay for credit, then shouldn't that payment stay in the local economy? Today, state and local governments deposit tax proceeds with multinational banks that lend it wherever they can profit the most. Indeed, in an era of banking consolidation they have little choice, as local banks have merged into larger ones. State-owned banks, exemplified by the Bank of North Dakota, can lend locally, finance local projects without having to issue high-interest debt on the bond market, exercise a contracyclical effect by lending during credit crunches, and keep banking profits local instead of exporting them to Wall Street. Publicly owned banks needn't be driven by profit, and any profits they do make can be returned to their owners, the people, thus restoring the credit commons. These advantages pertain even in the present monetary system. On the national level, public banking is little different from the power to issue currency, a power that the United States, and most other countries, has abdicated and given to a private institution, the Federal Reserve. But in theory, it could set up its own bank and lend money to itself, essentially printing money at zero or negative interest. Or it could bypass the banking system and create money directly, as authorized by the Constitution and enacted during the Civil War. 13 The currency proposals outlined in Chapter 11 would enable local governments to do the same, issuing money backed by the original commons under their stewardship. Ultimately, political divisions may shift into greater conformity with biological and cultural regions. Regional governments will have more autonomy than they do today when they have the power to issue their own money. The decision of how to allocate capital on a large scale is more than an economic decision, it is a social and political decision. Even in today's capitalist society, the largest investment decisions are not always made on considerations of business profits. 14 Putting a man on the moon, building a highway system, and maintaining armed forces are all public investments that do not seek a positive return on capital. In the private sector, though, bank profit determines the allocation of capital, which is the allocation of human labor, creativity, and the riches of the earth. What shall we, humanity, do on earth? This collective choice is a commons that has been privatized and shall be restored to us all in a sacred economy. That does not mean removing investment decisions from the private sector, but rather changing the nature of credit so that money goes to those who serve the social and ecological good. The reclamation of the credit commons might take many forms: P2P lending, described in Chapter 13, mutual credit systems, credit unions and other cooperative banks, publicly owned banks, and innovative new kinds of banks such as Sweden's Jack Members Bank. In different ways, these systems return the power of money and credit to the people, whether mediated through grassroots P2P structures as in mutual credit systems, or through politically constituted institutions such as public banks. And since political sovereignty is worth little in the absence of monetary sovereignty, reasserting local, regional, and, in the case of small countries, national control over credit is an important path toward the relocalization of economy, culture, and life. The crypto revolution. Wouldn't it be nice if the messy social and political negotiations that compose the agreement we call money could be replaced with an impartial algorithm? Wouldn't it be nice to wrest the power to create money away from banks and central authorities, and return it to the people? Such was the promise of cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, a promise that seems to linger forever on the horizon. Nonetheless, the obstacles they have encountered illuminate important truths that might contribute to a future money system aligned with sacred economics. I will not attempt herein a thorough description of blockchain-based cryptocurrencies and their alternatives, such resources abound, and I will assume readers can educate themselves with the cursory knowledge necessary to understand the following discussion. In the original Bitcoin white paper, its legendary founder Satoshi Nakamoto conceived of Bitcoin as a new form of electronic cash. That is an apt description, because unlike credit, which relies on trust, Bitcoin is like cash in that it does not require that either party to the transaction trust the other, nor any third party. The only trust that is required is in the willingness of others to accept it as money, i.e., its story of value. Thus if I receive a $100 bill from someone, provided I can verify that it is not counterfeit, I do not need to trust the payer. There is no credit risk, he has already paid me. Most money today, however, is credit money. Your bank balance is simply a record of the money owed you by the bank, and you trust that when you write a check or make an electronic payment, the bank will send the funds to the recipient and debit your account by the appropriate amount. Banks are repositories of trust. When I pay my Verizon bill, Verizon doesn't need to trust me, but it does need to trust its bank and, by extension, the banking system. Cryptocurrencies eliminate the need for a trusted third party. Instead of a bank or other institution keeping the records of who has how much money, the ledger is distributed among numerous nodes. Each retains a copy of the entire history of transactions, which shows which users, identified only as a cryptographic key, have how much Bitcoin, or whatever currency is being used. While a bank could theoretically take your money by simply changing your account balance, no one can do this with Bitcoin because your balance is recorded on every node. By the same token, however, banks and credit card issuers can reverse unauthorized charges. That is not possible with a cash transaction or a Bitcoin transaction. There is no third party to appeal to. Trustless transactions are irreversible transactions, severely curtailing society's ability to invalidate payments it considers immoral, unethical, or criminal. Normally speaking, the trust we place in intermediary credit institutions is justified. Usually we can count on them to reverse fraudulent charges and to accurately maintain our account balances. Banking regulations and deposit insurance solidify our trust, which therefore extends to trust in the regulatory and political system. For the last 80 years, bank runs have almost ceased to exist in developed countries. Our trust is justified, or is it? There are some circumstances in which the bank will refuse to give you access to the money it agrees is yours. Legal statutes mandate the freezing of bank accounts associated with certain kinds of criminal activity. Most people have no objection to that, because they recognize that money is illegitimate anyway. Assuming that the laws are just, the government is moral, and the financial system is free of corruption, there is theoretically no problem with a financial system depending on trusted third parties such as banks. Unfortunately, all three of these assumptions are dubious. To illustrate, consider plans to meet the next financial crisis with bank bail-ins. Written into policy in the United States, Europe, and elsewhere, and test-driven in Cyprus in 2013, bail-ins allow insolvent banks to debit deposit accounts in order to pay off derivatives liabilities, which according to the U.S. 2010 Dodd-Frank Act enjoy superseniority. The more general point is simply that in a system dominated by wealthy, centralized institutions, the money they hold for us in trust is not necessarily secure. There are also political reasons to be wary of trusting establishment third-party credit institutions. Venezuela learned this the hard way when the U.S. government refused it access to the gold held in its name at the Federal Reserve. In 2020, President Donald Trump threatened to freeze Iraq's Federal Reserve account unless it agreed to keep American troops in Iraq. Furthermore, the United States uses its control over the SWIFT system of global interbank financial messaging to exert pressure on geopolitical challengers to its dominance, such as Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. Presumably, a decentralized system would be immune to such interference. Then there is the matter of surveillance. Thanks to Know Your Customer laws, bank accounts are associated with identifiable individuals and corporations, making anonymous transactions impossible and allowing criminal activity to be traced. Certainly the tax authorities would like every transaction to have a paper trail. If we lived in a perfectly democratic, just society, that would be no problem, but this system also allows the financial system to be used as an instrument of surveillance and political persecution. As cash diminishes in its role in the digital age, the potential for totalitarian control grows. Bitcoin is an electronic medium of exchange and store of value that bears the anonymity of cash. That makes it difficult for governments to control or track and makes it attractive to criminals. Indeed, most people never use Bitcoin for actual transactions. It is mostly a speculative asset, not a currency. Its advocates might use it as a political statement, but none of the cryptocurrency aficionados I know use it to buy things. Where is crypto used for commerce? On dark websites that sell drugs, child pornography, weapons, hacked personal data, and so forth. I can sympathize with the libertarian urge to free money from political control, but when we divorce money from the social, political, and legal means to maintain a common morality, monstrous consequences can ensue. Throughout history, it has rarely if ever been true that people can do anything they want with their money. Always, that freedom bumps up against social norms, whether informal or institutional. When the social contract is in the hands of a global corporate political military complex that deals out ecocide and oppression the world over, the anonymity of cash or cryptocurrency provides a little window of freedom. But ultimately, as the dark web illustrates, the solution is not to free money from politics, it is to forge a different politics. Money is properly a political function, a sacred trust. The question of who creates money, how, and for whom defines a democratic, or undemocratic, society. Politicians today have by and large violated that trust, but that doesn't mean it should be handed over to computer programmers either. Cryptographic algorithms do not abolish the primary questions of money creation. Do we have a social consensus that money shall go to those with the technical know-how, computational resources, and capital to mine cryptocurrency? That doesn't seem much preferable to the current system of central banks and financial institutions. It isn't very democratic. Instead, let us reclaim the sacred function of money creation to align it with emerging ecological and social values. That said, cryptocurrencies offer an opportunity to explore how these values might be implemented. Whereas Bitcoin was modeled on gold, limited supply, costly to mine, and inadvertently, ecologically destructive, various marginal cryptocurrencies have sought to implement several key proposals of sacred economics, ecological backing, negative interest, and universal basic income. Furthermore, their decentralized peer-to-peer architecture lends itself to different modes of social organization that don't depend on top-down hierarchy. In a supreme irony, the best use case for Bitcoin, whose champions hope will make the central banking system obsolete, is as a reserve currency. Bitcoin's distributed ledger and transaction verification process make it unusable at scale for everyday transactions. To my knowledge, despite various marginal improvements, SegWit, the Lightning Network, Rootstock, etc., the basic transaction speed problem has never been fundamentally solved for any cryptocurrency that retains full decentralization and trustlessness. The obvious solution would be to record a multitude of Bitcoin transactions off-ledger, then settle them later by posting the net of all transactions to the blockchain. The Bitcoin user could have an account at an online bank denominated in Bitcoin, which is really just the bank's record of how much Bitcoin it holds on his behalf. When he makes a purchase, his account is debited and the recipient's, in the same or another online bank, is credited. No actual Bitcoin changes hands until the banks clear their transactions, or until the depositor withdraws his Bitcoin. This, of course, is precisely how the conventional banking system works, except with Bitcoin instead of dollars. The same problems can arise as well, as nothing would stop crypto banks from practicing fractional reserve lending, with its ensuing booms and busts, panics, bank failures, and all the other problems that motivated the establishment of the Federal Reserve System to begin with. When central authorities have betrayed the public's trust again and again, decentralized, trustless systems have a natural appeal. But rather than adapt to a world that cannot be trusted, wouldn't it be better to rebuild relationships of trust, communities of trust, and a social system founded on trust? That is the picture of a healed society, as opposed to a society where distrust is the norm and we are always on guard against each other. The habits and institutions of distrust run deep, but it isn't too hard to imagine political institutions that have earned the affirmation of a broad majority of citizens. For that to happen, the first prerequisite is transparency. This includes a government transparent to the people, and financial institutions that are transparent to everybody. Cryptocurrencies are designed for anonymity, or at least pseudonymity, which is antithetical to transparency, yet another possibility peeks out from behind the veil. Unlike the central reserve bank system, all transactions on the blockchain are fully visible to everyone. The parties to the transactions may be anonymous, but the transactions themselves are visible. It is not too big a leap to establish unique biographical identities for all crypto wallets, something that is necessary anyway in order to implement universal basic income for digital currency. How would that be an improvement on today, where governments can surveil all financial transactions, except cash and crypto? The difference is that instead of one central eye surveilling everyone else, everybody would be transparent to everybody, including the government itself. In the end, political questions about values and agreements are inescapable when it comes to something as central to social behavior as money. Money can never escape politics, nor should it try. The rise of cryptocurrencies has put such questions back on the agenda, for a start, simply because they puncture the illusion that there is no alternative, that money as we know it is a given, unalterable, when in fact it is a story, an agreement, a creation. The crypto movement is therefore helping us reclaim our power of choice, as well as offering us a vast new space of possibilities in which to exercise that choice. Chapter 16. Transition to Gift Economy. Under capitalism, man exploits man. Under communism, it's just the opposite. John Kenneth Galbraith. What is the economy? Underneath the ephemera of money, slips of paper, bits in computers, what changes when the economy grows or shrinks? How would we measure it in the absence of a common unit of account? Ultimately, what economics attempts to measure, underneath money, is the totality of all that human beings make and do for each other. That we should even attempt to measure this at all is quite odd. I have already leveled judicious criticism at the fat target of economics equation of money with the good. However, alternative measures of economic progress, such as the Genuine Progress Indicator or National Happiness Index, suffer similar problems on a subtler level. Certainly they are improvements over GDP, for they no longer count such things as prisons and armaments as positive contributors to the good, and they add to economic wellness such things as leisure time. Nonetheless, they still assume that we can and should quantify the good, and that in order to do so, we must convert everything into a standard unit of measure. Money and measure are indeed closely intertwined. Money originated, in fact, as measure, standardized quantities of commodities and then metals. The age of money has coincided with the program of reductionism and objectivity, which sought through science to attain mastery over the world. What can be measured can be mastered, as we imply when we claim to have taken the measure of a man. The immeasurable was excluded from science, consign it to the flames, David Hume said, and from economics as well. Thus it has come to pass that standard of living has diverged from quality of life. The former is a quantifiable standard, the latter is not. Of all the things that human beings make and do for each other, it is the unquantifiable ones that contribute most to human happiness. You might, for instance, quantify leisure time and assign it a dollar value to calculate a society's well-being, but how is that leisure time spent? It could be spent mired in an addiction, in mindless entertainment, in intimacy with another person, or in telling stories to children. And even if we somehow accounted for these distinctions, could we quantify how present someone is when they are telling those stories? Can we quantify how anxious someone is when at work? If public policy is guided by the maximization of a quantity, be it GDP or some other measure, the most important things will surely be left out. Quantifiable needs are also finite, another reason to question a money system predicated on the infinite growth of finite demand for finite resources. Qualitative needs are different, they are neither quantifiable nor finite. It is in this realm that the ideology of ascent finds its true spiritual motivation. Growth, on one level, might end the growth of the monaized realm, the growth of our appropriation of nature, but another kind of development will continue, the growth of the human spirit, with its infinite need for beauty, love, connection, and knowledge. A zero-growth future is not a stagnant future, no more than a human life stagnates when a teenager grows her last inch at age 16. Money, which facilitates the meeting of our quantifiable needs, will have a place in human life for many centuries to come. It will occupy a diminished role, however, as I described in Chapter 13. Instead of obsessively fulfilling and overfulfilling our finite needs to the present degree of obscene hypertrophy, we will turn our energy to the unmet qualitative needs that so impoverish us today. To meet our unquantifiable needs, we need non-monetary circulation. When the qualitative is matched with the quantitative, the infinite to the finite, then the former is debased. The exchange of beauty for money, intimacy for money, attention for money all smell of prostitution. The distaste of the artist for the world of commerce is not just an egotism that says he is above it all. When money tries to buy beauty, love, knowledge, connection, and so forth, either the buyer receives a counterfeit, or the seller, having sold the infinitely precious for a finite sum, is exploited. It is really quite simple, as the Beatles put it, money can't buy you love. That is why we need other ways for our gifts to circulate. The matter is complicated, though, by the fact that the quantifiable is often a vehicle for the unquantifiable. I am not advocating two separate realms, the monetary and the gift, but rather a mixed system in which money takes on more of the properties of gift, and mediatory structures of gifting arise to take over the role of money. Whether or not money is involved, the fundamental issues of economy, what people make and do for each other, are these: 1. How to connect the provider of a gift with the person who needs that gift; 2. How to acknowledge and honor those who give generously of their gifts; and 3. How to coordinate the gifts of many people across space and time in order to create things transcending the needs or gifts of any individual. Though it may not be obvious, these goals correspond roughly to the three cardinal functions of money: medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value. Many quasi-monetary and non-monetary ways to achieve these three goals are emerging today. In the open-source software world, for example, P2P technologies allow a community of programmers to envision projects, coordinate talents, and recognize the contributions of its members, all without using money. In a way, the esteem of peers, based on the quality and quantity of previous contributions, is a form of currency that allows some members to exercise greater influence over group decisions than others. It is not quantified though, nor is it quantifiable without losing something of its essence. We can reduce esteem and prestige to a number, but let us recognize that this is in fact a reduction. Just as when analog recordings are rendered into digital formats, something of the warmth, humanity, and infinity of the original is lost. Many online systems do indeed convert reputation and contribution to a number. The user rating systems of websites like Amazon and Airbnb are one such quasi-currency. Not only can users rate and review products, they can also rate each other's ratings, creating a self-policing system. What is essentially a gift economy, no one receives any direct reward for writing reviews, is evolving structures that parallel the mediatory functions of money. Over the last 10 years, a large number of gifting platforms have been developed to connect gifts and needs online. The first I became aware of, developed by Timothy Wilkin, is called GIFtegrity. It asks each member to provide a profile listing what he or she wishes to give and to receive. The recipient of a gift rates the transaction, and these ratings determine the order in which potential recipients of one's gifts will be listed. If you have given a lot, your name will be near the top when someone is searching for a recipient of the gift he wants to offer. If you then receive a gift, your rating will drop a bit to reflect that your giving and receiving have moved closer into balance. These ratings points act very much like money. In a traditional community, no such rating system would be necessary, as the giving and the needs of each member would be common knowledge. Systems like GIFtegrity seem to offer the possibility of bringing gift relationships into a broader realm. But rather than obviating the need for money, they are recreating it, albeit as something much closer to its original essence, as a token of gratitude. The ratings in GIFtegrity and similar systems are money. You receive points for giving, you expend them in receiving. Such systems bear a fundamental limitation of money as well, in that the qualitative resists quantification on a linear scale. Of course, they are superior to today's usury-based money, but this kind of technocratic alternative, however brilliant, doesn't speak to what has been lost in our quantification of the world. We want to recover the infinite. Ratings and points don't meet our deep need for the personal ties, gratitude, and multidimensional stories that circulate in gift culture. Am I contradicting myself, saying that money originated as a token of gratitude and that money originated as measure? Money was inhabited, as it were, by two spirits from the very beginning. It was both an extension of gift economics, which was once nearly all there was, into the realm of mass society, and an incursion of measuring, counting, keeping, and controlling into the original openness of gift mentality. Yet in speaking of money as a token of gratitude, I am also using the word originate in a non-normal sense, referring to an origin not in time but in, for lack of a better phrase, the mind of God. I am referring to money's teleological origin, the purpose for which it came into being in this world. The measure function of money has a counterpart in gift economics, for even though gifts do not come with a specific expectation of return, nonetheless they ordinarily happen within view of the community. The anonymous giving that we elevate today to the highest category of generosity had a minor role in gift cultures past and present. Communities were generally aware of the needs, gifts, and degree of generosity of their members. Money substitutes for this awareness. In theory, at least, it confers the benefits of social recognition onto the people who contribute. In practice, the scope of recognized contribution has been limited to contribution to the ascent of humanity, the growing of the human realm. But even with a degrowth currency, the deeper problem remains that money by nature can operate only in the realm of the quantifiable. We face the question of how to facilitate the flow of the non-quantifiable across the vast social distances of mass society. In hundreds of thousands of years of human existence, this is a new problem. Perhaps we can begin reconstructing gift economy from the ground up. Today, money has taken over even on small scales, where informal consensus and the social witnessing of generosity could facilitate the three above-mentioned functions of connecting, honoring, and coordinating gifts. As more and more people recognize the social impoverishment of the conversion of relationship into money, and as the money system itself unravels, people are finding ways to reclaim these functions. One of my favorites is the gift circle, developed by Alpha Low and now replicating itself around the country. In this weekly gathering, participants state one or more things they would like to give and one or more things they would like to receive. Often, it seems, a magical synchronicity of wants and needs unfolds. You need a potato masher? We have 3. Or you need a ride to the airport on Friday. My husband is flying out then, too. Witnessing the generosity of others, over time participants feel more and more comfortable asking of and giving to others in the circle. Help is always a phone call away. If, during the week, someone helps another fix her car, then she can tell of this gift in the next circle so that the gift may be witnessed. A sense of community grows along with the knowledge that if you give, you will be known as a giver, and people will desire to give to you in turn. Another way to accomplish something similar is to use a website to offer gifts, make requests, and record what has been given. When this is done on a large scale, the means of fulfilling these functions looks more and more like money. Without personal familiarity with what is being given and received, some means of standardization becomes necessary. On a small scale, though, merely witnessing the flow of gifts, whether directly or via the medium of stories, suffices. Without that witnessing, gifts are less potent in creating community. This is the flaw in such systems as free cycling and Craigslist, although the fact that people use these at all testifies to our innate generosity. Newer systems such as gift flow, neighbor goods, shareable, GIF-degree, and many others recognize and remedy this flaw. Notice that all I have described so far accelerates the degrowth of the economy. When we give each other rides to the airport instead of hiring a taxi, when we share power tools instead of buying new ones, or when we give away our spare potato masher, we reduce consumer demand and cut into economic growth. The shrinkage of the monetary realm hastens the demise of the old regime and the transition into steady-state economics. It also makes that transition much less frightening. When we are ensconced in gift communities that honor and reciprocate generosity, then we depend less on money and associate it less with survival. Could the gift circle concept scale up beyond the community level in which people know each other first or second hand? In the very long term, we might be able to envision a moneyless gift society based on the model of circles of circles. It would seem that money is necessary in the global coordination of labor, but if we look at this global coordination more closely, the actual number of people that any given person interacts with is not that great. When more than a few hundred people must cooperate to produce something, the entire community of production naturally resolves into sub-communities and sub-sub-communities, down to the level at which gift economics works. People within each circle could give to each other, and each circle as an integrated entity could give to other circles in its larger circle, and then each of those to other circles of circles. This vision involves a fundamental reorganization of society, bottom-up, peer-to-peer, autopoietic, self-organizing. In the meta-human body we call society, money is like a signaling molecule that directs resources to where they are needed. It mediates economic relationships among our collective body's far-flung parts. It is one of many symbolic systems that defines and coordinates our organs, governments, institutions, and organizations of all types. Unfortunately, money conveys only certain kinds of information, mostly about quantifiable gifts, needs, and desires. To achieve health, we therefore need other ways of organizing and coordinating human activity. There is today an explosion of innovation in creating decentralized, non-hierarchical modes of collaboration and ownership. These are a kind of substructure for a circles of circles gift economy of the future. At the more conservative end of the spectrum are employee-owned companies with traditional management structures, of which there are several hundred of medium to large size in the United States. More radical are enterprises that use democratic or collaborative methods to manage the company, various collectives and co-ops. Perhaps the most notable of these is the Mondragon Cooperative in Spain, comprising more than 250 companies and some 80,000 employee/owners, making it one of Spain's largest companies. Founded during the reign of the fascist dictator Franco, it somehow managed to explicitly espouse and embody the principle of the sovereignty of labor and other values of participatory democracy. I leave it to the reader to learn more about this fascinating enterprise, a pioneer in participatory management and cooperative ownership. In creating new modes of organization that can accommodate the unquantifiable, we are just entering an age of experimentation. Many of these experiments have failed and will fail, for example, the communist bloc's forced collectivization with central management by bureaucrats. Doubtless many new forms of collaboration will arise as we digest the lessons of past and current attempts. Point 1. The monetary proposals I have laid forth in this book will encourage non-traditional structures of ownership and management. Just as they will eliminate the profiting from passive ownership of money, land, and the commons generally, so will they discourage profiting from passive ownership in corporations, which today are a vehicle of the control of said assets. The advent of collaborative gift structures will fundamentally alter the experience of employment. Today, the interests of workers and owners are fundamentally at odds. It is in the owner's interest for the workers to do maximum work for as little pay as possible. It is in each individual worker's interest to do as little work as possible for maximum pay. Good management can mitigate this fundamental opposition by tying pay to performance and by appealing to professional pride, loyalty, or team spirit, but the underlying contradiction remains. Employees commonly receive rewards for their success in office politics rather than authentic contributions, while recognizing team spirit as the internal PR that it often is. If we are really all in it together, they wonder, how is it that I can be fired at any time but the owners cannot? Any lasting value I create is theirs. In this world, any employee who truly identifies with his employer is a dupe. This becomes obvious whenever a company downsizes or streamlines. I've given you 20 years of loyal service, how can you let me go? As one insurance executive explained to an employee, if you want loyalty, get a dog. Of course, most employers aren't so hard-hearted, but market discipline hardens a soft heart. Well, market discipline can change. As money aligns with social and ecological good, and as new structures arise that reward contribution to the commonwealth, the relationships around work will lose their spirit of mutual exploitation. The raison d'être of business organizations will shift. Quantifiable contributions to the good of society and the planet will receive monetary reward, and unquantifiable contributions will accrue rewards of status, gratitude, and goodwill mediated through the new social and symbolic structures emerging today. Such innovations are the wave of the future. In all realms, the model of wealth from owning will give way to that of wealth by giving. The desire to own, to control, is the desire of the self of separation, the self that seeks to manipulate others to its own advantage, to extract wealth from nature and people and all that is other. The connected self grows rich by giving, by playing its role to the fullest in the nourishment of that which extends beyond itself. As we step into the connected self, organizational structures are emerging that are in tune with it. They align the self-interest of the individual with that of the organization, and the interest of the organization with that of society and the planet. Unlike classic collectivist models, they allow the exuberant expression of the extraordinary gifts of the individual, yet turn those gifts toward the benefit of all. The open collaborative structures of an extended gift economy transcend the old opposition between the individual and the group. When I say that extraordinary individual gifts will turn toward the benefit of all, some readers might protest, but shouldn't individual excellence be rewarded? Conservative friends in particular are immediately suspicious of my ideas, supposing that they entail the subsumption of the individual. They think that in a system that discourages accumulation and turns excellence toward the benefit of all, there would be no incentive or reward for greatness. Meanwhile, the traditional left accepts the same basic premises, differing only in the conviction that the subsumption of the individual is good and necessary. In this view, a virtuous person labors in noble self-sacrifice for the common good, spurning any reciprocation or reward. Both of these views come from the paradigm of separation that holds that more for you is less for me. More for the group is less for the individual. But in gift culture, that is simply untrue. A great giver of precious gifts can ascend to the highest pinnacle of honor and enjoy all that is within the power of human beings to bestow. Such is the nature and the power of gratitude. Unfortunately, the intuitions of gift culture are alien to us now, for though they live deeply in our hearts, they are absent from the economic and ideological structures of our society. Part 3 of this book describes how to restore the intuitions and practices of gift culture, starting on the personal level. The bankruptcy of the economics of the separate self is now plain to see. In the capitalist world in which individual accumulation has been permitted, we have experienced not the exuberant expression of our gifts, but their suppression, their enslavement, and their perversion toward the purpose of taking and controlling, for these activities are what the present money system compels and rewards. Worse, these ostensible rewards have been a delusion, money, its purchases and its accumulation substituting for connection, love, beauty, play, meaning, and purpose. The non-capitalist world fared us no better. Whether it comes from communist ideology or religious teaching, self-abnegation is life-denying. Invariably, the life denied expresses itself in shadow forms that wreak the same consequences, or worse, as the outright aggrandizement of the separate self. The age of separation, however, is winding to a close, and we are beginning to relearn how to live the truth of our connectedness. All that I have laid out so far in this book assumes, and fosters, a shift in our consciousness, without which nothing of sacred economics would be practicable. I am not calling for such a shift, though I am observing it, bearing witness to it, and, I like to think, contributing to it. It is happening as you read these words, and it will happen all the swifter as the multiple crises born of separation converge upon us. The world is changing, and ourselves with it. We not only must create the economic structures of the connected self living in co-creative partnership with Earth, we can also, right now, learn how to think and live in them. Chapter 17. Summary and Roadmap. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you. Then they fight you, then you win. Mohandas Gandhi. Before I explore more deeply the shift in personal economic thinking and practice that is part of sacred economy, I will summarize its key macroeconomic elements. Some are coming into place already, others are still outside the purview of acceptable political discourse and await a deepening of the crisis for the unthinkable to become common sense. The transition I map out is evolutionary. It does not involve confiscation of property or the wholesale destruction of present institutions, but their transformation. As the following summaries describe, this transformation is underway already, or incipient in existing institutions. The reader may notice that, except where they are off the map entirely, most of these developments fall on the left side of the political spectrum. That is because they gradually redistribute wealth from the rich to everybody else. Whereas the moneyed classes have always desired higher interest rates, and labor lower interest rates, this book foresees them going negative. Whereas liberals are fond of social welfare programs, this book foresees their universalization in a social dividend. Whereas corporate interests advocate the gutting of environmental and social protections, this book foresees the reclamation of the commons. The single major exception to the foregoing is the elimination of the income tax, which will actually benefit that small subset of the wealthy whose wealth comes from entrepreneurial productivity rather than control of money and property generating economic rents. 1. Debt cancellation. In the years since publishing the first edition of this book, I have come to see debt cancellation as the key to all the rest of this book's macroeconomic proposals. With the vast new debts assumed under COVID-19, the issue of debt is more timely than ever. The legitimacy of a given social order rests on the legitimacy of its debts. Even in ancient times this was so. In traditional cultures, debt was a glue that held society together. Everybody at one time or another owed something to someone else. Repayment of debt was inseparable from the meeting of social obligations, it resonated with the principles of fairness and gratitude. The moral associations of making good on one's debts are still with us today, woven into the logic of austerity as well as the legal code. A good country, or a good person, is supposed to make every effort to repay its debts. Therefore, if a country like Jamaica or Greece, or a municipality like Baltimore or Detroit, has insufficient revenue to make its debt payments, it should privatize public assets, slash pensions and salaries, liquidate natural resources, and cut public services so it can use the savings to pay creditors. Such a prescription takes for granted the legitimacy of its debts. On the household level the same logic applies. If you owe money, you'd better work harder, spend less, sell off assets, and organize your future around debt repayment. Because, after all, you owe the money fair and square. With intensifying concentration of wealth since the 2008 financial crisis, the realization is growing that many of these debts are neither fair nor square. Most obviously unfair are loans involving illegal or deceptive practices, the kind that were rampant in the lead-up to the 2008 financial crisis, or the LIBOR rate-fixing scandal thereafter. A movement arose in the 2010s to challenge the legitimacy of these debts through citizen audits and lawsuits brought by local governments. In times like ours, when the law itself is subject to manipulation by financial interests, why should these challenges be limited to debts that involved law breaking? What about lending that is merely deceptive or unethical? What if a context of unjust economic, political, or social conditions compels the debtor to go into debt? If that injustice is pervasive, then aren't all or most debts illegitimate? If so, debt resistance has profound political consequences. This feeling of pervasive, systemic unfairness is palpable in the Third World and in increasing swaths of the First. African and Latin American nations, Southern and Eastern Europe, communities of color, students, homeowners with mortgages, municipalities, the unemployed, those ruined by COVID-19 lockdowns. The list of those who strain under enormous debt through no fault of their own is endless. They share the perception that their debts are somehow unfair, illegitimate, even if there is no legal basis for that perception. Hence the slogan of debt activists and resistors everywhere: don't owe, won't pay. Debt is a potent rallying issue because of its ubiquity and its psychological gravity. Unlike climate change, which is easy to relegate to theoretical importance when, after all, the supermarkets are still full of food and the air conditioner still is running, debt affects the lives of growing numbers of people directly and undeniably, a yoke, a burden, a constant constraint on their freedom. 3/4 of Americans carry some form of debt. Student debt stands at more than $1 trillion and averages some $30,000 per graduating student. Municipalities around the country are cutting services to the bone, laying off employees, and slashing pensions. Why? To make payments on their debts. The same is true of entire nations, as the bond markets tighten their death grip on Southern Europe, Latin America, Africa, and the rest of the world. Most people need little persuading to agree that debt has become a tyrant over their lives. What is harder for them to see, though, is that they could ever be free of their debts, which are often described as inescapable or crushing. That is why even the most modest challenges to debt legitimacy, such as the aforementioned citizen audits, have revolutionary implications. They cast into question the certainty of debt. If one debt can be altered, maybe all of them can. One basis for this challenge is the principle of odious debt, mentioned in Chapter 6. Odious debt was a key concept in the recent debt audits on the national level, most notably that of Ecuador in 2008 that led to it defaulting on a portion of its foreign debt. Nothing terrible happened to it, setting a dangerous precedent. Greece's Truth Commission on Public Debt audited all of that nation's sovereign debt with the same possibility in mind. Other nations should take notice, because their debts, which are obviously unpayable, condemn them to an eternity of austerity, wage cuts, natural resource liquidation, privatization, etc., for the privilege of staying in debt. In most cases the debts are never paid off and never can be. Thankfully, COVID-19 is bringing the issue of unpayability into sharper focus. Not only does debt have the potential to be a rallying point of near universal appeal, it also happens to be a unique political pressure point. That's because the results of mass debt cancellation or repudiation would be catastrophic for the financial system. The Lehman Brothers collapse of 2008 demonstrated that the system is so highly leveraged and so tightly interconnected that even a small disruption can cascade into a massive systemic crisis. Moreover, it is a form of protest easily accessible to the atomized digital citizen who has been sundered from other forms of collective association. Arguably, it is the only form of digital action that has much real-world impact. As Sylvia Federici writes in the South Atlantic Quarterly, instead of work, exploitation, and above all bosses, so prominent in the world of smokestacks, we now have debtors confronting not an employer but a bank and confronting it alone, not as part of a collective body and collective relation, as it was the case with wage workers. 1 Federici, From Commoning to Debt. Until the breakdown that COVID-19 launched, any debt relief proposal that was politically realistic or reachable was hardly worth pursuing. Reduced interest rates or other incremental reforms are not going to arouse an apathetic and disillusioned citizenry. Recall the nuclear freeze movement of the 1980s, widely decried as naive and unrealistic by establishment liberals. It generated a vocal and committed movement that contributed to the climate of opinion behind the START agreements of the Reagan era. The economic reform movement needs something equally simple, graspable, and appealing. What about the cancellation of all student debt? What about a jubilee, a fresh start for mortgage debtors and debtor nations? Such proposals bring up the obvious question: who would pay? If we simply cancel debt outright, we are also canceling most financial assets, including pension funds and grandma's savings account. Fortunately, there is a more graceful solution. In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, governments responded consistently by bailing out the creditors and keeping the debts on the books. For example, the Federal Reserve purchased huge amounts of toxic mortgage-backed securities, exchanging them for cash at full value. The debtors, however, had to keep paying. What would it look like to bail out the debtors instead? How could the central banks afford that? The same way they afforded the 2008 bailouts and the COVID-19 stimulus and relief financing. This money didn't come from tax dollars. The Fed, as well as the ECB and other central banks, created money ex nihilo as an accounting entry. In theory, the Fed could buy every student loan and every mortgage debt in the country and, unilaterally, reduce the interest rate to zero or even forgive the entire debt. The central banks of the world could do the same for third world debt, Greek bonds, and so forth. In this way, the debtors would have relief while the creditors would remain whole, receiving cash for their loans, many of which will never be repaid anyway. The miscreant lenders will be rescued, but they won't be able to further profit as a result of their misbehavior as they did in the last bailout. Why? Because of the second pillar of transition to sacred economy, negative interest. A debt jubilee is possible, but it can come only with massive system change. To negative interest currency. Motivation, negative interest on reserves, and a physical currency that loses value with time, reverses the effects of interest. It enables prosperity without growth, systemically encourages the equitable distribution of wealth, and ends the discounting of future cash flows so that we no longer are pressed to mortgage our future for short-term returns. Moreover, it embodies the truth about the world, in which all things decay and return to their source. No longer is money an illusory exception to nature's law. Finally, since money in some sense represents the accumulated power of millennia of technological development, which is the common inheritance of all human beings, it is unjust for someone to profit merely by owning it, as happens in the current system of risk-free positive interest. Transition and policy. We have been on the brink of a transition to decaying currency since 2009, as numerous central banks have instituted zero or slightly negative rates on reserve deposits. Meanwhile, economic growth has been anemic and, especially with COVID-19, debt has risen to unprecedented levels. Now we have a choice: try to maintain the debt with extreme austerity policies, or begin the process of wealth redistribution. Each new crisis, each new bailout, offers the opportunity to buy out unrepayable debts with decaying currency, thereby rescuing the financial infrastructure without further intensifying the concentration of wealth. Moreover, when traditional monetary stimulus and Keynesian fiscal stimulus fail beyond doubt, central banks can hardly ignore the obvious next step of pushing interest rates below zero. To prevent currency wars, this should happen as a coordinated policy of all sovereign powers, or it should be built into a global currency. The Federal Reserve does not at present have the authority to levy negative interest on reserves or to issue depreciating banknotes. That would require, as it should, a political process. The time is ripe for this idea to enter the economic and political discourse, as central bankers fret about the impotence of their monetary tools. The economic stagnation of the last 10 years demonstrates that lowering interest rates to zero stimulates lending only if there is the prospect of significant economic growth. Multiple rounds of quantitative easing only generated excess reserves, executive pay hikes, speculation, and corporate stock buybacks. We could blame greed for these results, but in the absence of growth, there are insufficient productive capital investments to justify lending. Banks would rather hold money at zero interest than lend it into a low-growth economy. But would they be willing to hold it at 2%? Or 5%? Effect on economic life: for everyone but the investing class, the everyday experience of using money will be the same. Hard as it may be for the wealthy to imagine, most people today live paycheck to paycheck and rarely accumulate more than a couple months' worth of savings. Zero or negative interest on savings would be inconsequential for them. For the more affluent, savings would still be possible, but the value of savings would gradually decrease over time unless invested at risk. there will be no way to grow money risk-free, to make money work for you. Even government bonds will pay 0 interest or less. For large purchases, whether on the personal or corporate level, low interest or 0 interest loans rather than savings will be the primary financing vehicle. This is happening already anyway. Businesses will have access to investment capital that does not require them to devote a high proportion of their future cash flow to servicing debt, removing the grow or die imperative that governs economic life today. Finally, pension funds and insurance will probably need to be socialized or funded through current receipts. 3. Elimination of economic rents, and compensation for depletion of the commons. Motivation. Polarization of wealth is inevitable when people are allowed to profit from merely owning a thing, without producing anything or contributing to society. These profits, known as economic rents, accrue to the holders of land, the electromagnetic spectrum, mineral rights, oil reserves, patents, and many other forms of property. Because these forms of property either were prior to any human being or are the collective product of human culture, they should not belong to any private individual who does not use them for the benefit of the public and the planet. In addition, today it is possible to profit by depleting aspects of the commonwealth such as biodiversity, aquifers, soil, ocean fisheries, and so on. These properly belong to all of us, and their depletion should happen only by common agreement and for the common good. Transition and policy. Some states and nations already levy land value taxes, and others have nationalized oil and minerals. The country of Bolivia and the state of Alaska, for example, assert public ownership over oil rights, so that oil companies earn money only for their services in extracting the oil, and not from owning the oil. Shifting the tax burden away from labor and toward property will become more and more attractive as wage earners' situations become desperate. Finally, as intractable regulatory battles over water rights show, building resource conservation directly into the money system is an idea whose time is coming. Measures such as Georgist land value taxes, leasing of mineral rights, and the use of the subjects of economic rent as a currency backing as described in this book are ways to return economic rents to the people, so that private interests can profit only by using property well, not by merely owning it. Anything that comes from the commons should be subject to fees or taxes. Intellectual property can be returned to the commons by shortening the terms of copyrights and patents, thereby acknowledging the cultural matrix from which ideas arise. We must also keep new sources of wealth, such as the genome, the electromagnetic spectrum, and the new commons of the Internet, in the public domain, allocating their use only to those who use it to benefit society and the planet. Effect on economic life. With a shift of taxation onto property and resources, sales and income taxes will be reduced or eliminated, and a strong economic incentive for conservation created. Since economic rents enrich those who already own, eliminating them will foster a more equitable distribution of wealth. In the realm of intellectual property, the widening of the public domain will encourage cultural creations that are not geared toward profit, as the raw materials of artistic and intellectual creation will be less subject to royalties and the limitations of private property. 4. Internalization of social and environmental costs. Motivation. Just as it is possible today to deplete aquifers without paying society for it, it is also possible to deplete the Earth's capacity to absorb and process waste, the geosphere's capacity to recycle carbon, and the human body's capacity to deal with toxic pollutants. Today, pollution and other forms of environmental degradation generate costs that are usually borne by society and future generations, not the polluters. Not only is this patently unfair, but it also encourages continued pollution and environmental degradation. Transition and policy. Regulation with financial penalties for infractions is at present the primary means to reverse the economic incentive to pollute, but it suffers many flaws, both in practice and in underlying theory. It provides an incentive to meet standards but no incentive to exceed them. Nor does it allow us to implement an overall ceiling on total emissions of a given pollutant or total drawdown of a natural resource. Current proposals to remedy these shortcomings include cap and trade schemes and green taxes. Many such schemes have been proposed and, in some places, implemented. Cap and trade, for sulfur dioxide, has worked quite well in reducing acid rain but poorly for decreasing CO2 emissions. Whether through regulation or fees, ultimately unecological activity should also be made uneconomic. Ultimately, it is impossible to stop ecocide merely by making it more expensive. No finite value is appropriate for the infinitely precious. However, in any ecological relationship there is a level of give and take that is sustainable. Under a certain threshold, some ozone emitted, some copper mined, some trees used for wood, some water taken from aquifers, some fish taken from the ocean. That threshold can be subject to economic value, so that activities requiring those resources become appropriately expensive, creating an incentive to recycle, reuse, and conserve. Green taxes are the easiest step to accomplish this. Eventually we might base the money system itself on the gifts of the earth by backing currency with earth's resources and its capacity to absorb and transform waste. Effect on economic life: these measures end the opposition between ecology and economy. They align the best business decision with the best environmental decision, turning the power of entrepreneurial innovation toward the service of the planet. Huge new industries will arise devoted to conservation, pollution control, and toxic waste remediation. Zero-waste manufacturing will become the norm. The high expense of raw materials will encourage continued progress toward miniaturization and efficiency. With economic disincentives for cheap, throwaway goods, manufactured items will become more expensive, more durable, and more reparable. We will care about our things more, maintain them, and keep them. Large, resource-intensive goods such as cars, machines, and certain tools and appliances will be shared within a neighborhood or other community. Residential areas will become more compact, houses will become smaller, and larger homes will house extended families and other structures beyond the nuclear family. As with the elimination of economic rents, these measures shift taxes away from income and onto resources so that we are taxed not on what we contribute but on what we take. Ultimately, income will not be taxed at all, freeing us from onerous record-keeping responsibilities and intrusive government monitoring. 5. Economic and monetary localization. Motivation: as community has disintegrated around the world, people yearn for a return to local economies where we know personally the people we depend on. We want to be connected to people and places, not adrift in an anonymous global monoculture. Moreover, global commodity production puts localities into competition with each other, fomenting a race to the bottom in wages and environmental regulations. When production and economic exchange are local, the social and environmental effects of our actions are much more obvious, reinforcing our innate compassion. Transition and policy: the trend toward local economy has already started in the area of food, as millions of consumers are awakening to the health benefits of locally grown, fresh food. People everywhere show a strong desire to reconnect with community, and some city and regional governments have initiated buy local campaigns. Recent disruptions in global trade due to COVID-19 and geopolitics have also stimulated deglobalization thinking. Local currencies have been a disappointment relative to their promised benefits, but if social and economic breakdown proceeds, they may yet see a revival, especially as digital technology has made it easy for any tech-savvy organization to launch a cryptocurrency. 2. That is because low wages are in effect subsidized by the non-monetized commons. When much is still available for free from the land and the community, the cost of living and therefore wages can be very low. The other elements of sacred economics synergize with localization. Internalization of costs will remove many illusory economies of scale that favor long-distance transport, while the elimination of economic rents will ameliorate the obscene wage differentials that now exist between rich and poor countries. 2. Both these factors will encourage a reversal of some of the economic globalization that has happened in the last 200 years. Meanwhile, as much of the natural, social, and cultural commons is local or bi-original in character, a money system backed by the commons will naturally strengthen local political and economic sovereignty. Recent financial crises have shown that as soon as national currency stops working, local governments are quick to step in by creating their own money. It happened in Argentina in 2002, it almost happened in California in 2009, and with the likely breakup of the Eurozone, a significant devolution of monetary sovereignty back to smaller nations may be happening in Europe. As the present crisis deepens, regional governments and smaller nations will have a chance to reclaim economic sovereignty by issuing currency and protecting it from global financial markets through capital controls, foreign exchange transaction taxes, and so forth. Governments can also give preferential treatment to local businesses in allocating contracts. Finally, local and regional governments can reclaim their credit sovereignty from international finance by establishing public banks and other credit-generating institutions. Effect on economic life: while many high-tech products and services are by their nature global, hidden subsidies and decades of policy have thrust many things that can and should be local into the global commodity economy. In the future these will revert to local production. Most of the food that we eat will be grown in the bioregions in which we live. Houses and many manufactured products will use local materials, often recycled, and be produced on a smaller scale. Small towns will experience an economic revival, and Main Street will be repopulated by authentic local businesses. 6. The social dividend. Motivation: thousands of years of technological advances have made production of the quantifiable necessities of life extremely easy. These advances, the gift of our ancestors, should be the common property of all humanity. Each of us deserves a share of the wealth they have made possible. The same is true of the natural wealth of the earth, which was made by no human. The current economic system essentially forces us to work for what is already ours. In contrast, a social dividend pays out the proceeds of the economic rent compensation, pollution taxes, and so on, see 3 and 4 above, to all citizens. It also serves to mitigate concentration of wealth and prevent deflationary crises. The social dividend would ideally provide the bare amount to cover life's necessities. Beyond that, people could still choose to earn their own money. It frees work from the pressure of necessity. People would work because they want to, not because they have to. Transition and policy: COVID-19 stimulus checks and heightened unemployment benefits are harbingers of the social dividend that is to come. A further existing model is the welfare system, which is derided with the term entitlements. But perhaps we should embrace that epithet and extend it to every citizen. After all, are we not all entitled to the vast abundant wealth that Earth and our ancestors have bequeathed us? Entitlements already in place, such as food stamps, public health insurance, tax credits to low and middle income families with children, social welfare programs, unemployment compensation, and stimulus checks, can be expanded and universalized. Such measures run counter to the current political trend of austerity, but the rapidly intensifying misery those policies engender has led to social unrest and political upheaval. The political will is emerging to redistribute wealth. Let us not think punitively, in terms of taxing the rich, let us rather take the attitude of giving all citizens their due. A social dividend is a covert redistribution of wealth because while all receive equally, the wealthy pay proportionally more taxes to fund it. Point 3 in the vision of this book, it will be funded by demurrage charges, pollution fees, and payments for the use of the commons, see 2, 3, and 4 above. 3. Another way to fund it is with fiat money created by the government and paid to all citizens. This also is a covert form of wealth redistribution, since unless an equivalent amount of money is removed from the economy through taxation, inflation will result, diminishing the relative wealth of the creditor class. Effect on economic life: although there will still be poor people and wealthy people, poverty will no longer entail extreme anxiety. Those who are oriented toward creating things that other people want and need will earn more money. Those who are focused on simplicity, living in nature, or artistic self-expression may have to get by on the bare necessities. The point of economic life, however, will no longer be to make a living. Freed of that pressure, we will turn our gifts toward that which inspires us for more and more of us, That is the healing of society and the planet from the ravages of separation. If you still think that freedom from survival pressure will lead to dissipation and indolence, please go back and reread The Will to Work in Chapter 14. 7. Economic degrowth. Motivation. Over hundreds of years of inventing labor-saving devices, from the spinning jenny to the digital computer, we have at every turn chosen to consume more rather than to work less. This choice, driven by the money system, accompanied an accelerating drawdown of social and natural capital. Today, the option of accelerating consumption is no longer available to us. Absent the driving force of positive risk-free interest, economic growth will no longer be necessary to promote the flow of capital, and a degrowth economy will become feasible. Technology will continue to advance, and we will be left with the second option, to work less or, more accurately, to work less for money. Transition and policy. This is already happening. Persistently high unemployment rates, near 20%, counting discouraged workers, in industrialized countries, together with overcapacity of production, imply that there is simply not enough paid work to employ everyone to produce all we need. COVID-19 has accelerated this trend, as many of the jobs it eliminated have been automated and will never come back. To be sure, there is much necessary and beautiful work to be done, but much of it fundamentally does not generate an economic return. Unemployment is considered an evil today, but it would not be if it were supported by a social dividend and spread out over the economy. What if everyone worked 20% less, instead of 20% of the people working not at all? This economic circumstance coincides with a shift in consciousness as more and more of us reject the conventional notion of work, the division of life into two exclusive zones, work and leisure. Decaying currency and the social dividend support a degrowth economy. We must also deprogram ourselves from the growth is good mantra that guides public policy today. In the stimulus programs following the 2008 and COVID-19 crashes, the rationale for the roads, bridges, and other projects was to stimulate growth. It was not a conscious decision that we actually need more roads and bridges. Similarly, housing starts are welcome as a sign of growth, and not as an expression of a belief that we need more subdivisions and sprawl. Policies such as monetary and Keynesian fiscal stimulus, which in their new incarnation will be negative interest money and the social dividend, must be reframed. They are not to get the economy growing again, they are to circulate money to those who need to spend it. Generally speaking, this will not trigger growth if the commons is protected from monetization. Instead, it will shift the allocation of resources and the focus of economic activity. Effect on economic life. The poor and the middle class will experience greater affluence, as if the economy were growing, because the benefits of higher wages and easier employment that ordinarily happen only in a context of growth-driven business investment will be able to happen in a steady state or degrowth economy. People will spend more and more of their time in non-economic activities as the money realm shrinks and the realm of gifts, voluntarism, leisure, and the unquantifiable grows. Digital content, images, music, video, news, books, etc. will continue its trend toward zero-cost availability. While resource-based production will be far more expensive, human input will continue to benefit from the ongoing accumulation of technology, so that in many high-tech realms, we will do more with less. People will also share more and consume less, borrow more and rent less, give more and sell less, all reflecting and engendering economic degrowth. 8. Gift culture and P2P economics. Motivation. The expansion of the money realm has come at the expense of other forms of economic circulation, in particular gifts. When every economic relationship becomes a paid service, we are left independent of everyone we know and dependent, via money, on anonymous, distant service providers. That is a primary reason for the decline of community in modern societies, with its attendant alienation, loneliness, and psychological misery. Moreover, money is unsuited to facilitate the circulation and development of the unquantifiable things that truly make life rich. Transition and policy. Thankfully, the money realm is already beginning to shrink, and that degrowth allows new space for gift economics. The Internet is in important respects a gift network, and it has made it easy to give away information that was once very costly to produce. In various ways, this has pushed services like advertising, think Craigslist, travel agencies, journalism, publishing, music, and many more toward the gift realm. It has also facilitated gift-based modes of open-source production. What once required paid intermediaries and centralized administrative structures now happens directly. People and businesses are even creating credit, via mutual credit systems, without the intermediation of banks. Meanwhile, on the local level, the ideals of the connected self, the yearning for community, and sheer economic exigency are leading people to restore gift-based community structures. Governments can liberalize tax and banking regulations to give free rein to the new systems of economic circulation emerging today. The commons in which these systems reside, in particular the Internet, must be kept public. Governments can also establish and promote mutual credit systems for business and industry, shielding the domestic or local economy from predation by international capital. For digital goods, the government can break up monopolies and encourage the development of P2P social media platforms and a decentralized Internet. Effect on economic life: people will meet their needs, whether for goods, services, or money itself, in a great variety of ways. Face-to-face gift circles and online coordination of gifts and needs will allow many needs to be met without money. People will have much more of a sense of being a part of a community they rely on. Complementary, user-created credit systems, along with Internet-based P2P lending, will obviate some of the traditional need for banks. On a local level as well as mediated through global networks, new non-quantified currencies of recognition and gratitude will emerge that connect and reward qualitative contributions to society and the planet. As you can see, all of the 8 elements I have described are tightly synergistic. Indeed, none can stand on its own. Negative interest currency, for instance, won't work if other sources of economic rent are still available to invest in. Localization depends in large part on the removal of hidden subsidies that make global trade economic. Gift economies allow the quality of life to improve even as the economy shrinks. Together, the various strands of sacred economy I have described in part 2 of this book weave a tapestry, an organic matrix that we can see wanting to emerge today. The new economy will not come from a new beginning, a sweeping away of the old and a starting afresh. It is rather a phased transition, a metamorphosis. Just as no piece of sacred economy can stand alone, so also does each piece naturally induce the others. But if there is a linchpin, it is the end of growth, the transition of the human species to a new relationship with Earth, a new story of the people. Ultimately, it is our emerging desire to be Earth's partner, and our newfound spiritual realization of the uniqueness and connectedness of all beings, that underlies what I have called sacred economics. Part 3. Living the New Economy. The transition to sacred economy is part of a larger shift in our ways of thinking, relating, and being. Economic logic alone is not enough to sustain it. Many economic visionaries have devised mathematically persuasive revolutions in money and property, but of the handful that ever came to fruition, none survived the test of time. Part 3 of this book, therefore, is devoted to the shift of consciousness and practice that goes along with the new money systems I have described. As we heal the spirit/matter rupture, we discover that economics and spirituality are inseparable. On the personal level, economics is about how to give our gifts and meet our needs. It is about who we are in relation to the world. By changing our everyday economic thinking and practices, we not only prepare ourselves for the great changes ahead, we also set the stage for their emergence. By living the concepts of sacred economics, we ease its acceptance by all and welcome it into the world. Chapter 18. Relearning Gift Culture. Lovers must not, like usurers, live for themselves alone. They must finally turn from their gaze at one another, back toward the community. Wendell Berry. We have in our age created a distinction between money exchanges and gifts. The former is in the realm of rational self-interest, the latter is at least partially altruistic or selfless. This division of economics into two separate realms mirrors other defining dichotomies of our civilization: human and nature, spirit and matter, good and evil, sacred and profane, mind and body. None of these withstand deep scrutiny, all of them are crumbling as the age of separation draws to a close. And so, just as we erase the matter/spirit distinction and resacralize all of matter, just as we give up on the effort to transcend nature and realize that we are a part of it, so also shall we return the spirit of the gift to all aspects of human economy, whether or not money is involved. Each aspect of the monetary evolution described in this book imbues money with the properties of gift. Over time, giving and receiving must be in balance. The internalization of ecological costs ensures that we will take no more from Earth than we can give. The source of a gift is to be acknowledged. The restoration of the commons means that any use of what belongs to all is acknowledged by a payment that goes to all. Gifts circulate rather than accumulate. Decaying currency ensures that wealth remains a function of flow rather than of owning. Gifts flow toward the greatest need. A social dividend ensures that the basic survival needs of every person are met. The foundation of a sacred economy, then, is gift consciousness. The remainder of this book explores the ways in which we can restore the mentality of the gift in our own lives to foster and prepare for the coming world. I am not suggesting that you become a saint and abandon selfishness. Gift culture is not so simple. As we imbue matter with the qualities we once ascribed to spirit, we are also imbuing spirit with the messy qualities of matter. No longer is the spiritual realm of our conceptions a place of perfect order, harmony, goodness, and justice. Similarly, as we imbue money with some of the characteristics of gift culture, we must recognize that the gift realm never was, and may never be, a realm of pure disinterested selflessness. Consider the ideal of the free gift, which Jacques Derrida characterizes as follows: for there to be a gift, there must be no reciprocity, return, exchange, countergift, or debt. This would preclude any benefit accruing to the giver, such as social status, praise, expressions of gratitude, and even, perhaps, the feeling that one has done something virtuous. The closest example of this in real life would be anonymous charity, or perhaps the alms given to Jain ascetics, who make sure to offer neither thanks nor praise for the food. 1 Jain religious beliefs are quite relevant to this association of the free gift with purity, spirituality, and non-worldliness. The Jains seek through asceticism to burn away karma and purify themselves while creating no new ties with the world. Thus they take care never to visit the same house twice and never to respond to an invitation, striving toward the ideal of an unexpected guest receiving pure charity untainted by any worldly bond. The Jain are an extreme case, but similar ideals inhabit the other world religions. Christians, for instance, are enjoined to fast, pray, and give charity in secret. Buddhists following the Bodhisattva path are supposed to dedicate their lives to the liberation of all beings, putting others ahead of themselves. In Judaism, the principle of Chesed Shel Emet, the highest form of kindness, is to give with no hope of repayment or gratitude, while the highest level of charity is when neither donor nor receiver knows who is giving or receiving. Anonymous charity is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, and huge Islamic charities are funded anonymously. I don't think I need cite too many examples to persuade the reader of the association of altruism and anonymous charity with religion. The religious ideal of the free gift that doesn't create any social bonds is, ironically enough, very similar to monetary transactions. These also generate no obligation, no tie. Once the money is paid and the goods delivered, neither party owes the other anything. But with the exception of the idealized true gifts described above, gifts are very different. If you give me something, I will feel grateful and desire to give in turn, either to you or to someone else that social custom prescribes. Either way, an obligation has been created, an assurance of continued economic circulation within the gifting community. Anonymous gifts don't create such ties and don't strengthen communities. The recipient might be grateful, but that gratitude has no object save the universal or abstract. Gratitude, moreover, arises not just from the receiving of gifts, but also from their witnessing. The generosity of others moves us toward generosity ourselves. We desire to give to those who are generous. We are moved by their openness, by their vulnerability, by their trust. We want to take care of them. With the possible exception of anonymous charity, gifts don't happen in a social vacuum. They expand the circle of self, linking our self-interest with that of anyone who, when he has more than he needs, will give us what we need. The religious ideal of the unattached gift, which diffuses the resultant gratitude to the universal level, has a place insofar as we wish to identify with the community of all being. But I do not think that the resolution of the age of separation is a state of universal oneness. Rather, we will step into a multidimensional self that identifies with all being, yes, but also with humanity, its own culture, its bi-origin, its community, its family, and its ego self. Accordingly, the anonymous, unencumbered gift has an important but limited role to play in the coming economy. This is certainly the case in indigenous and traditional cultures. While there does exist the equivalent of the universal, unrequitable gift in the form of sacrifices to the gods, most gifts are social in nature. In his classic 1924 monograph The Gift, Marcel Mauss establishes a strong case against the existence in primitive societies of a free gift. Generally speaking, Mauss said, appropriate gifts and return gifts were quite precisely determined and were enforced through social approbation and obloquy, status and ostracism, and other forms of social pressure. This is a desirable state of affairs. The obligations and commitments that arise from gifts and their expected requital are a glue that holds the society together. We can feel the absence of that social glue today. In the logic of me and mine, any obligation, any dependency, is a threat. Gifts naturally create obligations, so, in the age of separation, people have become afraid to give and even more afraid to receive. We don't want to receive gifts because we don't want to be obligated to anyone. We don't want to owe anybody anything. We don't want to depend on anyone's gifts or charity. I can pay for it myself, thank you. I don't need you. Accordingly, we elevate anonymous acts of charity to a lofty moral status. It is supposed to be a great virtue to give without strings attached, to expect nothing in return. Part of living in the gift is to recognize and abide by the obligation to receive as well as to give. Mauss gives the example of the Dyaks, who have even developed a whole system of law and morality based upon the duty one has not to fail to share in the meal at which one is present or that one has seen in preparation to. I personally experienced something of this during my years in Taiwan, where vestiges of the old gift-based culture of agrarian times still persisted in the older generation. There, not only was it a serious faux pas to fail to offer food to a visitor to your home, but it was also quite rude to refuse it. If dinner was in preparation, it would not necessarily be polite to attempt a gracious exit before mealtime, without a really convincing excuse. To refuse a gift is to spurn relationship. If gifts create bonds and widen the circle of self, then to refuse to give or receive a gift says, I refuse to be connected to you. You are an other in my constellation of being. As Mauss puts it, to refuse to give, to fail to invite, just as to refuse to accept, is tantamount to declaring war. It is to reject the bond of alliance and commonality. 3. To reject this bond is a serious matter. Author Mark Dowie speaks of an Alaskan tribe he lived with that convened a meeting of elders to discuss the grave transgression of a certain tribesman on the sharing ethic. The person in question was hoarding the fruits of his hunting for himself, flouting the tribe's gift customs. How seriously did the elders view his behavior, which was of long standing? The purpose of their meeting was to decide whether or not to kill him. 4. In many situations, a kind of implicit negotiation takes place in which the two parties trade excuses and rebuttals of them until they agree on a gift that appropriately reflects the degree of bond to be created. 50. I couldn't, I just ate, lie. Maybe just a cup of tea. The tea comes, accompanied by a sumptuous platter of mung bean pastries, dried plums, and watermelon seeds. I partake sparingly of some of the seeds. The host gives me some pastries to take with me. And so on. This subtle dance of giving and receiving is absent from a commodity economy such as ours. But even in America, alienated as we are from gift culture, we still feel its logic. You may have had the experience of receiving a favor from someone and then offering to pay for it, and feeling the letdown and distancing that ensue. To pay for a gift renders it no longer a gift, and the bond that was being established is broken. The aversion to obligation enhances the attractiveness of money transactions. As Richard Seaford says, what is surrendered in a commercial transaction is completely and permanently separated from the person who surrendered it. 6. When we pay for everything we receive, we remain independent, disconnected, free from obligation, and free from ties. No one can call in favors, no one has any leverage over us. In a gift economy, if someone asks for help, you can't really say no. That person and the whole society say, explicitly or not, "Hey, remember all the things we have done for you? Remember when we babysat your children? When we rescued your cow? When we rebuilt your barn after the fire? You owe us." Today we want to be able to say, "I paid you for that babysitting. I paid you for shoveling my sidewalk. I've paid for everything you've done for me. I don't owe you anything." Because it creates gratitude or obligation. To willingly receive a gift is itself a form of generosity. It says, "I am willing to owe you one." Or, in a more sophisticated gift culture, it says, "I am willing to be in the debt of the community." Extending the principle further, to fully receive the gifts bestowed upon us says, "I am willing to be in the debt of God and the universe." By the same token, in refusing gifts we seem to excuse ourselves from the obligations that arise naturally with gratitude. The taxicab driver Stuart Millard observes, "The first conclusion I reached is that money makes us exquisitely inept at real human relationship. If I have just gotten a new set of tires from my friend Greg at his tire shop, I, indeed, was sitting in his parking lot thinking about this, and no money was exchanged, then how would I repay Greg?" And a bit more subtle question arose, what if I didn't accept this offer, gift, of tires from Greg? By accepting the gift of tires without money, then an automatic set of behaviors and considerations arise. What can I offer in return? I could wait for him to ask, or I can do the more arduous task of actually getting to know Greg, and thus allowing a more organic exchange to take place. Money means I can pay, and then pay no more attention to my fellow human across the counter. No getting to know him, no exchange of life to accommodate a natural mingling of flows, independence and appreciation. A reason we are so intolerant of each other is simply because we have money. If that person is displeasing, we just take our money elsewhere and the original is just left blowing in the wind. 7. One of the most important gifts you can give is to fully receive the gift of another. Today we have many ways of rejecting, or partially receiving, a gift. Anything we do to lessen the obligation implied by receiving is a form of rejection. For example, reminding the giver of what you gave her last year, implying that you deserve or are entitled to the gift, pretending that, whatever you received, you didn't want it that much, or offering or insisting on paying for something. When someone pays me a compliment, I sometimes reject it by denying its truth, projecting false humility, or devaluing it with words like, "Oh, everybody does it, it's not so special." When someone says, "Thank you," sometimes I find myself deflecting it with words like, "It was nothing." Someone might say, "Your writing has changed my life," and I might respond, "The change was within you already, and my writing was merely its agent." Others read the same words with no effect. While there is truth in this response, nonetheless I have sometimes used it to deflect gifts of praise or thanks that I was afraid to fully receive, to fully take in. Another way to reject the gift of a compliment is to pay a return compliment with excessive alacrity, distracting from the first compliment before it has a chance to sink in. When gratitude inspires a return gift, we must not give it too quickly, or it becomes a mere transaction, not so different from a purchase. Then it cancels out obligation rather than tying giver and receiver more closely. To fully receive is to willingly put yourself in a position of obligation, either to the giver or to society at large. Gratitude and obligation go hand in hand, they are two sides of the same coin. Obligation is obligation to do what? It is to give without compensation. Gratitude is what? It is the desire to give, again without compensation, born of the realization of having received. In the age of the separate self, we have split the two, but originally they are one. Obligation is a desire that comes from within and is only secondarily enforced from without. 8 Clearly then, reluctance to receive is actually reluctance to give. We think that we are being noble, self-sacrificing, or unselfish if we prefer to give rather than to receive. We are being nothing of the sort. The generous person gives and receives with an equally open hand. Do not be afraid to be under obligation, to be in gratitude. We are afraid of obligation because, quite rightly, we are wary of have to, we are wary of forceful compulsion, wary of the coercion that underlies so many of our society's institutions. But when we convert have to into want to, we are free. When we realize that life itself is a gift, and that we are here to give ourselves, then we are free. After all, what you have taken in this life dies with you. Only your gifts live on. You can see how pervasive gift refusal is in our culture and how much relearning there is to do. Much of what goes by the name of modesty or humility is actually a refusal of ties, a distancing from others, a refusal to receive. We are as afraid to receive as we are to give, indeed, we are incapable of doing one without the other. We may imagine ourselves as selfless and virtuous for being more willing to give than to receive, but this state is just as miserly as its reverse, for without receiving, the wellspring of our own gifts dries up. Not only is it miserly, it is arrogant. What do we imagine to be the source of what we give? Ourselves. No. Life itself is a gift, life, and all that nurtures it, from mother and father to the entire ecosystem. None were created through our own efforts. The same goes for our creative abilities, physical and mental, which some, intuiting this truth, might call God-given. Of course, sometimes it is perfectly appropriate to refuse a gift, specifically when you don't want to create the kind of tie the gift implies. All gifts have strings attached. But often our reluctance to receive comes not from aversion to a specific tie, but to ties in general. New Age spiritual clichés about opening up to abundance make me queasy, yet as with most clichés there is truth beneath them. Fear of receiving, though, isn't just a matter of low self-worth or feeling undeserving, as some self-help gurus would have us believe. It is also, ultimately, a fear of giving. The two go hand in hand always. Together, they are a fear of life, of connection, they are a kind of reticence. To give and to receive, to owe and be owed, to depend on others and be depended on, this is being fully alive. To neither give nor receive, but to pay for everything, to never depend on anyone, but to be financially independent, to not be bound to a community or place, but to be mobile. Such is the illusory paradise of the discrete and separate self. Corresponding to the spiritual conceit of non-attachment, to the religious delusion of non-worldliness, and to the scientific ambition to master and transcend nature, it is proving to be not a paradise but a hell. As we awaken from our delusions of non-attachment, independence, and transcendence, we seek to reunite with our true, expansive selves. We yearn for community. Independence and non-attachment were never anything but delusions anyway. The truth is, has always been, and always will be that we are utterly and hopelessly dependent on each other and on nature. Nor will it ever change that the only alternative to depending, receiving, loving, and losing is to not be alive at all. To be sure, there is truth in non-attachment too, a truth that gift culture reflects when we hold on less tightly to our things. This non-attachment exists within a context of attachment and connection, not independence or dissociation. Indeed, gifts aid in the release of ego attachments because they expand the self beyond the ego, aligning self-interest with the welfare of a larger, interconnected being. Gifts both serve and result from the expansion of self beyond ego, they are both cause and consequence. Feeling a connection to the other, we desire to give. The more we give, the more we feel our connections. The gift is the socio-physical manifestation of an underlying unity of being. Detached from the world, one can do little good or harm in it. Immersed in the world, we are challenged to use our wealth wisely. 9. It is generous to plunge fully into the social realm of ties and obligations. By giving of one's gifts in a way that is public, in a way that, contrary to religious ideals, might generate return, we increase the throughput of gifts through ourselves, magnifying our capacity and need to give. The idea is not to force a return gift or contrive to receive one that is not a gift at all, but to meet a need and create a tie. Gifts, along with stories, are the threads of relationship, of community. The two are intimately related. Stories can be a kind of gift, and stories accompany gifts as well, enhancing their unique, personal dimension. The compulsion to tell the story of the gift is almost irresistible. I remember my grandmother, well, first I looked in Macy's, but they didn't have it there, so then I went to J.C. Penney's. In any event, stories of who gave what to whom are part of the social witnessing that inspires generosity and the feeling of community. The attitude of the giver: I give to you freely and trust that I will receive what is appropriate, whether from you or from another in our gift circle, strikes a deep chord. There is something eternal and true about the spirit of gratitude and generosity that expects no reward and contrives no obligation. Point 10. So here is a paradox. On the one hand, the obligation-generating function of gifts creates social solidarity and community. On the other hand, our hearts respond to gifts that seek to create no obligation, that demand no reciprocation, and we are touched by the generosity of those who give without expectation of return. Is there a way to resolve this paradox? Yes, because the source of obligation needn't be social pressure levering the self-interest of a discrete and separate self. It can instead arise naturally, unforced, the result of gratitude. This obligation is an autochthonous desire, a natural corollary to the felt state of connection that arises, spontaneously, upon receiving a gift or witnessing an act of generosity. The logic of the discrete and separate self says that human beings are fundamentally selfish. Whether for the selfish gene of biology or the economic man of Adam Smith, more for you is less for me. Accordingly, society must apply various threats and incentives to align the selfish behavior of the individual with the interests of society. Today, new paradigms in biology are replacing the neo-Darwinian orthodoxy, while movements in spirituality, economics, and psychology challenge the atomistic Cartesian conception of the self. The new self is interdependent and, even more, partakes for its very existence in the existence of all other beings to which it is connected. This is the connected self, the larger self, which extends to include, by degrees, everyone and everything in its gift circle. Within that circle, it is not true that more for you is less for me. Gifts circulate so that the good fortune of another is also your good fortune. Immersed in this expansive sense of self, one needs no coercive mechanisms to enforce sharing. The social structures of the gift still serve a purpose: to remind its members of the truth of their connectedness, to rein in anyone who may have forgotten, and to provide gift structures that work to meet the society's needs. Who gives what to whom? The right answer is specific to each culture and depends on its environment, its kinship system, its religious beliefs, and much else. A gift structure evolves over time and guides a culturally appropriate distribution of resources. This, in essence, is also what we want the money economy to do, to connect human, and non-human, needs with the gifts of man, woman, and nature that can meet them. Each of the economic and monetary proposals in this book seeks, in one way or another, to accomplish this goal. The old economic regime is inimical to it, with its concentration of wealth, its exclusion of those who cannot pay, such as poor people, other species, and the earth, from the circulation of gifts, its anonymity and depersonalization, its shattering of community and connection, its denial of cyclicity and the law of return, and its orientation toward the accumulation of money and property. Sacred economy bears the opposite of all these conditions. It is egalitarian, inclusive, personal, bond-creating, sustainable, and non-accumulative. Such an economy is coming. The old one cannot last. It is time to prepare for it by living from its principles today. Chapter 19. Non-accumulation. When the accumulation of wealth is no longer of high social importance, there will be great changes in the code of morals. We shall be able to rid ourselves of many of the pseudo-moral principles which have hag-ridden us for 200 years, by which we have exalted some of the most distasteful of human qualities into the position of the highest virtues. John Maynard Keynes. Be charitable before wealth makes thee covetous. Sir Thomas Browne. I have in this book articulated a conception of wealth as flow rather than accumulation. This is not a new idea. Wealth became an accumulation only with the rise of agricultural civilization. Because hunter-gatherers are, with very few exceptions, nomadic, possessions are a literal burden to them. But the farmer is sedentary. Moreover, the farmer's livelihood depends on the storage of food, especially in the case of grain-based agriculture. Hunter-gatherers stayed at populations beneath the carrying capacity of the unmodified ecosystem. In times of drought or flooding, they could easily move and adapt. Not so the farmer. For the farmer, 7 lean years could easily follow 7 fat ones, which meant that the best security was to keep large stores of food. To accumulate and store was the best form of security. From it flowed wealth, status, and many of the habits we identify today as virtues: thrift, sacrifice, saving for a rainy day, good work habits, industriousness, and diligence. Living without food storage, hunter-gatherers worked no harder than necessary to meet immediate needs and enjoyed long periods of leisure. The farmer's leisure comes with a bit of guilt. He could be working a little harder, storing up a little more just in case. On the farm, there is always something that needs to be done. We have today inherited and taken to an extreme the attitudes of the farmer, including the agricultural definition of wealth. 1 After agriculture, these attitudes, work ethic, sacrifice of present for future, accumulation and control, reached their next level of expression in the age of the machine, which led to accumulations of wealth undreamed of by the richest pharaoh. And today we are in the so-called information age, which is yet another intensification of the same attitudes, and which has seen an accumulation of wealth, a contrasting poverty, and an alienation from the natural world far exceeding any precedent. Many observers have pointed out that each such age is succeeding, actually overlaying, the last at an exponentially accelerating pace. Roughly speaking, the age of agriculture has lasted millennia, the age of industry centuries, and the information age decades. 3 Now, many sense, we are on the verge of a singularity, perhaps a flurry of new ages telescoped into years, months, days, and then a transition into a wholly new era, something unknowable and qualitatively different from anything before. We may not know much about it yet, but one thing that is certain about the coming age of reunion is that humanity will no longer pretend exemption from nature's laws. Certainly, accumulation is one of the violations of natural law that is inconsistent with the new human being and her relationship to nature. Hoarding resources beyond an individual's capacity to consume them is not unknown in nature, but it is rare, and many types of food storage, example squirrels sequestering nuts, have other explanations. 4 Generally speaking, natural systems are characterized by resource flow, not accumulation. In an animal, cells do not store more than a few seconds worth of sugar but trust in the ongoing supply of their universe, the body. Evolutionary biologists offer 2 explanations of resource hoarding in humans from the perspective of genetic determinism. The first is that it offers security, a survival advantage. Hunter-gatherers and other species would do it too, the argument goes, but they generally lack the means. The second explanation is that the ostentatious accumulation and consumption of resources are a kind of mating display. As biologist Walter K. Dodds puts it, display of control over, and consumption of resources by men and women escalates, contributes to luxury fever, because the excess appropriation of resources is a sexually selected characteristic. In a society in which standard of living is high, it is not enough simply to display control of sufficient resources to ensure the survival of you, your mate, and your offspring. You must control more resources than are controlled by your potential competitors for mates to make an attractive display. Point 5. Granted the premises of conventional genetic theory, a critique of which is beyond the scope of this book, the logic seems airtight. Quite subtly, though, the argument is based on circular reasoning that projects our present environment of scarcity, anxiety, and competition onto nature. The ability to accumulate and overconsume resources is a reproductive advantage only in a society where resources are not equitably shared. In a gift-based sharing culture, the welfare of your children does not depend so much on whether your mate is a great hunter or prolific gatherer. Moreover, anthropological evidence contradicts Dodds's thesis. Consistently, hunter-gatherers and primitive agriculturalists underproduced, preferring leisure over accumulation and control of resources. Point 6. There was no gene-driven competition for ostentatious display of wealth. To the contrary, hoarding resulted not in high status but in opprobrium. Moreover, the widespread sharing of resources rendered productive capacity moot. If anything was genetically selected, it would be the inclination to share and to contribute to the well-being of the tribe. With small exaggeration, we can say that in a gift community, rational self-interest is identical to altruism. The mistaken intuitions of the discrete and separate self infect us so deeply that we often assume them, in disguised form, as axiomatic truth. In asking, what is human nature, we project back to an imaginary time when it was every man for himself, or perhaps rather, every family for itself, and assume that communities were a later development, an improvement on the raw state of nature. Significantly, two of the seminal philosophers in this area, Thomas Hobbes and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who had opposite views on life in a state of nature, agreed on this point. For Hobbes, life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, emphasis mine, and it was solitary for Rousseau too. Whereas, in this primitive state, men had neither houses, nor huts, nor any kind of property whatever, every one lived where he could, seldom for more than a single night, the sexes united without design, as accident, opportunity, or inclination brought them together, nor had they any great need of words to communicate their designs to each other, and they parted with the same indifference. The mother gave suck to her children at first for her own sake, and afterwards, when habit had made them dear, for theirs, but as soon as they were strong enough to go in search of their own food, they forsook her of their own accord, and, as they had hardly any other method of not losing one another than that of remaining continually within sight, they soon became quite incapable of recognizing one another when they happened to meet again. Point 7. Whether or not it was true then, it is certainly true now that accumulation adds at least some measure to our security, and even to our sexual attractiveness. But that is a function of the conditions of the market, of capitalism, of the society of the separate self. The mentality of accumulation is coincident with the ascent of separation, and it is ending in tandem with the age of separation as well. Accumulation makes no sense for the expanded self of the gift economy. An important theme in all my work is the integration of hunter-gatherer attitudes into technological society, a completion and not a transcendence of the past. I have already laid out in this book the monetary equivalent of non-accumulation, decaying currency, of non-ownership, elimination of economic rents, and of underproduction, leisure and degrowth. Tellingly, many people feel a pull toward these values on a personal level too, such as in the movement toward voluntary simplicity and in questioning the nature of work. Ahead of their time, these people have pioneered a new and ancient way of being that will soon become the norm. Bill Koth, founder of the Sacred Warriors and other organizations, is an internationally known social inventor and a rich man, though not in any conventional sense. He owns very little, an old car, some personal possessions, as far as I know no financial assets. Many years ago, he tells me, he took a personal vow he calls income topping, pledging never to earn more than $24,000 in a year. And yet, he says, I have eaten in some of the world's best restaurants, traveled to many of the earth's beautiful places, had an incredibly rich life. In the age of the separate self, we carry a grain of cynicism and suspicion that colors our perceptions of other people and organizations. When we hear an inspirational speaker or participate in a transformative seminar, we secretly, or not so secretly, wonder, how is this guy profiting from this? What is the gambit? We instantly recognize any hypocrisy, such as donations that are in fact mandatory. Our suspicions are often well justified. Too many religious cults, spiritual movements, and multilevel marketing organizations end up with the people at the top getting rich, and we wonder, is this what it was about all along? Bill Koth was trying to find a way to tap into the considerable dynamism of multilevel marketing while eliminating the greed factor, and he says income topping was the only thing that showed any promise. The suspicion of any good thing that it's actually all about someone trying to profit from me has an internal counterpart, when we question our own motives. Again, sometimes the self-suspicion is well-founded. I have had occasions where it seemed that everything I ever did was from some selfish motivation, that all my gifts had been calculated attempts to impress someone or curry favor, that all my generosity was a pathetic attempt to win approval, that my every relationship was motivated by a secret scheme of profit. It seemed that I had never once in my life done something authentically generous, always I'd harbored a secret agenda of self-aggrandizement. This state of self-disgust has archetypal reverberations articulated in myth and religion. Jonathan Edwards's sermon Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God comes to mind, as does John Calvin's doctrine of the total depravity of man. In Buddhism, it is the humiliating realization of how much of one's actions come from ego, even and especially the attempt to transcend ego. I agree with Bill that income topping is a powerful way to eliminate the suspicion that poisons organizations and ideas that have the potential to transform lives. It operates similarly on the internal level and, by eliminating self-doubt over our motivations, lends power to our words. It affirms to ourselves and others the sincerity of our motives and frees people to accept our gifts. Bill's vow was a deeply personal vow, which he didn't share with others until, decades later, he gave me permission to write of it. I thought initially that it would have been more powerful for him to share it, but upon further reflection I changed my mind. The essential energy of that vow will radiate from him whether or not he articulates it to others. Moreover, by sharing it publicly one risks the suspicion, from oneself and others, that its true motive is vanity, to look good, to win approval. Bill indicated, however, that at some point he intended to turn the concept into a community commitment, to reinforce mutual trust and interdependency. The salutary psychological and social effects of income topping led me to think about it in the context of sacred economics, past and future. Rather than income topping, my readings about pre-modern cultures suggest that something more akin to asset topping, which I call non-accumulation, was widely enforced. Recall the Alaskan tribe referenced in Chapter 18, the offense was not in being too successful a hunter, it was in not sharing the meat. Non-accumulation models hunter-gatherer societies, in which there was great abundance but no accumulation, and in which prestige went to those who gave the most. To give the most, one also had to receive the most, either from nature or from other people. The great hunter, the skilled artist or musician, the energetic, the healthy, and the lucky would have more to give. In any event, this kind of prestige is to the benefit of all. It is only when high income translates into accumulation, frivolous consumption, or socially destructive consumption that it makes sense to restrict it. In other words, the problem is not with high income, it is with the results of the income getting stuck at some point in its circulation, accumulating, and stagnating. Non-accumulation is a conscious intention not to accumulate more than a modest amount of assets. It is born not of the desire to be virtuous, but of the understanding that it feels much better to give than to keep, that the seeming security of accumulation is an illusion, and that excessive money and possessions burden our lives. It is deeply aligned with the spirit of the gift, of which a core principle is that the gift must circulate. Recall Moss, generally, even what has been received and comes into one's possession in this way in whatever manner is not kept for oneself, unless one cannot do without it. In other words, if you need it, use it. If not, pass it on. This is such an obvious principle that even a child can understand it. Why keep something for yourself that you cannot use? It is only the what if that drives us to keep and hoard. What if in the future I don't have enough? In a gift culture, what would happen is that someone would give you what you need. In a hoarding culture, the what if fear is self-fulfilling, creating the very conditions of vulnerability and scarcity that it assumes. You might be thinking that since we indeed live in a hoarding culture and scarcity-inducing money system, non-accumulation is impractical today. You might think wistfully that it would be nice if everyone else did it, but they don't, so you'd better protect yourself. This is all very logical. I cannot offer a rational argument to refute it. All I can do is to suggest, as you read this chapter, that you notice whether something besides reason tugs at your heart. Look where reason, practicality, and playing it safe have brought us. Maybe it is time to listen to that other something. I usually do not advocate heroic, abrupt transitions. If you are wealthy, perhaps a good way to gently adopt non-accumulation is to apply demurrage to your own accumulated wealth right now, shrinking it by about 5% per year. It is going to happen anyway in a sacred economy, why not start living it now? Since I first wrote these words in 2010, this has in fact become a new trend in philanthropy, as more and more foundations go beyond funding projects with the interest on their endowments, to deliberately spend down their corpus as well. Poor people, of course, have always lived in non-accumulation. The economy is now forcing it upon the middle class as well, as most people buy things on credit instead of saving up for them. While interest-bearing debts will no longer dominate economic life in the future, the obsolescence of savings, already well underway for the vast majority of Americans, is a forerunner of a non-accumulative economy. There is still a role for large aggregations of capital, and there are people who have a gift for using money as a medium of sacred creativity, as a ritual talisman for the coordination of human activity and the focusing of human intention. It is money that decides whether, tomorrow, 5,000 people will build a skyscraper, clean up a toxic waste dump, or create a high-tech film. Of course, there are other rituals through which we coordinate human activity, some of which invoke stories and powers prior even to money, but it is a potent tool nonetheless. This is the essence of sacred investing, the subject of the next chapter. To the holders of wealth, I invite you to think in terms of what you will create through collective human agency. Or how can you use money in the most beautiful way? Each organism in nature, each cell in the body, can handle only a certain volume of energy throughput. We are the same. Too much flow through a channel can burst the channel. Too big an accumulation is a tumor. Frivolous purchases such as a castle you never go to, or a 15th Rolls-Royce, are symptoms of excessive income. The organism is desperately trying to dissipate the energy flow, letting go and holding on at the same time. What the profligate rich man really wants to do is to give it away so as to balance giving and receiving, yet instead he just buys stuff and keeps it. What is the fear that impels him to hold on even as he lets go? It is the fear that rules the separate self, alone in the universe. Accumulation is a way to enlarge the tiny separate self. Yet ultimately this enlargement is a blatant lie. We leave this world as we entered it, naked. Most of the baubles of the rich are substitutions for what they truly need: sports cars substituting for freedom, mansions compensating for the lost connections of a shrunken self, status symbols in place of genuine respect from self and others. A sad game it is, the charade of wealth. Even the security it supposedly brings is a deceit, as life's travails have a way of infiltrating the fortress of wealth, afflicting its inhabitants with distorted forms of the same social ills that affect everyone else. Addiction, depression, and autoimmunity are no respecters of wealth. Of course, you can imagine various medical emergencies and such in which wealth can be a lifesaver, but so what? We are all going to die anyway, and no matter how long you live, the moment will come when you look back upon your years and they seem short, a flash of lightning in the dark of night, and you realize that the purpose of life is not after all to survive in maximum security and comfort, but that we are here to give, to create that which is beautiful to us. Lest you think I am doing some noble thing in practicing non-accumulation, let me assure you that when I decided to live in this way, I had no sense of self-sacrifice, but rather of lightness and freedom. I am a person of quite average generosity, and far from saintly. This is not a noble idea I am offering you, it is a practical one. First, because it keeps my heart light and free. Second, because I know that as I give, so shall I receive. Third, because I will live in an ongoing wealth of connectedness, the expansion of the circle of self that happens through the gift. Fourth, because I believe that I will live beautifully even in material terms. For example, I love the sea, and for years I dreamed of one day living in a house by the shore. It is a dream so vivid I can hear the gulls and smell the salty air. I once thought that to have it, I would have to make an awful lot of money. Now I believe that though I may never own a house by the sea, I will be invited to stay in one any time, and when the owner says, "Make yourself at home," he will mean it from the bottom of his heart. If the world receives my work enthusiastically, then I expect to receive a great many gifts, far more than I can use for myself. What a waste it would be to accumulate great assets, stocks and bonds, investments and portfolios, basements and attics full of possessions. Why accumulate when there is so much excess in this world to share? Whether or not a decaying currency and gift economy appear in this lifetime, we can live in it right now. We can, to use Gesell's phrase, reduce money to the rank of umbrellas, freely lending it or giving it to friends who are in need. There is, of course, no guarantee that I will always receive the money or other gifts I need when I need them. I expect sometimes to have no money at all, but for this to be a matter of little anxiety. On the other hand, I might starve and regret not having accumulated and protected a nest egg. But I doubt it, and for me the freedom from worry and anxiety, the open, flowing, light experience of letting it go far outweighs the risk. If you want guarantees, then go ahead and accumulate, until you discover that the promised security is a mirage, that life's vicissitudes have a way of invading the fortress of wealth. At a deep level, the distinction between accumulation and non-accumulation is a false distinction that smuggles in assumptions of scarcity and separation. A gift mindset experiences the abundance of the world as a personal abundance and lives an experience of life that conforms to that mindset. The mindset of separation sees gifts, loans, and savings as three very different things, but are they really? If I am in a phase of life where I receive more than I can use, I could give it away, thereby generating gratitude, or I could loan it to others, relying on obligation instead of gratitude, or I could just save the money, seemingly not relying on other people at all. But these three choices are not as different as they may seem. First, as discussed earlier, a very blurry line divides gratitude and obligation, and in gift cultures each reinforces the other. Whether it is gratitude that moves someone to give to those who have given, or the social agreements that, ultimately, are based on the very same principle of gratitude, the rightness of giving to those who give, the result is the same. As for savings and investment, in a credit-based currency system like our own, these are no different from lending. A savings account is a loan at call to a bank. Like a loan, monetary savings says, I have given to others in the past and can call upon others to give to me in the future. Even in the case of equities or physical commodities, accumulation depends on social conventions of ownership. In a sense, then, it is impossible for the recipient of gifts not to accumulate. As long as I give within a social witnessing, I will build up a source of abundance for the future. Even if there is no social witnessing, I believe the universe will return to us what we have given, perhaps in some other form, perhaps, indeed, multiplied 100-fold. Ultimately, then, the essence of non-accumulation lies in the intention with which money is given, lent, invested, or saved. In the spirit of the gift, we focus on the purpose and let the return to ourselves be secondary, an afterthought. In the spirit of accumulation, we seek to ensure and maximize the return and let the destination of the gift, loan, or investment serve that end. The former is a state of freedom, abundance, and trust. The latter is a state of anxiety, scarcity, and control. Whoever lives in the former is rich. Whoever lives in the latter is poor, no matter how much wealth he or she possesses. In the future, when social mechanisms are in place to eliminate economic rents, i.e., profits from merely owning land, money, etc., the way of living I have described will accord with economic logic, not just spiritual logic. When money decays anyway, it is better to lend it to others at zero interest than it is to keep more than you need. Moreover, as the mentality of abundance becomes prevalent, the distinction between a loan, a gift, and an investment will blur. We will be secure in knowing that whether or not there is a formal agreement to repay a gift, an obligation has been created, if not with a particular person then with society or even the universe. This realization is a natural consequence of the new story of self, the connected self that underlies the sacred economy we are transitioning into. More for you is more for me. From the spiritual perspective, this has always been true, even at the height of the age of separation. From the economic perspective, it was true in the gift culture of yore, and it is becoming true again as we establish new economic institutions to recreate gift economics in a modern context. These new, gift-aligned economic institutions are both a cause and a result of a change in general attitudes. When enough people begin to live in non-accumulation, they will establish a psychic foundation upon which the new economic institutions can stand. Practically speaking, people will recognize the new kinds of money as something that reflects their values and spiritual intuitions. They will get it, they will adopt it enthusiastically. This is happening already, despite the huge structural disincentives for using complementary currencies, people still find them exciting and alluring. Even though there is as yet little economic reason to use them, people want to anyway, understanding intuitively that these currencies are in alignment with the new story of self they are stepping into. Already, our spiritual intuitions signal in advance the truth of coming times, that possessions are a burden, that true wealth comes from sharing, that as we do unto others, so we do unto ourselves. Chapter 20. Right Livelihood and Sacred Investing. We have lived our lives by the assumption that what was good for us would be good for the world. We have been wrong. We must change our lives so that it will be possible to live by the contrary assumption, that what is good for the world will be good for us. And that requires that we make the effort to know the world and learn what is good for it. Wendell Berry. Surplus wealth is a sacred trust which its possessor is bound to administer in his lifetime for the good of the community. Andrew Carnegie. The Dharma of Wealth. Let us be clear, the purpose of non-accumulation is not to exculpate oneself from the crimes of a money-based civilization. That is merely ego. You don't get virtue points for poverty. Non-accumulation is not a goal in and of itself. The goal is to enjoy true wealth, the wealth of connection and flow, rather than the counterfeit wealth of having. But what if you have wealth beyond what you can share in the ordinary flow of life? To the conscientious person, such wealth might seem to be more a burden than a gift. We are bound, and we are pleased, to make right use of what we have been given. Wealth is no exception. Those who are blessed and cursed with a lot of it have no more reason to abdicate its duties than anyone has to spurn the gifts, responsibilities, and opportunities to serve that we are each born with. Excess wealth, whether inherited from family or from an earlier time in one's own life, carries with it a desire to use it well. It is a dharma, a call to service. To squander it on baubles, to give it away senselessly, or to devote oneself to its increase are all ways of refusing that call. The challenge of excess wealth is to give of it in a way that is beautiful. This may take years or decades and involve long-term planning and the creation of entire organizations, or it may happen through a single generous act. Either way, this is the kind of investment that is aligned with a future economy in which status comes from giving, not having, and security comes not from accumulation, but from being a nexus of flow. It is an entirely different mentality from the traditional paradigm of investment, which we equate with the increase of wealth. Originally I thought that we ought to do away with the word and concept of investment altogether. Then I considered its etymology. It means to clothe, as in to take naked money and put it into new vestments, something material, something real in the physical or social realm. Money is naked human potential creative energy that has not yet been clothed with material or social constructions. Right investment is to array money in sacred vestments, to use it to create, protect, and sustain the things that are becoming sacred to us today. These are the same things that will form the backbone of tomorrow's economy. Right investment is therefore practice for the coming world, both psychological practice and practical preparation. It accustoms one to the new mentality of wealth-finding channels for productive giving, and it creates and strengthens those channels, which might persist even when the present money system collapses. Money as we know it might disappear, but the relationships of gratitude and obligation will remain. If you'll indulge a bit of poetic speculation, all I have said in the previous paragraph is also true of that other coming world, the world beyond the grave. You needn't believe in an afterlife to understand this. Imagine yourself on your deathbed, realizing that you will take nothing with you. Just as financial investments won't survive economic collapse, so also does the end of life mean the end of all our accumulations. At that moment, what will give you joy? The memory of all you have given. Upon death, we take with us only what we have given. As in a gift culture, that is what our wealth will be. By giving, we lay up treasures in heaven. When we merge with the all, we receive that which we gave to all. For people with little money, the most beautiful way to use it probably starts with feeding oneself and one's children and meeting certain basic necessities of human life. Beyond oneself and one's loved ones, though, the beautiful use of money requires something we might call investing. In a sacred economy, investment has a meaning nearly opposite of what it means today. Today, investing is what people do to preserve their wealth. In a sacred economy, it is what we do to share our wealth. Like non-accumulation, the concept is so simple that even a child can understand it. It says, I have more money than I can use, so I will let someone else use it. That is an investment or a loan. And a bank or other investment intermediary is someone who is adept at finding someone else to use it. Banking, in its sacred dimension, says, I will help you find someone who can use your money beautifully. I once shared this idea with an actual banker whom I met at a conference, and tears came to his eyes, tears of the recognition of the spiritual essence of his calling. 1,000 years from now, when money is so different from what we know today that we might not even recognize it as money, the basic idea of investment will remain. That is because, thanks to the fundamental abundance of the universe and the infinitude of human creativity, we will often have access to a flow of gifts far beyond our immediate needs. We will always have the wherewithal increasing over time to create marvels through collective human effort and in partnership with Lover Earth. At the most basic level, sacred investing is simply the intentional channeling of the superabundance toward a creative purpose. It begins with the meeting of needs and unfolds into the creation of beauty. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Right investing manifests the spirit of the gift. Unfortunately, present-day investing bears the opposite spirit. Either it is motivated by the extraction not the bestowal of wealth, or the return gift is specified in advance or coerced thereafter, or both. It says, I will give you the use of this money, but only if you give me even more in return. Whether it is an equity investment or a loan, I am profiting through my exclusive possession of a scarce resource, with the goal of controlling more and more of it. Another way to see it is that the impetus for the return gift is not gratitude. Despite what the chairman's message in the annual report says, the board of directors does not determine its dividend payment in a spirit of gratitude to its millions of faceless investors. Even before an economy realizing the core principles of the gift crystallizes, we can begin living it. Right investing according to the spirit and logic of the gift is possible right now. The ideas I am about to offer will become much more obvious after the transition to a new economy, and the overarching stories of that economy, the connected self and lover earth, will support them. Today, to apply these ideas requires faith, vision, and courage. You will not receive the affirmation of any person or institution still immersed in the old story. From their perspective, what I am about to offer you is insane. What I am going to describe is far more radical than socially conscious investing or ethical investing. While these ideas are steps in the right direction, they harbor an internal contradiction. By seeking a positive financial return, they perpetuate the conversion of the world into money. Traditional investment, which is perfectly defensible in the context of ascent, seeks to contribute to the growth of the money realm and gain a part of that contribution as a reward. The venture capitalist identifies high-growth opportunities and provides the money to bring them to fruition. In a steady-state or degrowth economy, this model is no longer appropriate, just as it feels no longer appropriate for more and more people in the investing class. Hence the turn toward a different investment goal, the restoration, and not the more efficient exploitation, of the natural and social commons. Let me restate, there is no money to be made for the investors in such restoration. Any socially conscious investment scheme that promises a normal rate of return harbors a lie, whether consciously or not. I will illustrate with two examples. After a talk I gave, a very bright and compassionate woman active in socially conscious investing protested, "Surely not all profitable investments contribute to the liquidation of the Commonwealth. What if I invest in a company that has a great new invention for, say, cheap, portable photovoltaic chargers? I help to capitalize that company, they sell lots of units, we all make money, and the planet benefits too. Fine, but if the company sold the units at a lower price, example just high enough a profit margin to finance R&D and capital reinvestment, then wouldn't it do the planet even more good by making the device more accessible? The goal of paying interest or dividends to investors, to give them a positive rate of return, conflicts with the goal that makes the company socially or environmentally conscious. Let me be clear, I am not suggesting that entrepreneurs put themselves out of business by selling at break-even. I am talking about investing, not earning. It is one thing to receive rewards for doing good work in the world, it is quite another to add money to money by virtue of having money. In the above example, it would be fine to charge enough to keep the business viable, to pay employees well, and to finance expansion, research, and so forth. But beyond that, corporations must earn an additional amount that goes out to investors in the form of interest payments or dividends. Where does this additional amount come from? From the same place all money today comes from, interest-bearing debt and the conversion of the world into money. So if you really want to contribute to the good of the world, don't ask for a return on your investment. Don't try to give and take at the same time. If you want to take, and you might have good reasons for doing so, then take, but don't pretend you are giving. A second example will make this point clearer. Consider one of the most inspiring types of socially conscious investing, microloans to women in South Asia. These programs have apparently been a huge success, empowering women in India and Bangladesh with new livelihoods while bearing an extremely low rate of defaults. If there were ever an example of doing well by doing good, this is it. You lend $500 to an Indian woman to buy a milch cow. She sells the milk to her fellow villagers and earns enough income to feed her family and pay off the interest and principal on the loan. Sounds great, but consider for a moment, where does the repayment money come from? It comes from the villagers. And where do they get that money? They get it through selling some other good or service, in other words, through the conversion of some part of their social or natural commons into money as described in Chapter 4. The effect is the same as that of the infamous Hut tax that the British, and other colonial powers, used to destroy the self-sufficient local economies of Africa during the colonial era. One, it was simply a small annual tax, payable only in national currency, that forced the indigenous people to sell their labor and their local commodities for that currency. Local economies quickly unraveled and turned into a market for British goods and a source of labor and raw materials. With her cow, the woman has far more milk than her family can consume. To whom will she give the surplus? Because she must pay back a monetary loan, like it or not she will give it to those willing and able to pay for it. If the cow had been free, and she'd had no compulsion to earn money, she might have distributed the milk through the channels of a traditional gift network. With a financial obligation hanging over her head, she cannot do this even if she wants to. Following this thread further, who are those willing and able to pay for milk? They are those who themselves earn a cash income. People who need milk cannot get it if they are living mostly in a gift economy. The entry of a new business into the village nudges it away from traditional reciprocity networks and toward the world of money. If it weren't for the interest on the loan, the infusion of $500 into the community might not be a bad thing. It is often the case in modern impoverished communities that people have goods and services to exchange but lack the means to exchange them because of the breakdown of gift culture. The original owner of the cow might use the money to pay villagers for things he needs, and when that money eventually circulates back to the woman who bought the cow, many needs have been met, and nothing has been lost. Even if all the money goes back to the investor, at least no money has left the village. If the loan bears interest, it is a different story entirely. Making an interest-bearing loan to this woman is tantamount to extracting money from her village. Imagine thinking, in this village there is wealth that has not yet been converted into money. I am going to take some of it. I am going to make them my debt slaves. Not a very charitable impulse. One of the key attractions of local currencies is that they ensure that money stays in the community. An interest-bearing loan of internationally convertible currency does the opposite, it sucks money out of the community. The woman sells the milk to a local cheese maker, who sells cheese to a carpenter, who builds a cowshed for the woman, and so on. The money circulates and circulates, but it cannot stay in the community forever because the debt must be repaid. As for the interest, that can be paid only if local people sell something to the outside world. The pressure on the woman to pay interest is passed on to the community in the form of milk prices. This is the pressure that drives people in poor countries to work in factories and plantations. In a monetized economy, where the original gift networks have collapsed, you need money to live. You will sell whatever you can, your labor, your time, your environment, in order to get it. Economists will tell you that as long as the local economy is growing faster than the interest rate on the milch cow loan, or actually, the totality of loans issued to the village can pay off the principal and interest and still grow wealthier. In other words, if the whole village, like the woman with the cow, sells new goods and services at a higher rate than the interest rate, it will be able to make its payments and prosper. But now the same question repeats itself: where does the money come from? On a global level, interest-based investing compels competition and the endless depletion of the social, natural, cultural, and spiritual commons, the conversion of the gift economy into a money economy. Point 2. How obvious it is that sacred investing has little to do with turning a profit. If you want to help the village, then give a woman a cow. Or if her dignity demands it, lend the money at zero interest, which is a gift of the use of money. If you care more about increasing your monetary wealth instead, then do that instead and forget the pretense. The saying is true: you cannot serve two masters. In both the examples I gave, at some point the conflicting agendas come to the surface, and one must choose, to serve God or Mammon. But this choice will no longer pertain in a sacred economy. The two will be united, part of a more general reunion of opposites that motivates the phrase "the age of reunion" to describe the coming time. Socially conscious investments that promise a good rate of return are robbing Peter to pay Paul with a commission on the transaction for oneself. I hope the foregoing explanation was unnecessary to most of my readers. After all, Basic common sense tells us that there is a problem with the idea of good works motivated by profit. Profit might sometimes happen incidentally, but a gift that comes with a coerced demand for a greater gift in return is not a gift at all, but a ruse or a plunder. Is that really who you are, to enforce a cold-hearted separation in your life between business and other human relationships? When you invest money at interest, you are indirectly participating in telling some poor chap, "I don't care what you have to do to get it, give me the money." Your certificate of deposit is someone else's foreclosure threat. You may not be acting like Ebenezer Scrooge, but you are paying someone else to. If interest-generating investments are fundamentally unethical, contributing to the despoliation of the natural and social commons, then obviously we should not invest money at interest. The same goes for any investment that drives the expansion of the realm of goods and services. As socially conscious investors, you don't want to contribute to the monetization of life and nature. There is no escape from this principle. Occasionally I receive emails from people in the financial industry who read my work and describe their ideas on socially or environmentally conscious investment. I then propose my own idea, an investment fund that has, as an explicit goal, a zero return on investment. For some reason, none of the financial professionals to whom I suggested this has ever contacted me again. In a negative interest economy, though, a zero return on investment would be considered quite good. I am not advocating an age of altruism in which we forego personal benefit for the common good. I foresee, rather, a fusion of personal benefit and common good. For example, when I give money to people in my community, I create feelings of gratitude that might motivate a return gift to me or an onward gift to someone else. Either way, I have strengthened the community that sustains me. When we are embedded in gift community, we naturally direct our gratitude not only toward the proximate giver but toward the community as a whole, and we take care of its neediest members. Gifts seek needs. Our desire to give may very well express itself as a gift to someone in the community who has given us nothing herself. Therefore, we can see any gift, even one without expectation of direct return, as a form of investment. We are still taking naked money and, if it is a good investment, clothing it in something fine. A poor investment clothes it in something ugly. It is just that simple. The negative interest currency of the future will align the spirit of the gift with economic self-interest, and zero-interest loans will no longer feel like a sacrifice. After all, holding on to the money brings a return of less than zero. In the time remaining to us before such a system takes over, it apparently goes against rational self-interest to lend money at no interest, or to give it away. That, however, is a very short-sighted self-interest because although the present money system may easily disintegrate in the next few years, the ties of gratitude that gifts create will persist through any social tumult. If you are someone who is concerned about peak oil or one of the other collapse scenarios, the best security you can have is to ensconce yourself in a gift network. Start being a giver now. $10 million might be just so many slips of paper in a few years. This is another way that what you give in this world might be your treasure in the next. If you want to create a world of abundance, a world of gratitude, a world of the gift, you can start by using today's money, while it still exists, to create more gratitude in the world. If we have a large enough reservoir of gratitude, then our society can withstand practically anything. Again, we live in a world of fundamental abundance that we have, through our beliefs and habits, rendered artificially poor. So badly have we damaged planet and spirit that it will require a full outpouring of all our gifts to heal it. The outpouring of gifts comes from gratitude. Therefore, the best investment you can make with your money is to generate gratitude. It doesn't matter if the gratitude recognizes you as the giver. Ultimately, the proper object of gratitude is the giver of all our own gifts, of our world, of our lives. To get ready for that economy, and to live today in its spirit, instead of investing money with the purpose of making more of it, we shift the focus of investment toward using accumulated money as the gift that it is, a gift from the old world to the new, a gift from the ancestors to the future. It is analogous to the gifts of life, of mother's milk, of food, and sensory stimulation and all the things that build us into adults, which we receive in order that we may enter adulthood and give onward of these gifts. The question, then, is how to use money in the consciousness of a gift. If you are not an investor, then the question becomes one of right livelihood. Old accumulations to new purposes. The question what are wealthy individuals to do with their pile of money, suggests a broader one, what are we as a society to do with the accumulated wealth of thousands of years? What is this wealth, anyway, if not actually or no longer deferred consumption? Let us also revisit the essence of money. What exactly is it that accumulates in these vast accumulations of money? Money consists of ritual talismans by which we coordinate human intention and activity. Those who possess an accumulation of money have, at their disposal, the means to focus and organize society's labor. The increase of money can come only at the cost of the non-monetized realm, but the expenditure of money can restore that realm as long as that expenditure is not an investment that seeks the further commodification of the social or natural commons. Money can be used to buy logging equipment to clear-cut a forest, equally it can be used to preserve and guard that forest. The first use is money creation, the second is money destruction, because it generates no further goods and services. Either way, accumulated money bestows the ability to coordinate human activity on a large scale. The image of sitting atop the accumulated wealth of centuries of exploitation is of particular relevance to the baby boom generation, the last to have come of age during the zenith of our civilization. They have a foot in both worlds, the old and the new. They have access, many of them, to the pile of wealth from the old world, but they are young enough that their consciousness has shifted into alignment with the new. My generation, once called Generation X, is different. Many of us, even from educated backgrounds, never had a foot in the old world. By the time we came of age, it was so obviously bankrupt that we couldn't bring ourselves to make our fortunes there. For someone entering adulthood in the 1960s or 1970s, it was still possible to believe in the project of ascent, it was still possible to fully participate in the story of the people, conquering space, conquering the atom, mastering the universe, onward and upward. I imagine that if I'd been born in 1957 rather than 1967, or if my father hadn't given me Silent Spring, 1984, and A People's History of the United States to read as a teenager, I would have followed the program and would be a math professor at a university somewhere today. But it was not to be. By the time I came of age in the 1980s, our story of the people was no longer compelling. I, and millions like me, basically dropped out. Of course I am vastly overgeneralizing, but I think there is truth in saying that whereas the children of the 1950s and 1960s became millionaire programmers for Microsoft, the children of the 1970s and 1980s are playing with Linux. This is not to impute any moral failing onto the Microsoft millionaires. In their day, it was still possible for a dynamic, visionary 20-something to be excited about what was going on in the commercial software industry. The same goes for the central institutions of politics, academia, the arts, science, medicine, and so on. Of course, even then the inevitable denouement of the story of ascent was apparent to those with eyes to see, as it had been apparent to mystics for thousands of years. For most, though, the crises were too far off, and the ideology of human dominion too deeply ingrained, to divert them from full participation in the project of ascent. The social dynamics of which I speak are in part an America-centric phenomenon, but I think they generalize to a world that is on the cusp of a new age. Like the American baby boomers, the world sits on top of a huge pile of wealth, the end product of 10,000 years of culture and technology. We have a mighty industrial infrastructure, we have roads and airplanes, we have a vast apparatus already in existence that, for centuries, has been devoted toward the expansion of the human realm and the conquest of the natural. The time has come to turn the tools of separation, dominance, and control toward the purpose of reunion, the healing of the world. Just as the wealthy baby boomer or heir of fortunes past can turn her wealth toward a beautiful purpose, and not worry that the wealth is somehow tainted by its origins, so also do we have the opportunity and the responsibility to use the accumulated fruits of our domination of the earth in a beautiful way. This is true even of the most heinous, exploitative technologies such as genetic engineering and nuclear fission that have taken the program of control to its pinnacle of hubris. In the age of interest, that is the age of growth, the primary motivating force behind any new technology was to open up new realms for the conversion of natural or social wealth into money. Genetic engineering enabled the genome to become an exploitable natural resource, just as the steam engine enabled the mining of deep-sea coal and the iron plow the breaking of heavy sod. What will technology look like when devoted to the opposite purpose, the restoration of the planet's health? When humanity as a whole goes through the same shift of consciousness that so many individuals have gone through in the last few decades that expelled them from the matrix, who knows to what purposes we will turn the technologies of profit? When humanity is no longer under compulsion to grow its realm, we will turn our collective ingenuity and the amassed knowledge, information, and technology of the ages toward purposes aligned with the consciousness of ecology, connectedness, and healing. This is not to say that technology won't change. Technologies that are dominant today will retreat to marginal applications, while marginal technologies, including those dismissed or ridiculed today, will come to the fore. Whether it is the application of accumulated technology or accumulated money, we want to be sure that we are not using it in the old mode, as a tool to achieve more separation from nature or more financial wealth. That is why I suggest the concept of using money to destroy money. By this I mean to use money to restore and protect the natural, social, cultural, and spiritual commons from which it was originally created. This has the effect of hastening the collapse and mitigating its severity. Usury money is subject to a grow or die imperative. Any item of social or natural capital that we make off limits to commoditization hastens the demise of usury money, it starves the beast. The realm within which, monetized, goods and services can expand shrinks. Every forest we prevent from being turned into board feet, every piece of land we remove from development, every person we teach to heal herself and others, every indigenous culture we insulate from cultural imperialism is one less place for money to colonize. The efforts of liberals and reformers, though impotent to halt the onward progress of the machine, have not been in vain. Pollution limits, for instance, have kept at least a portion of the skies from being converted into money. Labor standards have prevented at least a part of workers' well-being from being converted into money. The anti-war movement makes the war business less profitable. Right-wing criticisms of pro-environment, pro-labor, anti-war policies are correct, they do hurt economic growth. If I go to an indigenous culture, convince its people that subsistence farming is degrading and primitive, and induce them instead to work in a factory and join the market economy, then GDP rises, and I've created an investment opportunity. If, on the other hand, I inspire people to abandon their high-paying jobs and go back to the land, then GDP falls. If I create a community where we no longer pay for child care but instead care for each other's children cooperatively, then GDP falls. And if we succeed in protecting the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge in Alaska from oil drilling, that's tens of billions of dollars that will never materialize. That is why I say we are using money to destroy money. Sometimes, the master's tools can dismantle the master's house. Another way to look at it is that these efforts to protect a portion of the Commonwealth raise the bottom to which we must fall before a transformation to a new world can crystallize. My use of the language of addiction recovery is deliberate. The dynamics of usury money are addiction dynamics, requiring an ever greater dose of the commons to maintain normality, converting more and more of the basis of well-being into money for a fix. If you have an addict friend, it won't do any good to give her help of the usual kind, such as money, a car to replace the one she crashed, or a job to replace the one she lost. All of those resources will just go down the black hole of addiction. So too it is with our politicians' efforts to prolong the age of growth. Thanks to the efforts of generations of do-gooders, we will still have a portion of our divine bequest. There is still goodness in the soil, there are still healthy forests here and there are still fish in some parts of the ocean, there are still people and cultures that haven't completely sold off their health and creativity. This remaining natural, social, and spiritual capital is what will carry us through the transition and form the basis to heal the world. If you are an investor, it is time to shift your focus entirely to the creation of connections, the generation of gratitude, and the reclamation and protection of the commonwealth. The time for the mindset of wealth preservation is over. Wealth preservation brings to mind a swarm of rats, each clambering over the others to reach the topmast of a sinking ship. Instead, they could cooperate to gather the pieces to build a raft that is seaworthy. We have a long voyage ahead of us. Right livelihood. The same principles that apply to right investing apply also to right livelihood. Indeed, right livelihood and right investment are two sides of the same coin. If right investing uses money as gift to support the creation of a more beautiful world, then right livelihood accepts that gift as it does that work. Traditional employment receives money for helping expand the monetized realm. We find that in order to earn money, we must participate in the conversion of the good, the true, and the beautiful into money. That is because of the money system. Credit ultimately goes to those who can most effectively create new goods and services, or take it from those who create them. An interest-based money system exerts a systemic pressure to convert the commonwealth into money, and the highest remuneration goes to those who do that most effectively. You want to get rich? Invent a way to chop down trees more efficiently. Create an advertising campaign that persuades other nations to drink Coke instead of indigenous beverages. Seeing the workings of the global economy, many idealistic young people decide they want no part of it. I get letters from them all the time. I want no part of this. I want to do what I love in a way that hurts no one. But there is no money in that. How do I survive? How do you survive, not to mention access the large amounts of money to do great things, in a world that rewards the destruction of the very things you want to create? Fortunately, there are people today who will give you money to do things that won't create more of it. These are precisely the people, or organizations or governments, that follow the spirit of right investing described above. Of course, living off the charity of others is no solution if they have to work all the harder, at the business of destruction, in order to earn the money they give to you. However, as I have observed, humanity possesses vast stores of wealth in many forms, the accumulation of centuries of exploitation, that can now be turned to other purposes, for example, to preserve and restore natural, social, cultural, and spiritual capital. Doing this won't create more money, therefore, whoever is paying for it is ultimately giving a gift. In other words, the key to right livelihood is to live off gifts. These can come in subtle forms. For example, say you sell fair trade products. When someone buys one, at several multiples of the cost of a functionally equivalent sweatshop product, the cost difference is essentially a gift. 3 They didn't have to pay that much. The same is true if your work is to install solar water heaters or build shelters for the homeless. Many traditional social service jobs, like social work, teaching, and so on, partake in the energy of the gift as long as they don't contribute to the more efficient operation of the earth-devouring machine, for example, by training children to be efficient producers and mindless consumers. The source of the money could be a buyer, a foundation, or even a corporation or government. No institution is monolithic. What makes it a gift is the motive that it does not aim to get the cheapest price or generate even more money in return. Traditional employment is the opposite. I pay you a wage and profit from your productivity, of saleable goods and services, which exceeds your wage. Traditional employment assists in the conversion of the world into money. In a subtle way, any endeavor that shrinks the money realm draws on gifts. If you offer reskilling courses, train holistic healers, or teach permaculture, you are ultimately shrinking the realm of goods and services. Tracing the money you receive from such endeavors back to its origin, somewhere down the line someone has made a bad investment, violating the principle that governs money creation today. Money goes to those who will make even more of it. It is no accident that there is usually little money to be made in reversing the conversion of life and the world into money. If you are partial to principles, you might say that right livelihood abides by two. It applies your time, energy, and other gifts towards something that enhances, preserves, or restores some aspect of the commonwealth, and the money, or other return gift, that comes in return does not require for its providence harm to nature and people. Or to put it simply, it benefits other beings and does not harm other beings. I, however, don't live by principles, nor do I recommend it. Shall I attempt to calculate the relative costs and benefits of printing this book? It uses wood pulp from trees on the one hand, it might inspire people to create earth-sustaining systems on the other. People are adept at construing their choices in a way that aligns them with their principles. If the disconnect is too great, they alter their principles and pretend they held them all along. Therefore, when it comes to right livelihood, I trust what feels good and right. What, you might ask, if it feels good and right to market toothpaste or work for a hedge fund or design nuclear weapons? I would say, then do it. First, because as your awareness of the world grows, such work may no longer feel good and right. Second, because you will condition yourself to trusting that feeling, it will continue to guide you when it comes time to quit that job and do something courageous. Third, because denying our inner yearnings for the sake of principle is part of the story of ascent, of overcoming nature. The idea that our desires are evil, that we must conquer them for the sake of something higher, is its interior reflection. It is the same mindset that refrains from generosity, because what if I cannot afford it? The self-trust I advocate is inseparable from the basic premise of this book, laid out in Chapter 1, we are born into gratitude, born into the need and the desire to give. In other words, trust that it is not your true desire to comply with the conversion of the world into money. Trust that you want to do beautiful things with your life. In right livelihood, then, I suggest that we orient ourselves toward our need and desire to give. I suggest that we look at the world with eyes of what opportunity is there to give, and how may I best give of my gifts. Hold that intention in mind, and unexpected opportunities arise. Quickly, any situation in which you are not giving your life gifts towards something that is good to you becomes intolerable. It is okay if what feels good and right is merely feeding your family. The key is the attitude of service. If you attempt to guilt yourself into right livelihood, you will likely end up with its counterfeit. Some entire non-governmental organizations, NGOs, are but enormous vanity projects, elaborate ways to allow people to approve of themselves. That's all ego. The purpose of right livelihood is not so you get to have a positive self-image. People who do it for that reason are quite obvious from their defensiveness, sanctimony, and self-righteousness. The purpose of right livelihood is to give your energies towards something you love. The concept should feel liberating, not like a moral burden, not another thing you are supposed to do right in order to be good. To enter more deeply into right livelihood, bow into service each day. Trust your desire to give, remember how good it feels, and be open to opportunities to do so, especially when they are just at the edge of your courage. And if they are beyond the edge of your courage, don't torment yourself. The fears that block your givingness are not an enemy. They form a cocoon of safety. When we grow, the fears that were once protective become limiting, we become impatient with them and seek to break free. That impatience bears new courage. Today, this growth process is happening to humanity generally. The program of ascent that once seemed good and right to us, pushing the frontiers of science, conquering the universe, triumphing over nature, seems right no longer, as the consequences of that ambition become painfully hard to ignore. Collectively we have entered a crisis moment, in which the old is intolerable and the new has not yet manifested, not as a common vision, though it has for many individuals. So, when it comes to right livelihood or right investment, let us be gentle. For ourselves and others, let us trust the natural desire to give, and let us trust the natural growth process that propels us toward it. Instead of attempting to guilt ourselves and others into it, and generating resistance to our sanctimony, we can offer opportunities and encouragement to give, and we can be generous with our appreciation and celebration of the gifts of others. We can see others not as selfish, greedy, ignorant, or lazy people who just don't get it, but rather as divine beings who desire to give to the world. We can see that and speak to that and know it so strongly that our knowing serves as an invitation to ourselves and others to step into that truth. Chapter 21. Working in the Gift. Strange is our situation here upon earth. Each of us comes for a short visit, not knowing why, yet sometimes seeming to divine a purpose. From the standpoint of daily life, however, there is one thing we do know, that we are here for the sake of others. Albert Einstein. Trusting gratitude. The question comes up again and again, how can I share my gifts in today's money economy and still make a living? Some people who ask this question are artists, healers, or activists who despair of finding a way to get paid for what they do. Others have a successful business or profession but have begun to feel that something is amiss with the way they charge for their services. Indeed, to charge a fee for service, or even for material goods, violates the spirit of the gift. When we shift into gift mentality, we treat our creations as gifts to other people or to the world. It is contrary to the nature of a gift to specify, in advance, a return gift, for then it is no longer giving but rather bartering, selling. Furthermore, many people, particularly artists, healers, and musicians, see their work as sacred, inspired by a divine source and bearing infinite value. To assign it a price feels like a devaluation, a sacrilege. But surely the artist deserves to be compensated for his work, right? The idea behind the word compensation is that you have, by working, made a sacrifice of your time. You have spent it doing work when you could have instead spent it on something you want to do. Another context in which we use the word is lawsuits, for example, when someone seeks compensation for an injury, for pain and suffering. In an economy that deserves the adjective sacred, work will no longer be an injury to one's time or life, it will no longer be a matter of pain and suffering. A sacred economy recognizes that human beings desire to work, they desire to apply their life energy toward the expression of their gifts. There is no room in this conception for compensation. Work is a joy, a cause for gratitude. At its best, it is beyond price. Doesn't it sound blasphemous to you to speak of, say, compensating Michelangelo for painting the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel or Mozart for composing his Requiem? No finite amount of money is sufficient in exchange for the divine. Of the most sublime works, the only appropriate means of offering them is to give them away. Even if, at the moment, few of us have access to the genius of a Mozart, we are all capable of sacred work. We are all capable of channeling, through our skills, something greater than ourselves. Something takes form through us, using us as the instrument for its manifestation on earth. Can you see how foreign the concept of compensation is to this kind of work? Can you feel the dishonor in selling a sacred creation? No matter what the price, you have sold yourself short, and you have sold short the source from whence the gift came. I like to put it this way, some things are too good to sell. We can only give them away. Questions immediately arise in the reader. Despite the foregoing, you may have even caught yourself again thinking, but doesn't an artist deserve to be compensated for his work? The intuitions of separation run so deeply. So let us rephrase it, doesn't the giver of great gifts deserve to receive great gifts in return? The answer, insofar as deserve means anything at all, is yes. In a sacred economy, this will happen through the mechanism of gratitude rather than compulsion. The attitude of the seller says, I will give you this gift but only if you pay me for it, only if you give me what I think it is worth. Yet no matter what the price, the seller will always feel shortchanged. The attitude of the giver, in contrast, says, I will give you this gift and I trust you to give me what you think is appropriate. If you give a great gift, and no gratitude results, then perhaps that is a sign that you have given it to the wrong person. The spirit of the gift responds to needs. To generate gratitude is not the goal of giving, it is a sign, an indicator, that the gift was given well, that it met a need. That is another reason I disagree with certain spiritual teachings that say a person of true generosity will not desire to receive anything, even gratitude, in return. Now let's make this practical. After wrestling with this issue for some time, I realized that while it feels wrong to charge money for my work, it feels fine to accept money from people who feel grateful for having received it. The degree of gratitude is unique to each person. I cannot know in advance how valuable this book will be to you, even you cannot know it in advance. That is why it is contrary to the spirit of the gift to pay for something unknown in advance. Lewis Hyde illustrates this point most insightfully. It may be clearer now why I said above that a fee for service tends to cut off the force of gratitude. The point is that a conversion, in the general sense, cannot be settled upon ahead of time. We can't predict the fruits of our labor, we can't even know if we'll really go through with it. Gratitude requires an unpaid debt, and we will be motivated to proceed only so long as the debt is felt. If we stop feeling indebted we quit, and rightly so. To sell a transformative gift therefore falsifies the relationship, it implies that the return gift has been made when in fact it can't be made until the transformation is finished. A prepaid fee suspends the weight of the gift and depoentiates it as an agent of change. Therapies and spiritual systems delivered through the market will therefore tend to draw the energy required for conversion from an aversion to pain rather than from an attraction to a higher state. 1. Accordingly, I have taken what steps I can to conduct my work in alignment with the spirit of the gift. For example, I make as much as possible of my writing, audio recordings, and videos available online for no charge and invite readers to give a gift in return that reflects their degree of gratitude. This gift need not go to me. If the gratitude is, for instance, toward the universe for making my work available, perhaps a more appropriate way of giving is to pay it forward. The guidance is usually something like, if I'm speaking at a conference that offers honoraria to speakers, I usually don't turn it down. As the ideas I represent have been marginal for so long, I insist on fees comparable to more establishment speakers. I want to signal that this perspective also is valuable. Moreover, sometimes an upfront offer communicates to me how much they desire what I have to offer. I want to give my gifts where they are wanted, and money is one of several ways to communicate that desire. It is important not to make living in the gift into a fetish, or into a standard of virtue. Don't do it in order to be good. Do it in order to feel good. If you find yourself rejoicing, as I do, over a big fat check, that is okay. We humans are delighted to receive big gifts. Even if you find yourself, again, as I sometimes do, feeling miserly, resentful, and grasping, simply take note of that as well. The road back to the gift is a long one, so distanced from it we have become. I see myself as one of many explorers of a new, and ancient, territory, learning from the discoveries of others and from my own mistakes. When I lead retreats, I normally charge only for room and board and other out-of-pocket expenses, and invite gifts. 2 I offer guidance along the lines of it is up to you. Give me whatever amount, or none at all, that leaves you with a feeling of clearness, balance, and appropriateness, an amount that reflects your gratitude and sense of value. This is not a formula, it is a spirit that adapts itself to each unique situation. Usually, I find people to be quite generous. It has taken some time for me to enter a state of consciousness where this model actually works. If I resent those who give nothing, if I intend, through the enunciation of high-sounding principles, to coerce or manipulate people into giving beyond what genuine gratitude dictates, or if I subtly guilt people into giving by hinting at my hardship, sacrifice, or entitlement by virtue of need, then I am not living in the spirit of the gift at all. I am living instead in a subtle kind of beggary, and, as if to mirror that state, the flow of gifts dries up almost immediately. Not only do people refrain from giving, but my own wellspring of gifts dries up as well. In exploring gift-based business models and counseling others in them, I have discovered various shadow motivations that limit their success, including doubt in the worth of one's offering, or the desire to appear virtuous, to exculpate oneself from complicity in the money-fueled, world-destroying machine, or to just not have to deal with the messy human dramas around commerce. My online course, Living in the Gift, offers deeper work around clarifying authentic gift motivations from the habits and fears that the market economy has inculcated us with. As long as my gift intention is authentic, I find that the inflow of gifts matches or exceeds the outflow. Sometimes the vehicle of the return gift is mysterious, indirectly traceable, or not traceable at all to anything I have given, yet somehow, when it comes, it carries something of the spirit of the original offering. Sometimes only an exiguous trail of synchronicity and symbol connects the gift I have received with the gift I have given. The rational mind says the return gift has nothing at all to do with what I gave. I would have received that anyway, but the heart knows otherwise. Because the return gift comes later, as we step into gift-based livelihood, we live for a time in faith. With no assurance of return, we learn whether we really mean it. The ego struggles and thrashes, trying to find an assured benefit. If not money, maybe I can advertise my generosity to receive praise. Maybe I can secretly congratulate myself and feel superior to those who are less in the gift than I am. In my experience, each new step into the gift is scary. The letting go has to be real, or there will be no return. Business in the gift. Before we apply this model to other kinds of businesses, let us understand that how one handles money is not the deepest distinguishing issue in working in the gift. More important is the intention behind the work. Is the work itself conceived in the spirit of gift, that is, for the betterment and beauty of the world? Or is it a device to obtain money? There is no shame in earning money to feed yourself or your family, but if heart and circumstance allow, most people want to work for a greater good as well. That is the kind of work that naturally seeks to operate in gift economies. However, for many businesses it may make more sense to operate according to a conventional fee-for-service model and give discounts or do pro bono on the side. There are already a number of enterprises today that are implementing gift economics in creative ways. I don't uphold my own model as the best or only way of living in the gift. We are pioneering a new kind of economy, and it is going to take some trial and error to get it right. I'll offer a few examples of people doing business according to one or both of the key principles of the gift I have discussed. 1. The recipient, and not the giver, determines the price, the return gift. 2. The return gift is chosen after the initial gift has been received, not before. By far the most natural application of gift economics is for digital commerce, because whether it is a song, a movie, a book, a podcast, or software, the marginal cost of production after the first copy has been made is close to zero. Ordinary market dynamics don't apply when supply is essentially infinite. The price point is arbitrary, so why not offer it by gift? Let the recipient choose the price based on gratitude and the desire to support the creator. I and those I advise find this approach works better than scaled down or advertisement-riddled free versions and other attempts to erect artificial paywalls. Those create an oppositional relationship with the customer. In my online courses, I make sure that the full content is available whatever amount, or none, the participant pays. There is no premium content or special privileges for paying subscribers. The unstated message is, I trust you to support this work if you feel grateful for it. Of course, I am far from the only one on the internet doing this. The internet abounds in gift offerings. Versions of most major types of productivity software are available at no charge. I would like to encourage even more musicians, programmers, and other creators to adopt this model. It allows those who cannot pay to enjoy abundance, subsidized by those who are fortunate to be able to pay, fostering a spirit and lived reality of everyone taking care of each other. Do I hear a protest? Yes, but we have bills to pay. We have to transcend the habit of thought that says people won't give unless they are forced to, for example, by withholding something from them. When the offering is genuine and the opportunity to donate is friendly, clean, and clear, the results affirm the truth that giving and receiving seek balance. Lots of bands offer their music for free online as well. The most notable pioneer of the gift business model for recorded music was Radiohead, which offered its 2007 In Rainbows album on a pay-what-you-will basis. Although nearly two-thirds of downloaders chose to pay nothing, hundreds of thousands did choose to pay a few dollars for it, and millions more copies were purchased on iTunes, as CDs, and through other channels. Critics dismissed this success as an anomaly made possible by Radiohead's iconic status, yet the basic model continues to proliferate, especially in the music industry as traditional distribution channels become increasingly impractical for most bands. With non-digital goods, gift business models become more complicated and require a greater leap of faith. Nonetheless, there are many successful examples. My wife Stella operates her healing practice on a gift basis, as do many other healers and healing centers. The gift model has also been applied to restaurants. In the first edition of this book, I listed the One World restaurant in Salt Lake City, in operation since 2003, the same, So All May Eat, Cafe in Denver, in operation since 2008, A Better World Cafe in New Jersey, which opened in 2009, the Karma Kitchen in Berkeley, California, and even some Panera Bread franchises. Now there are too many to mention, just do an internet search for Pay What You Want restaurants. Astonishingly, there is even a law firm that has incorporated a pay what you will element into its business for more than a decade. The Valorum Law Group, a trial law firm based in Chicago, has added a value adjustment line feature to its bills. At the bottom of the bill, above an empty total due box, is a box labeled Value Adjustment. The client writes a positive or negative number there and adjusts the final fee accordingly. I am full of admiration for this firm, because from a legalistic point of view this feature is quite insane. Someone could adjust the bill by the full amount and pay nothing, and the firm would probably have no legal recourse. I cannot offer a general formula for how to operate a non-digital business by gift. One approach is to charge money to cover only direct costs. This includes marginal costs and apportioned fixed costs, but not sunk costs. So, for example, if you install plumbing for someone, you would charge for materials, fuel to reach the site, and perhaps half a day's worth of your current payments on capital equipment, example your truck loan, business loan, etc. You would make it clear to the recipient that your time, labor, and expertise are a gift. The bill might have the total costs, then a blank line labeled gift, and then the line labeled total underneath it. A variant of this model is to follow Valorum and display a normal fee that reflects the market price with a line under it labeled Value Adjustment or Gratitude Adjustment. Most people will probably just pay the market price, but you can explain that they can adjust it if they are especially satisfied or dissatisfied with the work. Another variant is not to charge anything at all but to delineate various line items such as cost of materials, apportioned cost of business expenses, hours of labor, market price for the service, and so on. That way the recipient can choose to pay nothing at all, not even for materials, but at least she has this information. This information is the story of the gift referenced earlier. Traditionally, gifts were often accompanied by stories that helped the receiver appreciate their value. The gift business model is actually not as far from standard business practice as you might think. Today, a common negotiating tactic is to say, "Look, here are my costs, I can't go any lower than that 3." It is not such a huge shift of perspective to say, "Here are my costs. You can pay me more according to the value you believe you have received." Often the customer will have a pretty good idea of the market price of the goods or services you are offering and, if there is any genuine humanity at all in the business relationship, will probably pay close to that. If he or she does pay a premium above the base cost, you can interpret that as indicating the presence of gratitude. If someone is grateful for what you have given, you will desire to give more. If someone is ungrateful, you know that the gift is not being fully received, and you will probably choose not to give to that person again. Translated into a business relationship, what this means is that you will choose not to do business again with someone who pays you little or nothing above cost, and you will preferentially do business with someone who, using money as token, communicates her high degree of gratitude. This is as it should be. Some people need our gifts more than others. If you have bread, you want to give it to the hungry person. Displays of gratitude help to orient us toward the best expression of our gifts. So, just as today, a business will tend to do business with those who pay the most money, although non-monetary expressions of gratitude may also come into play. This is different from tending to do business with those who offer the best price. The difference is key. In keeping with the spirit of the gift, the price is not offered ahead of time. The gift is offered first, and only after it is received is a return gift made. I cannot help but notice a parallel between this approach and various game-theoretic studies of altruism and iterated prisoner's dilemma problems. Look up tit for tat in Wikipedia for some background on this topic. Essentially, in many situations where there are repeated interactions among discrete entities with varying payoffs for cooperation and betrayal, the optimal strategy is to cooperate first and retaliate only against someone who didn't cooperate last time. Analogous reasoning leads me to think that the business model I have outlined can actually be more financially successful over time than the standard model. Point 4. Because gift mentality is so alien to us today, doing business in the gift sometimes requires a bit of education. I've found that if I advertise an event as by donation, people sometimes treat it as a throwaway, thinking, it must not be very valuable or very important if he isn't charging for it. They'll come late or not at all, or they'll come with low expectations. Paying a fee is a kind of ritual that sends a message to the unconscious that this is something valuable or I am doing this for real. I and many others are still experimenting to find better ways to invoke the benefits of payment while staying true to the spirit of the gift. We are at the beginning of a new era, so it is going to take some practice and experimentation. Obviously, at the time of this writing, most corporations and business owners are not ready to step into a gift-based business model. That's okay, you can give them a little push. Simply implement it unilaterally by stealing their products, for example, by illegally downloading or copying digital content like songs, movies, software, and so on. Point 5. Then, if you feel grateful to the creators of it, send them some money. I would be quite happy if you did the same with this book. It will be hard to do it illegally, though, since I don't claim standard copyrights. I bet you didn't read the copyright page carefully, but it isn't the usual verbiage, and the content is available online without charge. Nonetheless, if you do manage to steal this book, I will be pleased to receive an amount from you that reflects your gratitude as opposed to the amount that I or the publisher presumes reflects its value to you. Each person's experience of reading it is unique. For some it may be a waste of time, for others it might be life-changing. Isn't it absurd to receive an identical return gift from everyone? The sacred professions. The gift model comes especially naturally for professions in which the value delivered is something intangible. Musicians, artists, prostitutes, healers, counselors, and teachers all offer gifts that are debased when we assign them a price. When what we offer is sacred to us, then the only honorable way to offer it is as a gift. Point 6. No price can be high enough to reflect the sacredness of the infinite. By asking for a specific speaker's fee, I make less of my gift. If you are a member of one of the above professions, you might consider experimenting with a gift model of business, but remember, if you apply that model as a more clever means to get paid, it won't work. People can detect a phony gift, a gift that isn't a gift but carries an agenda of gain. In all of the above professions, the intangible rides the vehicle of something tangible, and it is the former, unquantifiable, that naturally wants to abide in the realm of the gift. This is actually true of every profession. Always, something is present that is beyond quantification, beyond commodity, and thus beyond price. Every profession is therefore potentially sacred. Consider the example of farming. What makes food something tangible, a vehicle for the sacred? It is grown by someone who cares deeply about its nourishing and aesthetic qualities. It is grown in a way that enriches the ecosystem, soil, water, and life in general. Its production and processing contribute to a healthy society. In other words, sacred food is ensconced in a web of natural and social relationships. It is grown with a love for people and earth that is not an abstract love but a love for this land and these people. We cannot love anonymously, which is perhaps why I sometimes get a cold feeling from anonymous charity that doesn't create connection. Somebody grew sacred food for me. When we see our work as sacred, we seek to do it well for its own sake rather than good enough for something external such as the market, the building code, or a grade. A builder who does sacred work will employ materials and methods that might be hidden in the walls, beyond anyone's notice, for centuries. He derives no rational benefit from this, just the satisfaction of doing it right. So also the business owner who pays an above-market living wage or the manufacturer who far exceeds environmental standards. They have no rational expectation of benefit, yet somehow they do benefit, sometimes in ways that are completely unexpected. Unexpected returns accord perfectly with the nature of the gift. As Lewis Hyde puts it, a gift disappears around the corner, into the mystery, and we don't know how it will travel back to us. Another way to see the unexpected fruits that arise from the mystery is that when we live in the spirit of the gift, magic happens. Gift mentality is a kind of faith, a kind of surrender, and that is a prerequisite for miracles to arise. From the gift, we become capable of the impossible. I met a man in Oregon who owns a property management company specializing in low-income elder care facilities. This, he says, is an impossible business. Subject to the multiple, conflicting stressors of medical institutions, insurance companies, government regulation, the poverty of the residents, and general financial turmoil, his industry was in a state of crisis. The week I visited him, two of his largest competitors called begging him to take over their money-losing facilities. Yet somehow, this man has built a profitable, growing business, an empowering workplace, and human living environments that are a model for the industry. How does he do it? Every day, he says, I walk into the office to face a stack of impossible problems. I cannot imagine any way to solve them. So I do the only thing I can do, I bow into service. And then, like magic, solutions fall into my lap. The one who bows into service is an artist. To see work as sacred is to bow into service to it, and thus become its instrument. More specifically and somewhat paradoxically, we become the instrument of that which we create. Whether it is a material, human, or social creation, we put ourselves into the humble service of something pre-existing yet unmanifest. Thus it is that the artist is in awe of his or her own creation. I get that feeling when I read aloud from The Ascent of Humanity, I could not have written this. That book is its own entity, born through me but no more my creation than parents create a baby, or a farmer a spinach plant. They transmit the impulse of life, they provide a place for it to grow, but they do not and need not understand the details of cell differentiation. I too nourished my growing book with every resource available to me, and birthed it with the occasional hardship from its womb in my mind into physical form, and I am intimately familiar with its every nuance, yet I have an abiding sense that it existed already, that it is beyond my contrivance. I have the same feeling about my children, in some sense, they existed already and grew into who they were meant to be. Can a parent legitimately take credit for the accomplishments of his or her child? No. That is a form of theft. Nor will I take credit for the beauty of my creations. I am at their service. I have drawn this out to show that the same logic that the Christian fathers, Thomas Paine and Henry George applied to land applies as well to the fruits of human labor. They exist beyond ourselves, we are stewards at their service, just as we are properly stewards of the land and not its owners. As they are given to us, so we give them onward. That is why we are drawn to do business in the spirit of the gift. It feels good and right because it aligns us with the truth. It opens us to a flow of wealth beyond the limits of our design. Such is the origin of any great idea or invention. It came to me. How then can we presume to own it? We can only give it away, and thereby keep the channel open through which we will continue to receive sacred gifts, in diverse forms, from other people and all that is. As an incentive to make the switch to a gift model of business, observe that for many of the sacred professions, the old model isn't working anymore. I used to live in the small city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Not exactly the most progressive place on earth, it nonetheless hosts literally hundreds of holistic, complementary, and alternative practitioners advertising in the local holistic health networker. Hundreds. And probably at least half of them, upon entering their herbal studies program or yoga therapy program or naturopathy program, or their hypnotherapy, angelic healing, crystal healing, polarity therapy, Reiki, cranial sacral therapy, holistic nutrition, massage therapy, or other program, had in mind a future career in an office or holistic health center seeing clients for sessions at $85 or $120 each. It is impossible that more than a handful will realize that dream. Yet the schools and training programs keep churning out new practitioners. Sooner or later, most of them will have to abandon the clients and sessions model and turn toward offering their skills as a gift. 7. What is happening in these professions is starting to happen more generally. We might ascribe it to overcapacity, debt overhang, the falling marginal return on investment, or some other economic factor, but the fact is that the old profit model is in crisis. Like the holistic practitioners I described, collectively we will soon have no choice but to adopt a different model en masse. In the old economy, people pursued jobs and careers for the purpose of making a living. From the viewpoint of survival, nothing is too sacred to sell, to charge money for. If you are working for the sake of survival, such as in a lead mine in China, then it probably won't feel wrong to negotiate and demand the best price possible for your labor. Another way to look at it is that the survival of oneself and loved ones is itself a sacred endeavor. I want to inject a note of gentleness and realism into this discussion. Please do not think I am advocating some saintly standard of altruism or self-sacrifice. You do not gain heavenly rewards for accepting a salary cut. If your main concern right now is survival or security, work to you will probably not be an avenue for the expression of your gifts. Your job will feel like just that, a job, something you do primarily for the money and would quit or radically change if you had no financial pressure. And even though you may feel some sense of being ripped off, of living the life someone is paying you to live but not your own life, the life of a slave compelled to work or to die, that doesn't mean you should overcome your fears and quit that job and trust you'll be okay. Living in the gift is not another thing you are supposed to do in order to be a good person. Fear is not the new enemy in our continuing war against the self, the successor to the old hobgoblins of sin and ego. Sacred economics is part of a broader revolution in human beingness. Internally, it is the end of the war against the self; externally, it is the end of the war against nature. It is the economic dimension of a new age, the age of reunion. So, if you find yourself slaving away at a job, working for the money, doing it good enough rather than as beautifully as I am able, I urge you to transition out of that job when and only when you are ready. Perhaps for now you will see your job as a gift to yourself, giving you a sense of security for as long as it takes for that feeling to become second nature. Fear is not the enemy, despite what so many spiritual teachers say. The opposite of love, says one. Frozen joy, says another. Actually, fear is a guardian, holding us in a safe space in which to grow. You could even say that fear is a gift. Eventually, as we grow, the fears that were once protective become limiting, and we desire to be born. That this will happen is inevitable. Trust yourself now, and you will continue to trust yourself when your desire moves you to transcend the old fears and enter a larger, brighter realm. When the moment of birth comes, you won't be able to stop yourself. Ending the struggle to be good also means that giving does not involve a feeling of sacrifice or self-abnegation. We give because we want to, not because we should. Gratitude, the recognition that one has received and the desire to give in turn, is our innate default state. How could it not be, when life, breath, and world are gifts? When even the fruit of our own labors is beyond our contrivance. To live in the gift is to reunite with our true nature. As you step into a gift mentality, let your feelings guide you. Let your giving arise from gratitude and not the desire to measure up to some standard of virtue. Perhaps the first steps will be small ones, adding little extras, doing small favors with no agenda of reward. Perhaps if you run a business, you will convert a small part of it to a gift model. Whatever steps you take, know that you are preparing for the economy of the future. Chapter 22. Community and the Unquantifiable. Economics is extremely useful as a form of employment for economists. John Kenneth Galbraith. Earlier in this book I described the disconnection and loneliness of a society in which nearly all social capital, nearly all relationships, have been converted to paid services, in which distant strangers meet nearly all of our material needs, in which we can always pay someone else to do it, in which the unspoken knowledge "I don't need you" pervades our social gatherings, rendering them vacuous and dispensable. Such is the pinnacle of civilization, the end point of centuries of increasing affluence, lonely people in boxes, living in a world of strangers, dependent on money, enslaved to debt and incinerating the planet's natural and social capital to stay that way. We have no community because community is woven from gifts. How can we create community when we pay for all we need? Community is not some add-on to our other needs, not a separate ingredient for happiness along with food, shelter, music, touch, intellectual stimulation, and other forms of physical and spiritual nourishment. Community arises from the meeting of these needs. There is no community possible among a group of people who do not need each other. Therefore, any life that seeks to be independent of other people for the meeting of one's needs is a life without community. The gifts that weave community cannot be mere superficialities, they must meet real needs. Only then do they inspire gratitude and create the obligations that bind people together. The difficulty in creating community today is that when people meet all their needs with money, there is nothing left to give. If you give someone a product that is for sale somewhere, either you are giving them money, by saving them the expense of buying it themselves, or you are giving them something they don't need, else they would have already bought it. Neither is sufficient to create community unless, in the first instance, the recipient actually needs money. Thus it is that poor people develop much stronger communities than rich people do. They have more unmet needs. This has been one of the greatest teachings of my period of poverty that followed the publication of The Ascent of Humanity. Out of necessity, I learned to receive without fear of stepping into obligation. The aid I received reawakened in me the primal gratitude of infancy, the realization that I am utterly dependent for my survival and existence on the web of giving that surrounds me. It empowered me to be more generous, too, having experienced and survived the ignominy of bankruptcy, of losing my apartment and sleeping with my children in other people's living rooms, and learning that it is okay to receive such help. Perhaps one benefit of the hard economic times that are encroaching upon our illusion of normalcy is that they will reawaken in more and more people this primal gratitude, born of the necessity of receiving gifts in the absence of payment. As in infancy, periods of helplessness reconnect us to the principle of the gift. Other people I know have had similar realizations when severe illness rendered them helpless. When I realized that the dissolution of community comes from the monetization of functions that were once part of the gift network, I could at first see no other way to recover community than to abandon the money economy and, by extension, the economic and industrial system of mass production. I could see no other way to re-establish community than to resume doing things the hard way again, doing things without machines. If community dies when strangers make all the things we need, then to restore it, I thought, we must return to local, and necessarily lower tech, production not requiring a global division of labor. It would be silly, though, to relinquish the things we have today simply in order to have community. It would be futile, too, because on some level we would sense the pretense. The needs met would not be real needs, they would be artificial. To say, I could saw these boards in an hour with a table saw, but let's use a two-person handsaw instead and take 2 days, because that will make us more interdependent, is a delusion. Artificial dependency is not the solution to the artificial separation we have today. The solution is not to meet already met needs less effectively, so that we are forced to help each other. Rather, it is to meet the needs that languish unfulfilled today. It is not desire for community that will motivate a renaissance in traditional handcrafts and low-tech production. The cessation of hidden subsidies for energy-intensive centralized production and transport will support this renaissance, but will not force it. We will return to local production from a desire to improve life and meet unmet needs, a desire to become richer. The people who say, we'd better learn how to use hand tools again because petroleum will become so expensive we'll have to, are indulging in a kind of fatalism. They hope we will be forced back into right livelihood. I think we will choose it. The crises born of separation will nudge us toward that choice with increasing force, but if we really desire as a species to maintain an ugly, mass-produced way of life, we probably can for a long time to come, until we exhaust the very foundation of the biosphere. Neither peak oil nor climate change nor coronavirus will save us. Instead, we will choose to revitalize local, small-scale, labor-intensive production as the only way to meet important human needs. It is the only way to enrich our lives and to fulfill the new materialism I describe in the next chapter. You see, that feeling of I don't need you is based on an illusion. In fact, we do need each other. Despite being able to pay for everything we need, we do not feel satisfied, we do not feel as if all our needs have actually been met. We feel empty, hungry. And because this hunger is present as much in the rich as in the poor, I know it must be for something that money cannot buy. Perhaps there is hope for community after all, even in the midst of a Monetized society. Perhaps it lies in those needs that bought things cannot satisfy. Perhaps the very things we need the most are absent from the products of mass production, cannot be quantified or commoditized, and are therefore inherently outside the money realm. The financially independent person is not bereft of community because he meets all of his needs via money. He is bereft of community because he is not meeting his needs except through money. More precisely, he is trying to use money to meet needs that money cannot meet. Money, impersonal and generic, can by itself only meet needs that are the same. It can meet the need for calories, X grams of protein, Y milligrams of vitamin C, anything that can be standardized and quantified. But it cannot by itself meet the need for beautiful food prepared by someone who cares. Money can meet the need for shelter, but it cannot by itself meet the need for a home that is an organic extension of oneself. Money can buy virtually any implement, but not one that is attached to the story of a maker you know personally and who knows you. Money can buy songs, but not a song sung specifically to you. Even if you hire a band to play in your home, there is no guarantee, no matter how much you pay, that they will really sing to you and not just pretend to. If your mother sung you lullabies, or if you have ever been serenaded by a lover, you know what I am talking about and how deep a need it fills. Sometimes it even happens at a concert, when the band isn't just putting on an act but is actually playing for that audience, or really, to that audience. Each such performance is unique, and its special, magical quality vanishes in recording. You had to be there. True, we may pay money to attend such an event, but we receive more than we paid for when the band is truly playing to us. We do not feel that the transaction is complete and closed, that all obligations are cancelled out, as in a pure money transaction. We feel a lingering connection, because a giving has transpired. No life can be rich without such experiences, which might ride the vehicle of money transactions, but which no amount of money can guarantee. The situation in America, the most highly monetized society the world has ever known, is this: Some of our needs are vastly overfulfilled while others go tragically unmet. We in the richest societies have too many calories even as we starve for beautiful, fresh food. We have over large houses but lack spaces that truly embody our individuality and connectedness. Media surround us everywhere while we starve for authentic communication. We are offered entertainment every second of the day but lack the chance to play. In the ubiquitous realm of money, we hunger for all that is intimate, personal, and unique. We know more about the lives of Brad Pitt, Rihanna, and the Kardashians than we do about our own neighbors, with the result that we really don't know anyone, and are barely known by anyone either. The things we need the most are the things we have become most afraid of, such as adventure, intimacy, and authentic communication. We avert our eyes and stick to comfortable topics. We hold it as a virtue to be private, to be discreet, so that no one sees our dirty laundry or even our clean laundry. Our undergarments are considered unsightly, a value strangely reflected in the widespread American prohibition on hanging laundry outdoors to dry. Life has become a private affair. We are uncomfortable with intimacy and connection, which are among the greatest of our unmet needs today. To be truly seen and heard, to be truly known, is a deep human need. Our hunger for it is so omnipresent, so much a part of our experience of life, that we no more know what it is we are missing than a fish knows it is wet. We need way more intimacy than nearly anyone considers normal. Always hungry for it, we seek solace and sustenance in the closest available substitutes: television, shopping, pornography, conspicuous consumption, anything to ease the hurt, to feel connected, or to project an image by which we might be seen and known, or at least see and know ourselves. Clearly, the transition to a sacred economy accompanies a transition in our psychology. Community, which in today's parlance usually means proximity or a mere network, is a much deeper kind of connection than that. It is a sharing of one's being, an expansion of one's self. To be in community is to be in personal, interdependent relationship, and it comes with a price: our illusion of independence, our freedom from obligation. You can't have it both ways. If you want community, you must be willing to be obligated, dependent, tied, attached. You will give and receive gifts that you cannot just buy somewhere. You will not be able to easily find another source. You need each other. Humans can need each other for purposes besides survival. We are not given life merely to survive it, and, contrary to economics' central dogma, we are not here to maximize rational self-interest. We can still experience community if we need each other for something greater than ourselves. If you join a sports team or a theater ensemble, you may taste the "we need each other" that defines community. Of course you won't perish if the set manager disappears, but the show might, and the show must go on. Groups that get together to form intentional communities in the absence of some larger altruistic goal usually disintegrate when the going gets tough, because there is no higher purpose to which to sacrifice one's ego. But if you care about the group's purpose more than you care about winning an argument, establishing dominance, or hiding your weaknesses, then you might stay in the crucible. I have in this chapter circled around the question of what, exactly, are the needs that go unfulfilled in the Monetized world. I have given many examples of things that meet a deep need: songs sung to us, homes that are an extension of the self, food prepared with love. But what is the general principle? Whether our needs are for material sustenance or spiritual, example touch, play, story, music, or dancing, none are unassailably free of the money realm. We can buy touch, we can buy stories, example when we go to the movies, we buy music and video games to play, we can even buy sex. But whatever we buy, something unquantifiable, and therefore impervious to monetization, either rides its vehicle, or does not, and it is that unquantifiable thing that we really crave. When it is missing, whatever we have bought seems empty. It does not satisfy. When it is present, then even if we have purchased the vehicle it rides, we know we have received infinitely more than we paid for. We know, in other words, that we have received a gift. The chef who puts extra care into cooking something special, the musician playing her heart out, and the engineer who over-designed a product just because he wanted to do it right will not directly profit from their extra efforts. They are in the spirit of the gift, and we can feel it, hence the desire to send our compliments to the chef. Their behavior is uneconomic, and the present competition-based money system weeds it out. If you have ever worked in that system, you know what I mean. I am speaking of the relentless pressure to do things just well enough, and no better. What is that unquantifiable extra thing that sometimes rides the vehicle of the bot and converts it into a gift? What is this need, mostly unmet in modern civilization? Put succinctly, the essential need that goes unmet today, the fundamental need that takes 1,000 forms, is the need for the sacred, the experience of uniqueness and connectedness that I described in the introduction. Environmentalists often state that we can ill afford to maintain our resource-intensive lifestyles, implying that we would like to if only we could afford it. I disagree. I think we will move toward a more ecological way of life by positive choice. Instead of saying, "Too bad we have to leave our gigantic suburban homes behind because they use too much energy," we will no longer want those homes because we will recognize and respond to our need for personal, connected, sacred dwellings in tight communities. The same goes for the rest of the modern consumer lifestyle. We will put it aside because we can no longer stand the emptiness, the ugliness. We are starving for spiritual nourishment. We are starving for a life that is personal, connected, and meaningful. By choice, that is where we will direct our energy. When we do so, community will arise anew because this spiritual nourishment can only come to us as a gift, as part of a web of gifts in which we participate as giver and receiver. Whether or not it rides the vehicle of something bought, it is irreducibly personal and unique. When I use the word spiritual, I am not contradistinguishing it from the material. I have little patience with any philosophy or religion that seeks to transcend the material realm. Indeed, the separation of the spiritual from the material is instrumental in our heinous treatment of the material world. Sacred economics treats the world as more sacred, not less. It is more materialistic than our current culture, materialistic in the sense of deeply and attentively loving our world. So when I speak of meeting our spiritual needs, it is not to keep cranking out the cheap, generic, planet-killing stuff while we meditate, pray, and prattle on about angels, spirit, and God. It is to treat relationship, circulation, and material life itself as sacred. Because they are. Chapter 23. A New Materialism. The appearance of life in space may be compared with some kind of awakening, almost as if as it comes to life space itself, the very matter, wakes up, awakens, and it is this awakening of space in varying degrees, indeed in infinitely varying degrees, that we recognize when we see life in space, when we see life in buildings, in the mountainside, in a work of art, in the smile upon a person's face. Christopher Alexander. Most of this book has been about money, which is the usual subject of economics today. On a deeper level, though, economics should be about things, specifically the things that human beings create, why they create them, who gets to use them, and how they circulate. When I drive through American suburbia with its fast food restaurants, enormous boxy stores, and cookie-cutter subdivisions, or look upon the architecture of modern office buildings and residential high-rises, I cannot help but marvel at the ugliness of it all. Compared to the charm and the intense vitality that imbue older objects and structures, ours is a deeply impoverished world. I marvel, with indignation bordering on outrage, that we can live in such an ugly world after thousands of years of advances in material technology. Are we really so poor that we can afford no better? What was the point of all this sacrifice, all this destruction, if we are poorer in the finer things of life, the beautiful and the unique, than a medieval peasant was? Looking at the artifacts of bygone times, I am impressed by their vibrancy, the intense quality of life within them. Today, almost everything we use, even if it is expensive, is cheap, reeking of phoniness, indifference, and salesmanship. Let's begin with the example of buildings and apply it to other artificial things. Our buildings are generally of two basic types. The first is the unapologetically utilitarian, warehouses, supermarkets, retail outlets, and so on, which aim to serve a function as cheaply as possible. Aesthetics is not a concern. The second type of building does try to incorporate aesthetic elements, but these are either inconsequential add-ons to the underlying functional efficiency, like arches on the porch of a suburban house that serve no structural purpose, or they actually come at the expense of function. These two types of buildings correspond to two devastating misconceptions about beauty. The first is that beauty is a byproduct of devotion to utility and practical efficiency. As the architect Christopher Alexander puts it, because of our still prevailing 20th century viewpoint, students are convinced that beauty comes about as a result of the concern with practical efficiency. In other words, if you make it practical and efficient, then it will follow that it becomes beautiful. Form follows function. They often the most rational and most intelligent students have an almost moralistic passion in their desire to prove that these beautiful things must have been produced by purely functional thinking. Point 1. The modern built environment abundantly demonstrates that this is not the case, that beauty does not necessarily arise from the pursuit of efficiency. Yet, neither is it true that beauty is irrelevant to functional efficiency, as the fake-seeming adornment of so many contemporary buildings implies. That is the second misconception about beauty, that it is something extra, something distinct from function. Hence we draw a distinction between the aesthetic and the practical, the fine arts and the applied arts. Art, like mind, like spirit, becomes a rarefied realm not to be sullied with concerns of practicality. Accordingly, the world of art meshes quite poorly with the realm of commerce, and especially with that epitome of worldliness, money. The first misconception about beauty corresponds to the worldview of Cartesian science, the second to the worldview of Cartesian religion. The first corresponds to the belief that beauty, life, and soul are secondary properties, epiphenomena, not measurable and therefore not real. You take an organism apart, and you get just a bunch of matter, a bunch of elements, some carbon, some nitrogen, some phosphorus. Where is the ingredient you can call life or spirit? The mentality of religion, on the other hand, appears superficially to contradict science by saying that spirit is a real ingredient in life that science doesn't see. But on a deeper level it agrees that spirit does not inhere in matter but occupies a separate, non-material realm. Both agree that if there is such a thing as a spirit of life, it is something separate from matter, an extra ingredient. A parallel mindset makes beauty an extra ingredient on top of function. And so, even those things that we use today that try to be beautiful as well as functional usually bear a certain inauthenticity. The beauty seems snazzy, gimmicky, it doesn't go very deep. Real beauty, which I might call life or soul, goes to the very heart of an object, and it is inseparable from its function, not secondary to the perfection of function. It evokes the paradoxical feeling, this is more beautiful than it has to be, yet it could be no other way. It is identical to the feeling I get when I contemplate the beauty of a cell or a sunset or the mathematical object known as the Mandelbrot set. There is no reason for such beauty, such order out of chaos. It seems like a marvelous though gratuitous gift. The world would keep spinning around if sunsets were ugly, or raspberries not quite so delicious, would it not? Yet none of these could be any other way. It is not that focus on functionality brings about beauty as well, it is that the creative principles and creative spirit that go into making something beautiful are the same that go into making it functional. It starts with the intention to make something the best one can. I was going to use the word perfect here, but perfect carries connotations of exactitude and undeviating regularity that have little to do with beauty, life, or soul, and in fact make an object soulless. So let us say the intention is to be a perfectly faithful servant to the creation that is being born through us. An integrated pursuit of utility and beauty reveals that the same principles often underlie both. Christopher Alexander lays out 15 such principles in his profound book The Nature of Order. These 15 fundamental properties characterize both natural systems and sublime works of architecture and art. They include levels of scale, strong centers, positive space, local symmetries, deep interlock and ambiguity, boundaries, roughness, gradients, and many others. But the key to his conception of wholeness, order, and life is the concept of centers, entities that, like elements, add up to create the whole but, unlike elements, are themselves created by the wholeness. Point 2. The wholeness is made of parts, the parts are created by the wholeness. Anything that has the quality of aliveness will be composed of centers within centers within centers, wholenesses within wholenesses, each creating all the others. The human being is no exception. Just as society is composed of human beings, so also is the human being a product of the society. Remember the truth of the connected self, we are our relationships. Moving inward a level, we could say the same for the relationship between ourselves and our organs. This is a universal truth of life. An economy that is alive, that is sacred, that is an extension of ecology, must have the same properties. And each object of that economy, each object that human beings create and circulate, must embody connection to all that environs it. Today, ours is an economy of separation, standard commodities that bear no relationship to the individual user, buildings that bear no relation to the land they occupy, retail outlets that bear no connection to local production, and products made in obliviousness to their effects on nature and people. None of these can possibly be beautiful, alive, or whole. Although we might describe its properties, beauty, life, or soul cannot be reduced to a formula. It can be found in simplicity, such as Shaker furniture, or in ornateness, such as the Masjid Aisha or the tomb of Mevlana. Alexander offers some powerful ways to recognize it. In comparing objects, we can ask ourselves, which of these has more life? Which of these is more a mirror of myself? Does this object make me feel my humanity is expanding or contracting? Accordingly, to create objects with soul, objects for a rich and beautiful world, we must invest them with life, self, and humanity. In other words, we must invest them with something of ourselves. No matter what money system we have, if it does not induce or allow this kind of creative process, then we will not be living in a sacred economy. By the same token, by fostering within ourselves a realization of the sacredness inherent in materiality, and by aligning our work with that sacredness, we lay the social and psychic foundation of an economy in which more and more of the things we make and do for each other are beautiful, personal, alive, and ensouled. The pursuit of this kind of wealth has not been a public priority for any part of the ideological spectrum for several hundred years. The 20th century socialists, for example, rejected any fripperies or indulgences that didn't further measurable material welfare, preferring the squat utilitarianism of rational efficiency in their grand project of maximizing production to bring plentiful, cheap goods to the masses. The same austerity expected of the socialist comrade extends to the progressive activist today, who is supposed to eschew fine living in pursuit of altruistic ideals. And establishment capitalism is little different. It has recreated and perfected the painfully ugly, utilitarian buildings and objects of socialism. I remember as a child hearing of the horrors of life in the Soviet Union. There was supposedly only one kind of store, a gigantic windowless dispensary staffed by listless, surly functionaries selling cheaply made, generic goods. It sounds a lot like Walmart. Oh, and parents had to send their children, as young as 2 years old, to mandatory state-run daycare. Even parenting had been abolished. Here today it is nearly the same, with economic exigency replacing state force. In any event, we have created a material world devoid of soul, barren of life and killing of life. All for what? The pursuit of efficiency, the grand project of maximizing the production of commodities, and underneath that, the domination and control of life. This was to be the paradise of technology, life under control, and finally we see it for what it is, the strip mall, the robotic cashier, the endless parking lot, the extermination of the wild, the living, the messy, and the sacred. A sacred object embodies something of the infinite. It is, therefore, intrinsically antithetical to the commodity, which is defined by a finite list of measurable specifications. And, as we have seen, the homogeneity of money induces the same in everything it touches, dragging all into the commodity realm. The shrinkage of the money realm described in Chapter 13, then, holds the possibility of liberating more and more of our things from the chains of commodity. After all, we have a surfeit of manufactured goods, the result of standardized mass production and efficiencies of scale. Our tremendous overcapacity indicates that we don't need these efficiencies, nor so much mass production. Trapped by the madness of growth demanding money, we compulsively produce more and more cheap, ugly things we don't need while suffering a poverty of things that are beautiful, unique, personal, and alive. That poverty, in turn, drives continued consumption, a desperate quest to fill the void left by a material environment bereft of relatedness. Touching on this topic in Chapter 2, I wrote, "The cheapness of our things is part of their devaluation, casting us into a cheap world where everything is generic and expendable. For a long time now, we have cared less and less about our things. We in rich countries don't even bother repairing most things anymore, as it is usually cheaper to buy new ones. However, much of this cheapness is an illusion coming from the externalization of costs. When we must pay the true price for the depletion of nature's gifts, materials will become more precious to us, and economic logic will reinforce, and not contradict, our heart's desire to treat the world with reverence and, when we receive nature's gifts, to use them well. Ultimately, then, sacred economics is part of the healing of the spirit/matter divide, the human/nature divide, and the art/work divide that has increasingly defined our civilization for thousands of years. In our journey of separation, we have developed amazing creative tools of technology and culture that would never have existed had we not departed from our original wholeness. Now it remains to recover that wholeness and bring it to a new realm, to create with nanotechnology and social media things of the same life, beauty, and soul that the old masters created with adzes and song. Point 3 Let us insist on nothing less. For what purpose have our forebears sacrificed, if not to create a beautiful world? We are born creators, here to achieve the exuberant expression of our gifts. The underlying connection between beauty and function suggests a parallel harmony between survival and the expression of our gifts. The old divide between making a living and being an artist will crumble, is already crumbling. So many of us, more and more of us, are refusing that divide. No object will be too insignificant to merit our care, our reverence, and our effort to make it right. We will are already seeking to embed all things in wholeness. All of the movements I have described in this book are carrying us toward a world that beautiful. The social dividend, the internalization of costs, degrowth, abundance, and the gift economy all take us away from the mentality of struggle, of survival, and therefore of utilitarian efficiency, and toward our true state of gratitude, of reverence for what we have received and of desire to give equally, or better, from our endowment. We wish to leave the world more beautiful than we entered it. How beautiful can life be? We hardly dare imagine it. I caught my first glimpse of it at the age of 19 when I visited the National Palace Museum in Taiwan. It contained objects that, had I not seen them with my own eyes, I would not have believed could exist. I remember in particular a teapot, the Emperor's teapot, an object of such beauty and perfection that it seemed to harbor the soul of a god. True wealth would be for everyone to live surrounded by objects like that, objects made by masters in the full flush of their genius. I don't believe that such mastery is available only to a few, rather, it is because our gifts are so suppressed that few achieve such mastery. Thankfully, we have the record of the past to remind us of what is possible. I look at great works such as that teapot and think, the kind of person who made this does not exist anymore. Such objects are beyond the capacity of any human living in this degenerate age. Yet the possibility lives on in our humanness, and we are on the way to its recovery. Christopher Alexander tells a story of his visit to the Tofukuji temple in Japan, a masterpiece of architecture, in which he wanders up a flight of stone stairs that narrows between two hedges and then stops, leaving him no choice but to sit on the top step, a perfect spot, quiet and breezy after a long climb. A blue dragonfly sits next to him. He writes, "I was suddenly certain that the people who had built that place had done all this deliberately. I felt certain, no matter how peculiar or unlikely it sounds today, as I am telling it again, that they had made that place, knowing that the blue dragonfly would come and sit by me. However it sounds now, at the time when it happened, while I sat on that stair, there was no doubt in my mind at all that there was a level of skill in the people who had made this place that I had never experienced before. I remember shivering as I became aware of my own ignorance. I felt the existence of a level of skill and knowledge beyond anything I had ever come across before. 4. Such skill, transcending what we think is possible, is latent within all of us today. The great project of humanity is to recover it, and build a world upon it. Conclusion. The more beautiful world our hearts tell us is possible. It may be that when we no longer know what to do, we have come to our real work, and when we no longer know which way to go, we have begun our real journey. The mind that is not baffled is not employed. The impeded stream is the one that sings. Wendell Berry. In the introduction, in dedicating my work to the more beautiful world our hearts tell us is possible, I spoke of the resistance of the mind to the possibility of a world much different from what we have always known. Many centuries and millennia have indeed accustomed us to a world of great and growing inequality, violence, ugliness, and struggle. So used to it are we that we forget that anything else ever existed. Sometimes, an excursion to unspoiled nature, to a traditional culture, or to the sensory richness veiled behind the impoverished modern world reminds us of what has been lost, and that reminder hurts, rubbing salt into the wound of separation. Such experiences at least show us what is possible, what has existed and can exist, but they do not show us how to create such a world. Facing the enormous powers arrayed to maintain the status quo, our minds quail in anguish. The temporary glimpses of a more beautiful world that we might catch in nature, in special gatherings, at music festivals, in ceremony, in love, and in play are all the more disheartening when we believe that they can never be more than temporary respites from the soul-crushing, money-driven world we are used to. A primary goal of this book has been to align the logic of the mind with the knowing of the heart, to illuminate not only what is possible but also how to get there. When I use the word possible, I don't mean it in the sense of maybe, as in it could possibly happen if only we are very lucky. I mean possible in the sense of self-determination, a more beautiful world as something we can create. I have given great evidence of its possibility, the demise of a money system dependent on exponential growth, a shift in consciousness toward a connected self in co-creative partnership with Earth, and the many ways in which the necessary pieces of a sacred economy are already emerging. This is something we can create. We can, and we are. And given how much of the evil and ugliness of the present world can be traced to money, can you imagine what the world will be like when money has been transformed? I can't imagine it, not all of it, though I do sometimes get visions of it that take my breath away. Maybe it isn't that I can't imagine it, maybe it is that I dare not imagine it. A vision of a truly sacred world, a sacred economy, makes all the clearer the magnitude of our present suffering. But I will share what I have seen in my visions, even the most speculative parts, the most naive, impractical, dreamy parts. I hope my sharing won't compromise the credibility, if any, that I've built by presenting the concepts of sacred economics in a coherent, logical fashion. I have given many other examples in this book of ways in which the sacred economy I describe not only is possible but is in fact already starting to emerge. The old ways are still dominant, but they are unraveling at an accelerating rate. I wrote this book after a landmark event of this great unraveling, the financial meltdown of 2008, and am updating it during another, the social, political, and economic upheaval following in the wake of COVID-19. No one can predict how it will unfold. Depending on geopolitical events and even natural disasters, the old regime may be able to maintain a semblance of normalcy through many crises to come, albeit at ever-increasing cost to humanity and the planet. Whether the end of our age is near the age of usury, the story of ascent, the age of separation depends on us, on the consciousness, and will we take into coming crises. The birthing of a new era, the coming-of-age ordeal of the human race, may be a bit messy. We may well face fascism, civil unrest, and war, but if there is to be a dark age, I think it will be far shorter and mostly more mild than one might reasonably expect. I think so because of all the enlightened people I keep meeting. We humans have learned a lot in the last half-century, and our consciousness has reached a critical point in its development. It will be the same as it is with transformation on a personal level. In transitioning into a new way of being, we might revisit the old once or twice and try to fit back into the womb, but when we do, we find that it can no longer accommodate us, and a state of being we once inhabited for years becomes intolerable in weeks or days. So it shall be for humanity generally, a few short years of darkness and upheaval. Perhaps this phase of accelerated transition will be what I speculated about earlier as the rapid succession of many ages completing the millions of years long age of tools, hundreds of thousands of years long age of fire, tens of thousands of years long age of symbolic culture, millennia long age of agriculture, centuries long machine age, and decades long information age. The singularity is nigh, and then a transition qualitatively more profound than any before it. Now that I have entered the realm of speculation, I would like to describe a few more aspects of sacred economy that I believe will unfold over the next 2 centuries. This book has described developments that we can create in the next 20 years, and in some cases the next 5. What about the next 200 years? I am being cautious, maybe I should think big. A corollary to the non-hoarding of gifts and to the social nature of their giving is that wealth in gift cultures tends to be publicly transparent. Everyone knows who has given what to whom, who has how much, who is hoarding, and who is generous. Translated into modern money dynamics, this suggests that all monetary holdings and transactions should be publicly transparent. With the advent of money, a new secrecy came to infect wealth that had been impossible before. When wealth was lands, sheep, and cattle, there was no hiding it, and therefore no shirking the social expectations incumbent upon it. But money can be hoarded in the basement, buried in the ground, stashed away in numbered bank accounts, kept secret, kept private. To undo the negative effects of money, eventually this characteristic of money must pass. The transition from physical cash to electronic currency makes this feasible, but of course raises the specter of totalitarian control. Do we want the government to be able to survey every transaction, as part of total information awareness? Probably not, unless every expenditure of the government is also available for public view. It will not do for the financial doings of some people and institutions to be public, and others secret. Money must be universally transparent. Obviously, a system in which every transaction and every account balance is available for public view would radically change business practice. If you have ever been in business, imagine, if you will, that every customer, supplier, and competitor knew your true costs. However, monetary transparency fits in naturally to the gift-inspired business models I explored in Chapter 21, which require that you honestly reveal your costs and invite gifts on top of that. No longer would one be able to lie about one's costs in order to profit from the other party's lack of knowledge. Many people would find the idea of no financial privacy very threatening. Since money today is so bound up with self, we would feel exposed, vulnerable, as indeed, in today's society, we would be exposed to envy and judgment, and vulnerable to criminal extortion and demands from importunate relatives. In a different context, though, financial transparency is part of a way of being that is open, trusting, unguarded, and generous, being a person who has nothing to fear, who is comfortable in society. Moreover, financial transparency would make many kinds of criminal activity more difficult. As with the other developments of sacred economy, there are signs we are already moving in this direction, not only with the digitization of currency, but with the new social currencies of various online rating systems that are, by their very nature, public. Ultimately, money is a token of society's gratitude for one's gifts, so it is fitting that the tokens themselves be public as well. Another basic feature of money as we have known it is its homogeneity. Any dollar is the same as any other dollar. Thus money has no history, no story attached to it. In addition to homogenizing all it touches, this feature of money also disconnects it from the material and social world. In former times, though, gifts were unique objects that carried stories. In gift-giving ceremonies, often the entire history of a gift would be recounted. We still do this today, acting on a primal urge. We want to tell about where we bought it, or how grandma received it as a wedding present. Money's homogeneity and anonymity, my dollars are the same as yours, therefore make it incompatible with gift principles and with the two features of sacredness I described in the introduction, uniqueness and connectedness. Therefore, I foresee money eventually losing its homogeneity and gaining the capacity to bear with it its history. Cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin have something of this feature already, as the entire history of transactions is recorded on a public ledger. Only the parties to the transaction remain anonymous, identifiable only as strings of cryptographic digits. Money with history attached allows us, in theory, to decide whether to make a purchase using the money from your salary or the money you were given by a friend, and even if it were in the same bank account, it would be different money. The child's intuition that the bank keeps your money and returns those same physical bills when you make a withdrawal would become true. This system does not conflict with credit creation. Money could still be born, circulate for a while, and die. The history of civilization, of growing separation and its imminent transcendence in a long age of reunion, is also a journey from an original abundance, to the extreme of scarcity, and then back toward abundance at a higher level of complexity. I have written herein about the abundance economy emerging via digital media, thanks to disintermediation and the dropping to near zero of marginal production costs for content. In the long term, this abundance economy, limited in scope today, will become the template for new realms of abundance. One of these will be energy, fulfilling the dreams of atomic age visionaries who foresaw energy too cheap to meter. One significantly, when J.P. Morgan cut off financing for Tesla's wireless energy transmission project, which, according to Tesla, would have provided virtually unlimited energy, he did not question the science. He did not evince the slightest doubt that the invention would work. He rejected it because he saw that it would be impossible to make money from it, saying, "If I can't meter it, I can't sell it." Tesla's earlier inventions, such as AC power, fit into an economy of scarcity and a mentality of control, so they were enthusiastically adopted by the financial powers. Today we seem to face the opposite, as petroleum supplies dwindle along with the Earth's capacity to absorb fossil fuel emissions. Existing alternative energy sources, so-called green energy, also suffer severe ecological issues from land use and mining, nor are they likely to replace fossil fuels anytime soon. However, when humanity enters a true spirit of abundance, vast new energy sources will become available that are beyond the purview of conventional science today. These will be the product not of the onward march of technology but of a shift in perception. In fact, free energy technologies have been in existence for at least a century, going back to the work of Nikola Tesla. 1 Today there are at least 5 or 10 different energy technologies that seem to violate the second law of thermodynamics. If you research the field, you will find a sordid history of confiscated research, destroyed careers, and even mysterious deaths of researchers. Whether or not there ever was, or still is, an active conspiracy to maintain energy scarcity, on some level humanity has not been ready for the gift of energy abundance, and probably won't be ready for some decades to come, until we have entered deeply and thoroughly the spirit of the gift. When J.P. Morgan destroyed Tesla's career, it may have been, like the record and film industry more recently, an attempt to maintain artificial scarcity and profit from it. But perhaps larger forces were at work. Perhaps Morgan was even on some level cognizant that humanity was not ready for Tesla's gift. In any event, our governing paradigms, rooted in separation and scarcity, are constitutionally unable to encompass free energy technologies, which are dismissed as impossible, fraudulent, or fantastical. If our outer experience in some ways mirrors our psychology, perhaps the advent of energy abundance for humanity has been waiting for inventors to let go of all hope of patenting and profiting from their inventions and instead release them into the public domain. That has already started to happen. It short-circuits the usual accusations of charlatanism and the seizure of patents by the Department of Defense. Can a person hope to corral and own what is fundamentally a free gift of the universe? I do not believe that technology will save humanity. Reading my work, many people have asked me if I know about the Venus Project, a movement that draws from the same basic understanding of the problem with today's money system. While I resonate with its spirit, I find that the Venus Project indulges in the same technological utopianism that has filled us with starry-eyed hope since the age of coal. But in fact, as I described in Chapter 2, abundance has always been available to us. It is our perceptions, and not our means, that engender scarcity. Let me put it poetically. At the end of Chapter 10 I wrote, "A vein runs through spiritual tradition that says that we, too, give back to the sun, indeed that the sun only continues to shine through our gratitude. Ancient sun rituals weren't only to thank the sun, they were to keep it shining. Solar energy is the light of earthly love reflected back at us. Here, too, the circle of the gift operates. Could it be, then, that as we step into the abundance mentality and the generosity of the connected self, the self that connects I and thou through love, the sun will shine more brightly? That new suns, new sources of the infinite generosity of the universe will become available to us, reflecting back our love? We are born into gratitude, it is our primal response to the gift of life itself. As we live from that gratitude, which means to live in the spirit of the gift, and as we open the channels of generosity wider, it is inevitable that the inward flow of gifts should grow as well. For humanity as a collective, this means to step into our proper, adult role as benefactors and servants of life's thriving on earth. After energy, who knows in what other realms we will express the fundamental abundance of the universe? Matter, time, consciousness. All I know is that we humans have only begun to discover our gifts and to turn them toward beautiful purposes. We are capable of miracles, which is good, considering that the state of the planet today requires them. I cannot predict how the age of reunion will unfold in linear time. I do foresee, however, that by the end of our lifetimes, my generation will live in a world that is unmistakably healing year after year. Another generation or two, and we will reference the Greek Isles, denuded over 2,000 years ago. We will restore the Sahara Desert to the rich grassland it once was. Prisons will no longer exist, and violence will be a rarity. Work will be about how may I best give of my gifts, instead of how can I make a living. Crossing a national border will be an experience of being welcomed, not examined. Mines and quarries will barely exist, as we will reuse the vast accumulation of materials from the industrial age. We will live in dwellings that are extensions of ourselves, eat food grown by people who know us, and use articles that are the best that people in the full flow of their talents can make them. We will live in a richness of intimacy and community that hardly exists today, that we know, because of a longing in the heart, must exist. And most of the time, the loudest noises we hear will be the sounds of nature and the laughter of children. Fantastical. The mind is afraid to hope for anything too good. If this description evokes anger, despair, or grief, then it has touched our common wound, the wound of separation. Yet the knowledge of what is possible lives on inside each of us, inextinguishable. Let us trust this knowing, hold each other in it, and organize our lives around it. Do we really have any choice, as the old world falls apart? Shall we settle for anything less than a sacred world? About the author. Charles Eisenstein has 4 sons and currently lives in Rhode Island. He is a speaker and writer focusing on themes of civilization, consciousness, money, and human cultural evolution. His viral short films and essays online have established him as a genre-defying social philosopher and countercultural intellectual. Eisenstein graduated from Yale University in 1989 with degrees in mathematics and philosophy and spent the next 10 years as a Chinese, English translator. In July 2017, he was interviewed by Oprah Winfrey on Super Soul Sunday. He is the author of Climate, A New Story, North Atlantic Books, 2018, The More Beautiful World Our Hearts Know Is Possible, North Atlantic Books, 2013, Sacred Economics, North Atlantic Books, 2011, and The Ascent of Humanity, North Atlantic Books, 2013, self-published, 2007.